Hey there, Esnick. How are you? How's the volume? Set a host name. No, never. I have some really hot Starbucks coffee here, and I need to clean my mug. How's everyone doing? My volume is fine. Awesome. Trust. Oh. There you go. I like messing around with. He asked. Hey, Johan. No way, Jose. Linux forever, never. Never, 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 never. Bootloader options. Oh, wait, can I go in here and... Ooh. Okay, you are allowed to go back to Windows 2000 then. You're allowed to go back to Windows 2000. I don't think we can do the settings, network settings when we're using... no, we need to use Wicket. Oh my god, Johan. You're going to boost his ego. No. No. Hostname. Let's look at hostname. And not. What about the security center? What is that telling us? What is that telling us? Oh, not. Ooh. Yeah. No gods, no glory. Yeah. Windows 2000 did not require online registration during install. That's sadly a thing of the past. The more we get more connected, the less privacy we get. It's the sad reality of life. When we all are part of the hive and become one with the system, everyone knows your deepest secrets. Every time you masturbate or midget porn, all Esnick's dungeon of delights will all be shown to the world. And, yeah. That would be a fun time. I need to find another theme. This is not really doing it for me, to be honest. Oh, wait. It's allowed in SSH? Nope, let's not do that. I don't use SSH. This is a virtual machine. There's no need for that plug to be open in my firewall. I think we are, to some extent, I think we are, Esnick. Also, why is the chat not showing up in my... I'm just typing some numbers here. Oh, it is showing up. Okay, gotcha. Weird. Yeah, I do think we are part of... slowly coming towards the board collective. Not maybe not as connected, but I think we may become close to, not like we all think as one and all of that, but our public life may be connected, like the Borg. We just have an option to unplug, but I think most people will not unplug, like with the neural net and stuff like that Elon Musk is working on. We still will have, you know, our own house and home and be in there and can unplug from the connectivity, but I don't think people will want to because of all of the benefits and conveniences it gives us. Like, you can choose to not use the internet, but let's face it, most people do. Why OpenSUSE or SUSE? Because I hope Lamer comes in here, hey, Wells, so I can show him some fancy command lines, how to deal with updates under OpenSUSE. Like, you can list all the existing updates that are pending. And then you can choose to update only one program at the time, or if you're only needing for one upgrade, so you don't have to upgrade everything at once. Or the one that I like to use, you can list all patches, aka if there is any security patches, it will show in a list, and then you can do zipper patch, I think it is, patch, and it will only install security updates. So I'm waiting for some security updates to be shown in the patch list, and then I will try and see how the zipper update patch work, because normally I just do zipper update and then DOP, distribution update. But I will try to do this more, and then once a week I will only update the system, and then if there's any security patches, I will update them during the week. And let's say there's an upgrade to Chrome, I will go in here and then update Chrome. So I saw there was one for Nautilus extensions terminal. So if I do this and I type UP and type can I spell Nautilus? What was it? Extension terminal. I can just choose to only update that one. That will not require me a reboot of the system. Wi-Fi starting to catching up. So, nice. FBI or Facebook making it, the collective a reality, and it is a willing participant on the part of the masses. Yeah, I don't think we are ready for that yet, so therefore I don't think that Facebook will succeed right now. But yeah, I'm trying to work a little bit with OpenSUSE from this paradigm that either once a week or every second week I will do a normal upgrade, and then if on a daily basis, if needed, only patch the system. And if there's an update to Chrome and stuff like that, I'm actually thinking about making a script that updates, you know, Chrome and Nautilus, you know, the user program, not the core libraries, but only the user programs. So you can automate that, so you can only update that, and then like the libraries, the core systems, you upgrade them, update them with the DOP. Yeah. Hey, Vector. I've been using SUSE since 1998 or something like that. I just don't show. I should show it off more on YouTube. It don't get a lot of love. I saw BOS 5, 4.5 and 5.0 boxes set up on eBay. Started. Holy shit, $240. If I had the money, I probably would have bought them though. Like if I was like a rich motherfucker, I would have bought them. BOS was like a marvel of computing history. It's funny to think about that still to this day, BOS in the 90s did things better and more optimized and faster and more efficient than a lot of systems do today. It's fun to think about that little system had so much advanced technology that people still to some extent catching up with today, 22 years later. I like OpenSUSE community. Fedora is just slightly better on my hardware. I think SUSE just need a little more. Yeah, the open source developers, they are a bunch of opinionated buttholes, to be honest. They kind of have their way of doing things, and if you don't like that, they kind of kindly tells you to fuck off. They are not good at taking criticism. They are not good at listening to other people's opinions. From what I have seen on Reddit and stuff like that, the users, however, are. I'm talking about the developers. The users, however, are. You know, the open source users. But the developers can be a little bit pig-headed sometimes. Or the ones that I have seen anyway. And I don't think that's a good place to be. I think you need to listen to your community. Especially when your whole system is made for the community and the community is your product to some extent, or part of your product is the community. You kind of have to listen to them. And sometimes if there is a massive demand of something, you need to do it even though that you don't agree with it. I'm looking at you, GNOME. GNOME is fucking bullshit with that. Fedora, I like Fedora. I always liked Fedora. I haven't dealt much with the Fedora community, to be honest. It's mostly open source. Well, mostly any other. Funny enough, I never really talked to a lot of people from the Fedora community, even though I've been messing around with it and talking about it and stuff like that. They tend to be quiet, or they just don't like me. That could also be it. That could definitely also be the case. It's probably more likely the case, to be honest. Oh yeah, I wanted to where is software management? I want to see what YAST plugins I have not installed yet that could be fun to look at, maybe in a video at some point. They have bigger codec fish to fries. Yeah. The fun thing with OpenSUSE and Fedora is that they kind of always have done kind of the same thing. Last time I used Red Hat regularly was in 2002, 2004. It's been a while. Yeah. I actually only really used Red Hat when as my first ever distribution in the 90s I installed. After that, I went directly into Mandrake and SUSE and stuff like that, because they had a more easier installable system. I don't hate GNOME. It tends to just work for me. I kind of like that lately. I don't. So here's the thing. I don't really hate GNOME, but I hate the developers for doing what they do and act the way they are. And GNOME in of itself, hey, if you like the paradigm, I'm fine with that. But them taking away features that the users have loved for fucking years because they know better, I kind of don't like that mentality. It drives me a little bit up the wall. So me hating on GNOME is a little bit more me hating the developers and their viewpoints and stuff like that, and how they are like, we know better than anyone else and blah blah blah. That whole mentality and philosophy, it's more that I hate. Hey Jan. GNOME. Yeah, they wanted to be called GNOME without the G now for some fucking weird reason. The more I use GNOME, the more I can appreciate it. It does have Wayland working well. Yeah, I with a few extensions and under Ubuntu, I kinda like GNOME. I'm not going to lie, like Ubuntu's desktop, Ubuntu's version of GNOME, with like arc menu and a weather stuff up here, as I have here on the botchy. I actually like GNOME. I like using it. But I still have this, why do I need to install, extensions in the first place? It kind of drives me a little bit bonkers, to be honest. But that may just be me. KDE is probably my favorite desktop environment, yeah. You know what's fun? Matia AA 9 volt hooked up to us. Have you drinking too much of your own fucking wine? I find GNOME good for people who just want things as they are. The drama with the Wayland and KDE. I would probably not be amused, or sorry, I would probably believe that. I just dislike the weird shell menu you get when hitting the... Yeah. I can get that. In their defense, they are adding customization back. Oh, I didn't know that, Benjamin. I didn't know that. That's great news. I hope they do. I hope they give a little... I hope they start to listen a little bit after over 10 years of not doing it. But let's face it, people don't really customize their desktop environment. They really don't. I actually stopped customizing the living shit out of my desktop environments. I just leave them be. Just use the default themes. I'm thinking of just doing KDE and GNOME ISOs on ECR. So I would be doing the ones that the most download, the top two. If I was you, I would be looking at the downloads and then say, okay, what are the two most downloaded versions of my software, and then stick with those. Ain't they working on the KDE thing? What KDE thing? I just used a few extensions to need... Yeah, the same. Hey, I started to cut down on the extension use, Benjamin. Nico didn't talk too much about Wayland. Yeah, I haven't watched a lot of his new videos. I find vanilla KDE with dark theme great. Yeah, I love the vanilla dark themes on KDE. In general, I like default theming wise, KDE is the best. Tops downloads are KDE, GNOME, and XFCE. Well, then I will stick with the KDE and GNOME if I was you. Cut down the workload. Cut down the workload. Like, you are only one guy and you can't, Like, I like distributions that have a direction. Like, I like a project that have a direction. I'll make sense in 20 minutes maybe. Yeah, I'm drinking a house blend from Starbucks right now, and it's actually really, really good. Even though it's like almost 5 o'clock here. I was about to look at extensions. No, I normally, for the most part with KDE, I only change it to the dark theme, and then I find a really, really good icon set, and then it's the wallpapers. Auto-Yast, ICM theme, Yast installation, live add-on repos, pattern GNOME, Yast, I don't need the patterns, Ruby. Active Directory compatible things, I don't need that. Configuration tools for Linux auditing, central system authentication tools, tools for creating identity management server instances. Damn, Yast is an amazing tool, man. Network booting awake on LAN configuration. This could be an interesting one. Minimal set of tools needed to build Yast modules. Ooh. Configurations of clusters. Yast configuration management. Let's try and install that one also. I need to do an updated version of my Yast video. I think that most people in KDE only really change the theme to dark mode or north. Yeah, and it's also really easy within KDE itself, to find themes within the software itself. So we have a DHCP server. I don't want that. Samba internals DNS manager. Yeah, let's do those also. Docker management, that's a new one. Fiber channel over Ethernet. There's so many. Initial system. First boot. Fonts. I need that one. FTP. Configure of booth. Group policy management console for Yast. Look at all of this fucking shit. HTTP server configuration. Install server configuration and management. Like, why is everyone not using Yast? Like, configure of iSCSI, Lilo target, KDE mail configuration, multiple path configuration, NFS configuration, NFS server. Let's get that one. Online updates configuration. I don't think I've looked at that one yet. Set up remote desktop protocols. Rare, relax, and record, or raw, relax, or rare, sorry. Models to configure RMT. I have no idea what the fuck that is. Server, Samba server, oh, that's already installed. AutoYASKI, Steam, Slip, Daemon, file systems, oh, that's Snap, a sound configuration. Sudo configuration could be a good one. Translation, I don't know, need that. There's some translation. Oh, here we go. For USB authentication configuration, VPN. Widget demo. Let's see what you guys saying here. To me, KDE's way of use theming is much less a pain than doing it on the GNOME. True. Been told by the internet that's wrong thinking though. Yeah, the internet is fucking crazy, man. I hate the internet. Yes, rules. Yeah, it really does. You just need a dark mode of some kind, and I'm happy. I think there is. You used to be able to set the theme in Yast in some way. I see that what you did there. Hey, Spin Viking, how are you, man? Is your computing endeavors going well? If I remember correctly, you had some problems not long ago. The internet. Oh, you like someone convinced on you like someone convinced on Linux. You think wrong and use arts, by the way. Yeah, the internet is amazing. Yeah. I don't know, man. I had a good talk with Christian from the Digital Life today. He kind of called me out of some bullshit, and I love him for that. I was starting to get a little bit too angry in my reaction videos, and I do feel that the last 2 reaction videos I made, I definitely was a little bit too animated. But I don't know. I talked to English Bob about this in his Discord last week. Linux is like the Linux community just makes me fucking mental, man. It makes me crawl up the walls. The whole like it's either us or them mentality, and I just can't live with people like that, man. Art is fun thing, but it gets tedious or tenuous when the consistent restarts and stuff like that. Yeah, it definitely does. The new Firefox in certain distributions is certainly buggy and annoying. Okay, I haven't checked that out. I mean, I watched the latest video and my testosterone level increased 300%. Yeah, but I went a little bit too hard at like I started to criticize Chris Titus Tech a little bit personally, and I shouldn't have done that. For sure. That's and there was some other bits and bobs in there where I went a little bit too crazy, and I knew that when I was editing the video, but I was a little bit like, let's see what people are saying, you know, like. I said like a month ago or so that I would not do anything with Chris Titus Tech, DistroTube, Luke Smith, Mental Outlaw, and eBoss Central because they make my skin boil, my blood boil, sorry. And I cave under a video request, but I need to just say I don't do that. There are just certain people on the internet I can't have anything to do with because they are doing Chris Titus Tech and all of those. They are actively hurting the Linux community. They make it a worse place because they are here. And they may all be great people in private and stuff like that, but I just can't deal with people like that. I love the latest CCT video. Leaned in and embraced the anger. Yeah, but I should not be angry, because when you get angry, your emotions take over and your logical brain shuts down. You cannot be a logical human being when you are angry. And at the end, I got a little bit angry, because when he said that he was here to make you think and to evaluate, look at the other side of the coin, that's something I have said since day one on my channel, and he has never said it before. Never. I have watched a lot of Chris Tice tech videos, more than I want to admit, and he has never said that. He has always said in other people's comment section that he made the channel to build up a body of work, a CV that he could be using to get jobs, and to help and educate people. And I felt when he said that, it was kind of like, but that the things you do goes against what you just said. Like, if you really want to have people look on the other side of the coin and make them think and stuff like that, his content speaks differently to that. Massively different to that. Like, the things he say and show, all it does, it makes people react. It don't make them think, don't make them see. Like I said in the video, show us the other side, so we are going to think. But at least know what the fuck you're talking about, and that's what drives me up the wall with those people. Like, I'm a non-tech, I'm a fucking mechanic, like, I put my head into an engine and get oil all over the place and do manual labor and stuff like that. And apparently I know more about computing than those supposedly fucking IT professionals do. And to some extent, that's what angers me the most. That these people are taking courses to learn, to become the authority in a field. And then a fucking stupid Danish mechanic can put them in their place. Hey, Christian. That kind of drives me up the wall. Hey, Christian, thanks for the fucking talk today. I really needed that, man. It's nice that you are keeping me on my toe. And yeah, I just need to be honest with that and just see, I can't handle that fucking shit. What are you guys saying here? I think I even has a poster. My dyslexia. Yeah. Do what you have to do, Christian, and I will make you a mod and then post your link to your not your Discord, but to your channel in here, so people can go and follow your channel. Christian makes a lot of he makes videos Chris Tice Tech wish he could do. Let me put it that way. If you want to learn and see the other side of the coin, challenge your ideas a little bit, go watch Christian Lambert. His channel was called The Digital Life before, but go watch him if you really want to learn. He's kind of like the DJ Ware of home server. What is it called? Home labs and stuff like that. So if you're interested into that, definitely go watch his. Definitely go watch Christian's amazing stuff. I will scroll up and read your guys' comments, so bear with me here for a second, people. Ken is Chris Tice Tech's biggest fan. Like, I would love I would have no problem having a beer with him. I just don't want to talk Linux with him. He could probably educate me a lot about Windows. But when it comes to Linux and because he's trying to be what he is with Windows with Linux, and that drives me a little bit up the wall. And I do have a post of him. Hey, I think it's great that you accept criticism and try to change it at least. There are people that will get pissed. So here's the thing, and I have no problem with people criticizing me if they do it in the right way. If you come at me and like, hey, you stupid motherfucking idiot, you are the stupidest thing on earth and you should be doing this and blah, 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 I don't listen to that. But if someone's like, hey, do you know this come across like this? Or, yeah, you didn't really do your best work, or maybe you should rethink the thing that you're doing here and there, I will be all over the place. It's all about how you approach me, man. Art is a fun toy to play with. The main production machine OS is I couldn't agree more, Benjamin. Manjaro is Art's best shot at getting into the Manjaro would not even get into the enterprise. It's not built for it, to be honest. I felt like Puke and listened to CCT trying to explain himself a pointed role of making people yeah, that was what lost me, yes, Nick. That was what lost me. Because my channel is built up around that, and now he's saying it, and he has never said it before. That got to me when he started to say what I've been saying for 3-4 years now. That got a little bit to me. I used Arch for 3 years, by the way. No reinstall. Amazing. He sounds like one of those TV preachers on Super. Yeah, he kind of does. Yeah. I think it's like when you play an instrument. I play the piano for like, oh my god, 10, 15. Oh shit, you have to play for us one day, man. And recently I thought I might just learn guitar. That was so annoying. Oh, I played guitar for like 10 years, but I'm no good at it. I'm self-taught in everything I do, so I know some basic scales and stuff like that, but I can't sit and jam it like a musician. I'm not that good. I can't even play a fucking song yet. I just, jam along to like, I play Rocksmith and stuff like that, and, make my own tunes and whatnot, but yeah, I can't stand on the stage and play a full song. I have to dedicate myself to it and apply myself to it. I started to learn the guitar like 10, 12 years ago because I got unemployed and I needed something to keep my mind fresh. It was right before I started doing my gaming channel on YouTube. So I was like, well, I always want to play the guitar, so it's a good way to keep your mind active when you not have anything to do. So I start to learn it, and I play it on and off. I should play it more. I used to play it a minimum an hour a day. The last 2 years I played like an hour every week or something like that. I need to be more dedicated with it, but this channel has kind of taken over a lot of time. And actually, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. So yes, kind of, because you need to learn from zero. Yeah, that I get you. It's not. They have the same notes, but it's two different fucking instruments. Yeah, I would love to learn some piano, to be honest. It's the same when you are good at Windows, then start to learn Linux. Yeah, and I think that's where we lose Chris Titus Tech a little bit. That he thinks that he can just transfer his knowledge directly over to Linux, and some of it he can. Some of it he can use some of his knowledge. He's not starting all the way from scratch. It's the same when you're. Oh, I read that. Oh, cool. You need to do some jamming session. Yeah, I can jam a little bit. I'm so rusty though. I need to. I need to spend like a 2 or 3 months where I play like an hour, 2 hours a day to get back up to where I was before. But it comes easy. But I just need to apply myself a little bit. I don't like Nirvana. I play some of them, but they are too boring for me. I'm more a metalhead. I play some Megadeth and Metallica and stuff like that, Sabaton and Camelot and all of those. I play Hammerfall, Halloween, those kind of bands I play. I can play some of them. I can play if I have the notes in front of me. I can play them, but I can't play them out of my head. And I play them like 98% accuracy. Like I still fuck some shit up in some of them. Ubuntu isn't my favorite distro, but no reason to call it the devil. Yeah, so this thing with Chris Titus Tech, he's doing it for the money, man. That's it. He's a view and money and subscription guy. And I forget that sometimes. Because I actually think that he won. I can't remember all the bands I play and listen to in my head. But of course, there's some Norwegian metal, Finnish metal, Icelandic metal. I also listen to. There's quite a few Finnish bands. Tyr, I think it's from Iceland or Finland. I can't remember. I like if it's good metal, man. I don't care where it's from. But yeah, I tend to forget sometimes that Chris Titus Tech don't want to educate. He just wants views. And I may look at him as someone that wants to inform and educate too much. I'm mostly playing on my Windows and use PowerToys is amazing, man. Added Fedora just for the hype. Change. No. He didn't. He definitely did that. I saw the computers at my local library running Linux Mint. That's amazing. Yeah, they are using Ubuntu 18 here for it's 32-bit one. Oh no, Benjamin, he's still running Debian, but he did his Fedora videos just for the hype of it. I ran Fedora for a bit and hadn't had the most fun with the fighting with my Wi-Fi adapter. That sucks, man. he's back on Debian. And I sound like a fucking 15-year-old now. Debian is great. Debian is an amazing system. If you just want a system that, you know, works, that is stable, definitely go for Debian. Debian is your jam, man. And probably go and download OS. EB, he loves that one also. I haven't looked at distro watch in like over a week. Let's see what's going on in there. Oh, that sucks, Jan. That sucks, man. Oh, TrueNAS. Oh. Who is it? I know someone that... there's someone that's active in my channel and Discord that's really into Nitrix. Oh, Linux Lite. Esnik will have a fucking field day with Linux Lite. Oh, good old Soviet. Oh my god. Yeah. Ubuntu have better hardware support. Out of the box, you can get the same hardware support with Debian, but you need to fiddle around a little bit with it. Well, I mean, Fedora is getting good. It has been running like magic for me. It's been getting a lot of love, so CT probably... Yeah, he jumped on... A lot of YouTubers jumped on the wave, and I should do the same. If I was a smart... if I was a smart YouTuber, I would jump on the same waves as they did. But yeah... CTT did a very early video series on Debian when he first started and had a miserable failure since he did not know anything. Yeah, so I remember that video, Esnik, and under a live stream when he installed Debian, he thought he could use Ubuntu PPAs under Debian, and that's why he had a bad experience. I watch some of Chris Titus Tech's Windows videos if it's a subject that I'm interested in. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to Windows. I do troll him for being a Microsoft professional. I'm getting this t-shirt. It's in the mail. I'll see if I can find it for you guys. I'm starting to do a t-shirt design just for fun. Oh, that's not my... Why is it... let's try and change this. There you go. Accept all cookies. This one here. I'm getting this t-shirt here in the mail soon. A real Linux user is a MCP. That's a Microsoft certified professional. And I do make fun of him being a Microsoft certified professional and they are outdated and stuff like that. But he does know his Windows. Next year, I need to get my ass up and go for Linux Plus certificate. I don't think you should do... Christian, here's my philosophy on that. Unless you need it for work, don't go for a Linux certification. Unless you need it for work, don't go for it. Because it will not open too many doors anyway. The only thing it will do is that it will give you basically a piece of paper on things you already know. I would stick... I'm not spending the time and money on it, to be honest. Unless it's for work. It's not in that... You can get the same knowledge without it, man. So what I do, because I was the same boat like years ago, I was like, I need this certification for Linux just again to expand my knowledge. And then I looked into what the fuck they are, what was the certifications about, like the basic certifications. And then I just went on and researched those subjects, how to administrate users and stuff like that. Because you can get the knowledge without the certification. Why throw money away at a certification if you're not going to use it? Just look at what things they are teaching you and then learn them by yourself. Or find people that can teach it to you. So you still get the knowledge, but you're not throwing money away. And that also means that mine is like years old since I did that. I need to refresh a lot of it. But that also means, let's say you learn the knowledge today. Well, in a year, if you need the certification for a job, you have a lot of the knowledge already in there, so it would be much easier for you to get. But I would not throw money away for a certification if it was not needed for a job. I will run either Debian or Mint before Ubuntu, though. No, I like Ubuntu. What does MCP has to do with Linux? That's the whole joke, Christian. That's the joke. A lot of people hate Windows and Microsoft if they are Linux users. So this is kind of a joke on them, is that, like, you need to be a Microsoft professional to run Linux. It's kind of like saying that if you hate Ford, but you like Chevy, you need to drive a Ford to drive a Chevy. Or you like Star Wars, but you hate Star Trek. It's like saying, you need to be a Star Trek fan to understand Star Wars. So it's playing the two communities against each other. It was made because me and some other people were joking about Chris Tile's tech certifications, his MCP certifications, and how outdated they are. And then I came up with this idea here, and it's basically just to make fun of the Linux community, because I know they will get triggered by it. I like Chris Tile's tech. His overall tech knowledge is excellent. I would disagree a lot with that, Spin Viking. Like, I will massively disagree with that. Christian is way better. Honestly, he has way better knowledge about technology. Sorin is great as a starting point. My problem with Sorin, again, is not the software, it's the developers. I don't need it for work, but the certs give you basic knowledge. I have addressed that. I don't know if I'm going to take the exam, but I'm doing the training. Yeah. Do that. I'm taking an online Linux class. Might go for C+, Red Hat certification, maybe earlier. I got my MCP for Windows XP. Oh my god, Windows XP. Yeah. I still remember EB's video where he has MCP over the... Yeah. But yeah, I'm getting this just to... I need to do some... If any of you guys have some awesome ideas for t-shirt designs, let me know, because I love making this fucking shit. I don't care if people buy it. Like, I really don't care if people buy it. I just love making this here, and then put it up here, and then, see how it looks like on a t-shirt. And more than likely, I will buy it for myself. Like the Linux Nerd Tier cup. I made that just for myself. I don't know if I need it on a t-shirt, but I just thought it would be funny. If I printed it on a cup for video purposes. I don't know if I can... this site is a little bit iffy-diffy. Why can I not? Did I click the wrong one? Oh yeah, show all products. There you go. Yeah, so I just made it because I thought it could be funny to have it, on some of my reaction videos and show it off to people just to trigger some Linux nerds, basically. I found it really funny. I want to try to do Linux system admin, turn my hobby into... Never turn your hobby into a job. If you turn your hobby into your job, it's not your hobby anymore. And then you'll despise your hobby. Oh my god, I hate working on Windows and Mac at the same time. I just get confused with the hotkeys. You will learn, young Padawan. You will learn. Give it time and you will learn, man. But yeah, I when I had Hackintosh and I dual booted the Windows and Mac, yeah, I got confused by that all the time, man. All the time. I got my A+ certification back in 1999 with Windows. So I think A+ is like really outdated now. I don't even think they give it out to people anymore. Or it's a thing anymore. I remember back in the 90s and stuff like that. That was what everything was talking about A+. But now it's like almost never used, or it's called something else or whatever. It's not that high demand anymore. If I had a printer and put your bunny suit pic on it and on a Vine label, that could actually be really funny. I think I still have the full picture of that bunny suit laying around. It's from Snapchat. Maybe you're drinking from the Linux. I am actually right now. I'm drinking Starbucks coffee from the Nerd. Like, it's my go-to cup nowadays. I have 2 metal cups. One that's 500 milliliters and the 340 milliliters. And I have this cup. That's the only mugs I have in my house. And I use the Linux Nerd Tears cup all the time now. I need to do more cups and stuff. I love doing this. I love stuff like this. It relaxes me to do these kind of things and make them fit onto a cup and make it, I just like doing it. But of course, I can't, it takes a shit ton of time to do it. But I have some ideas written down that I need to do for t-shirts and stuff like that. Like my first ever design I ever did was this here for my iPhone 6. I actually had this on my phone. On my iPhone 6 I had this cover here. But yeah, I just like doing those things. I can't find merch. Yeah, I find it easier to make Mac talks to Linux than it was to. Yeah, that's because Linux, Mac OS has a lot of the same Unix-like protocols in the backend versus Windows. So a lot of the backends are the same, basically. They're using a lot of the same protocols and tools in the backend to do stuff. I got my A+ and Net Plus too, but those expired, yeah. Can't. Pottery Wheel stream. Oh my god, no. This is a neat looking case. Me like. Yeah, I made it in... this is made on open source software under Linux. I made this design on... what is it called? Inkscape. Inkscape under Linux. And... it was my old, the logo, I don't know if you can see it. Can I open it in, I can't. This was my old gaming logo for my gaming channel. So it's basically my gaming logo running around in like an 16-bit world. Mac OS and Linux are pretty similar. Actually, Mac OS is just the best Linux. Yeah, the best Linux distribution. And hey, I say this a lot. I've said this a lot. Most Linux users would love to run Mac OS. Because macOS is the perfect blend between Linux and Windows. It's just enough proprietary and locked down and have enough of the nice things we like to have, but also being open and accessible to all of the Linuxy thing and open source things that we like to have. So it's a really perfect mixture, actually. The thing is that it's locked down to Hackintosh systems or Mac systems or Apple systems, and those systems can be really expensive to buy compared to, well, not expensive, because if you look at the spec versus spec for like a PC for the same spec, they are not that much more expensive. We may be talking $50-100 more expensive, but it is high-end specs that we are buying if you're buying a Mac. So it's not like they don't have like a really, really cheap low-end laptop. It's like high-end laptops or no laptops. And that a lot of people can't afford buying a high-end laptop. Like, they couldn't even do that if it was running Windows or Linux. They just don't have that kind of money. I think OS X was based on some kind... No, so... Mac OS X in the past was based on Darwin. It still is based on Darwin, but back then they had a lot of FreeBSD, like the driver management, the sound thingy, and the network thingy was FreeBSD. Nowadays, most of the FreeBSD code is rewritten or altered so much that we could barely call it FreeBSD anymore. So here's the thing. No, BSD is somewhat based on Unix. Linux is not based on Unix. Linux is basically a Unix imitation. Linux was made... Hey, Bogdan, Linux was made... Actually, he couldn't afford Unix. Good old Linus. So he built his own Linux system from the Minix kernel design or something like that. A lot of the tools came from the open source projects from Unix to Linux. But Linux it's like if you're trying to paint Mona Lisa today, that's kind of what Linux is. And Mona Lisa, the original Mona Lisa would be Unix, and Linux is your painted copy of Mona Lisa. So it will have a lot of the same similarities, but also a lot of differences. They are following a lot of the same paradigms and have a lot of the same tools, but Linux is not Unix. Linux is not even based on Unix. It's a clone or a reinterpretation. Like BSD is more Unix than Linux is. Let's put it that way. There's more Unix quote-unquote code or Unix ideas put into BSD. The Berkeley software distribution was basically the Unix, like the Berkeley... the Unix Berkeley system, or what the fuck it was called, like Berkeley made their own Unix, and then they got into some licenses issues again, if I remember correctly here, and then that was called the Berkeley software distribution, something like that, BSD, and that's where BSD hey Conker, that's where BSD kinda originated from. So it has way more roots in Linux. You could probably find Linux code in BSD, where in the Linux kernel, there's probably not much, if any, Unix code in there. Sorry, Unix code, yeah. A lot of people think Linux is Unix because it looks a lot like Unix, but it's basically just a imitation of Unix. If that makes any fucking sense, what I'm saying. Now, 100% Linux, it is seamless for my machine to talk to each other. macOS use Xorg at a point. Yeah, I don't think they did, or at least they used. I think they contributed to Xorg. I think they used some component of Xorg, but I can't remember. All my problems, like the BSD kind of lagging now, the Soul upgrade my PC is like yesterday's using YouTube or having a video call on disconnect. Okay, macOS always had their own display server based on display. PostScript backed by Next Step. I don't think they ever... let's go look, because I think they have something to do with Xorg. I just need to drink my fucking rest of my cold coffee here. Mac OS Xorg. Xquartz, here it is. Xquartz or Quartz or what it is an open source version of Xorg. Xserver is a component. I don't know if they still use this or they used it before. It runs on Mac OS and formerly replaced Apple's internal X11 apps. The name Xquartz derives from the Quartz part of the Mac OS core graphic systems. So yeah, they use a modified version of Xorg. Stable release 3 months ago, so it's still active. So yeah, they use Xorg, but they use their own version of Xorg. I thought there was something to that nature. So they basically forked Xorg, and it seems like it's an open source project. Oh yeah, it was. What was the license? Written in C, operating system Mac OS, type display server, Apple public license, MIT license. Okay, so it's a mixture. So you could probably run and use this under Ubuntu, or not Ubuntu, Linux, if you did some modifications to the system, which could be really amazing to look at. What is the compile.sh saying here? Here's the license also. Note that the build system needs to be... Okay, you need Mac OS. But you could probably modify this to work under Linux if you put in some work. I know they made the Copspin server most in... No, I think, Benjamin, they didn't make it. I think they actually just bought the project. They bought the project, yeah. I think that's what they did. Because Apple, Apple is amazing. They don't make a lot of things themselves. They just buy them. Or steal them. But I think they actually bought Cops back in the day. You know, they paid the developers out or something like that. I think should have rolled out DC as Discord. Yeah, I get that. I think I was running Mac OS when they dropped the support for it. DistroTube now after reading the license. Okay, that's proprietary. Apple does a good job at polishing and get to... Yeah, they do. Apple is amazing at finding a product and polishing it, make it desirable, and put it to market. And a lot of companies could learn from that. Like a lot of money. So they actually sponsor here the Xbox Foundation. To some extent. Oh, no, sorry. This is the Xbox or sponsorship. Whoa. Valve does kind of the same, but they do a bad... Yeah, Valve is really bad at it. I have a video I need to publish or release that's called Valve is Not Your Friend. Valve, they are really bad. Like, Valve has always been bad at making hardware. Every hardware they made up till now has flopped for them. And I think the Steam Deck is going to flop also. I know a lot of Linux people will hate me right now. Someone said to me that they have already sold 1 million Steam Decks, but 1 million sold Unix is nothing. Like, 1 million sold Unix units is nothing for a handheld gaming device. Nothing. I consider using an iPad for school purposes once. It's amazing for that fucking use case. I remember the first version of SteamOS and the Steam box that were made by Razer that just fucking broke on them, and the Steam controller that were fell apart in people's hands like it was like a piece of clay they were holding. I really hope that the build quality of the Steam Deck is going to be amazing. I only think the best hardware thing Valve has was the VR headset. But here's the thing. The only successful product Valve has ever had was a product they did not make themselves. And they bought. They bought the VR headset. It was already done, successful, and developed. They basically just bought it and it's now part of the Valve company, but they don't do much with it. You know, like if they buy something that's already made and already a success, you can fuck it up, but Valve normally don't do that. Like think about it. That's why I say to a lot of people, Valve don't care about Linux, because just look at how they are running the Steam software. Their whole existence is to make money on other people's work. Like, Valve made a business model of making money off other people's work. And that's what they're doing with Linux. You know, they are abusing Linux for their own gains. And they're only doing what they need to do. To kind of put a nail into the coffin here. Because I love shitting on the Steam Deck because it makes so many people angry. If we look at the Steam Deck marketing here. Just look here. Shipping updates, repair centers are now online, Steam Deck booklets, update shipping, reverse Steam Deck now, reserve Steam Deck now, so we made another update video, the Steam Dock, Steam OS updates, you know, the internals of it, the specs of it. How it looks with the... It's a sexy machine, don't get me wrong. Reservations, FAQs. Did you guys and girls anywhere here see Steam Deck being sold or marketing as a Linux desktop computer, as 99% of the fucking Linux community are talking about? No. What is it being marketed as from Valve themselves? A handheld gaming device. So for all of the people that think that Valve is going to help desktop Linux, I'm looking at you, Chris Titus Tech, DistroTube, and eBoss Central, and all the other, Brody Robertson is one of them also. This is what the marketing for the Steam Deck is. It's for gamers, not desktop. Can you use it as a desktop? Yeah. Does it run Linux? Yeah. But this is what they're going to focus on. Get games to work under the Steam Deck, not desktop Linux, the Steam Deck. This is their marketing. If you think that they are doing this to promote the Linux desktop. I want the fucking crack that you were smoking, and I want it in all my crevices. Like, if you can shove it up my ass, please do so. Because you were definitely high on some fucking copium, man. This is what the Steam Deck is about. Play games. Nothing else. Can you do other things with it? Yes, but this is its purpose. It's not to promote Linux desktop, get more people to use Linux and all that shit. No. It's to get people to play Steam library games while they take a shit. That's what it's meant for. It's meant for people that want a Switch or have a tablet to game on. That's the market group for this device, and it's one of the most exploding market groups or demographics in the world right now. Massively exploding in popularity and use cases. And well needed to be part of that market to make money. Because now they can sell Steam games on PC, Mac OS, and to handheld device lovers. That's why they did it. If you think anything else, you are fooling yourself and you're setting yourself up for failure. Because it's not going to happen. There are people that use the Steam Deck that explore Linux and see Linux and tend to use Linux. But 99% of people, they're using the Steam Deck for this fucking thing here. They probably don't have that great nails as this girl has here. Or guy. But they may be playing it while they're taking a massive dump. This is what it's built for. Nowhere here. They talk about Steam OS, but even if you fucking read the release notes, fan behavior, refresh rates, micro SSD compatibility, remote play together. Nowhere are they talking about using it. Hey, Dacia, nowhere here are they talking about it as a desktop operating system. Even in their own fucking patch notes to the Steam OS, they are talking about how it makes gaming better on the console or the device, not how desktop Linux is becoming better. I don't know why this is so difficult for Linux people to understand. Like, I honestly don't know how you can fool yourself. The only smart thing they did was Steam. Exactly. I remember all the CS kids yelling and screaming at Steam. I guess Half-Life 2 was the first PC game that required online connection. Yeah, I think you're right. Boy, that was a very controversial move back then. Yep. And today it's the standard because they just have pushed it into... Yep, I couldn't agree more. This kind of reminds me of Pokemon nowadays. They also do the bare minimum at the first Switch game. Oh, my dyslexia is kicking in here. The first Switch game hadn't even a post game until DLC came out. That sucks. It seems to be marketed as a console. The Steam Deck is marketed as a Switch alternative. That's the marketing spiel of it. Play your existing Steam games on the go. That's the market for it. Not Linux desktop. Not Arch Linux, not getting more games to work on the Steam desktop. It could be a side effect, of course. Could be a side effect. We will probably see some benefits of this. But for all of the Linux gamers out there, you know, the channel called the Linux Gamer, and all of those fucking channels that are dedicated to do Linux content around the Steam Deck, it would be like me making FreeBSD content about the operating system of PlayStation, because here's a newsflash for you. I think all the way back to the mid-90s, when the first version of the PlayStation came out, it ran a alternate proprietary version of FreeBSD. I think all the way back to the first one. Let's just say PlayStation 2, maybe PlayStation 3. Have FreeBSD ever seen any massive increase in gaming performances and gaming capabilities and gamers running FreeBSD? No. Another case, go Google this yourself because you're smart people. Nintendo have used Linux on and off for their devices since the 90s. Think about that. Like, it really drives me up the wall when I hear people talk like that. And I want to stop doing all of this Linux content because stuff like this here, like the cluelessness, the blindness, the unwillingness to see things that are right in... This is like... This is like telling someone you're about to run into a tree. It's right in front of you. It's this big fucking massive thing here. You're going to run into it. No, I'm not. Nope. No, I'm not. That's kind of like my reaction to the Linux community. Like, you were showing them all of these facts, and they plainly just disregarding it because it don't fit their narrative. And I can't deal with people like that, man. I get so angry when because I can't understand why people are not willing to look at what's going on. The demographic values aimed in this poll. Sorry, I need to. Hello again. There's just play games on the Steam Deck. It's designed to be that way, though. Yeah, but a lot of people don't see it like that, Daniel. They don't. They think that the Steam Deck is a gateway drug into desktop Linux. That's what most of the Linux YouTubers are saying. Jan, it's like when software developers try to design UI, it might work, but just looks ugly and doesn't fit the user. Yeah, that's that's a problem we also have with Linux. Most Linux developers have no fucking idea how to do UI design. I can kind of live with bad UI if the system is okay. Let's go into and do disk Steam Deck Linux. Here, can you use the Steam Deck as a real PC? Well, you know, can Steam OS and Steam Deck make Linux mainstream? Steam Deck, the best thing for Linux gaming yet. Like, you just see what I'm coming at here. This is why Linux, you know, this is all the ultimate Steam Deck. SteamOS and Steam Deck is taking over Linux gaming. No, it's not. A Steam Deck proof of Linux rise and Windows 10. No, it's... Oh my god, this makes me so angry. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's stupidity like this that are just fucking... Like... It's like again, it's like someone is standing in fire. And you're telling them, dude, you're standing in fire. And they're like, no, I'm not standing in fire. I'm like, come on, dude. It's getting you... Yeah, it's getting me... Yeah, it's getting me angry again. Yeah, it's... I don't know what it is. I just can't deal with people like that. I honestly can't. Let's look at the Linux markets, yeah. 2.9%. Are we ever going to go over, let's say, 10% or 5%? Probably never. Like, if you really want to see Linux decline, or sorry, Windows decline, we should see more market share. This is websites. I want to see the graph because people really like graphs. So Chrome OS, Linux 2.1%. Chrome OS is not Linux, by the way. It's not being regarded as Linux, as you can see here. OS 2 is still... OS 2 319. 90, sorry. Like 2% is not like nothing. Like 2% is not like nothing. It's still a lot of fucking people, don't get me wrong. Like, it is a lot of people. Like, there is billions to be made in this market here, don't get me wrong. But saying that Windows is declining and Linux is taking over the world and all, the numbers just don't back it up, man. And it has not backed it up for fucking decades. It's not. Linux is just standing at the same amount of here's one to say 3.6% and Mac OS, but if you look at the, you know, with Windows and stuff like that, Linux is like, it's almost unrecognizable. If you put Windows and Mac OS into a graph with Linux is almost unnoticeable on that graph. Almost unnoticeable. And that goes even if you go back to the 90s and up till now. You can barely see Linux in that graph if you do it like this here. But again, 2% of like the billions of computer market users that's out there, it's not saying that, oh my god, you can't make money on Linux, oh my god, nobody's using Linux. But we have to be honest about it, you know. We have to be honest where we sit. But we can't sit here and pretend like, you know, we are this big fucking thing when we are not. And it's not a diss to Linux, it's just reality of it. This is the reality of it. And yes, I like Linux, I love Linux, but we need to be realistic about what Linux is, how big it is, how much impact it has on the world, basically nothing. And I'm cool with that. Just don't try and sit here and dish other operating systems and look down on other operating systems, because they are fucking beating us like a fucking useless $2 hooker after a bad fucking blowjob. To be really animated. I'm taking a couple of days off to relax before holiday. Oh, you have Halloween and all that shit, right? Guys, I don't want to live in a world where all people use Linux. Just imagine all the duties you need to support. Yeah. And all the problems we have. Yeah. Like your mom is... Linux is horrible as a desktop operating system. It is. There are many reasons Unix was never marketed as a consumer OS, and many of those reasons imply why Linux is not a good consumer OS. And I will agree 1000%, Esnick. The sad reality is that 99% of Linux users want it to be a consumer OS. Linux will stay at this state. It's realistic to assume that the Mac might rise a bit in the market share. The Mac might rise a bit, yeah. I know someone does not mean Linux is growing. It's just mean that we know each other now. Yeah, exactly. Apple was the only successful attempt at taming a Unix-style OS for consumers. But that is... I couldn't agree more. It just drives me... So here's why I get angry when I see people trying to market Linux and hype Linux up to something that is not. And that's because someone will watch that video or read that article and they will be like, oh my god, Linux sounds like the perfect system for me. And then they use it and get massively disappointed. Like massively disappointed. And you know what they will be doing? They will be running as fast as they can back to Windows or Mac OS, and they will never give Linux a chance again. They will never look at Linux again. They will also hate Linux and the Linux users to some extent, or at least despise them. And they will tell their friends and families and anyone they can about that. So it's actually hurting us more than it's actually benefiting us. And that's what I don't like, because I want everyone to try Linux if they want to. I don't want people to be put off of Linux because we have overhyped it or give them a bad experience. I'd rather we give people the right experience or undersell Linux, and they try it out and they say, oh my god, this is not as bad as I thought it was, but it's not for me. I'd rather have them say that than, oh my god, you told me you could do all of these things and now... and they are bitching and moaning about it. No. We are hurting Linux, or we are hurting people's opportunities for trying Linux by overselling it, overhyping it, because they will go away with a bad experience. And that's what makes me sad and angry, because then you're taking choice away from people. There may be someone out there that's like, I've heard about this Linux thing. I should try it out just for fun and learn and expand my knowledge. And then someone's like, oh, no. I talked to someone on Reddit or someone in the comment section or Discord call, and they told me to use Linux, and they told they could do all of these things. And then when I tried it out, my webcam crashed and everything didn't work. And it took my kidney while I was sleeping and made my wife fuck the fucking janitor. Oh my god, I'm not going to try Linux then. And I want people to try Linux because you learn from it. You know, you expand your knowledge about other operating systems. But the way that we are treating Linux and overhyping it and promising things it can't do, we are taking that opportunity away from a lot of people. And I honestly feel that's a disservice to operating systems in general, like not just Linux. Like, I want everyone to be exposed to as many operating systems as possible, so they have choice, they can explore, they can, they can get their feet wet. Linux is a great way of keeping your mind busy if you're bored. It can be a great way to go into new uncharted territories for you. That don't mean that you will run it as a daily drive. It just means that just like learning to play the guitar. Instead of learning to play the guitar, let me learn Linux. But we're taking that possibility away from people by overselling it and giving a lot of people a bad experience with it, because then they're going to tell everyone that it's a bad system. I hope you can follow what I'm trying to say here. Let's be honest, Linux content, which is not technical, is easy content. So you say, like, preaching about Linux is easy. Is that what you mean? Zipper, install, leave Ubuntu, Linux alone, RPM. No, I won't. Because if we ignore this problem, we are doing a disservice. Okay, that's what you mean. Okay, gotcha. You can just spread out opinions, talk 20, 30-minute videos without any scripts into your cam and fanboys. So you're basically just ditching my own fucking channel. And my channel is built around talking about Linux and operating systems and technologies into a webcam with no script. Thank you. I will say this. I do poke the Linux fanboys. I don't talk after their mouth or give them the Kool-Aid, but that's kind of what I said many times. I kind of became a what you will call a commentary channel, because I do commentary on technology. I do want to do more tutorials and stuff like that, like I talked to you about. I do want to get more back into that stuff. And more Windows stuff and stuff like that. But I also do like to just do commentary, because a lot of people seem to like that you're giving their idea and opinion, and also that you're giving a opposite opinion of what is the mainstream, and playing devil's advocate a little bit. I had log with a guy on Fedora Discord regarding my adapter, but it was a pain in the butt. Oh shit. Oh, it's the DK. Oh yeah, DKMS. The person was nice. That's always no. Yep, that's what I mean. Let's not forget, a lot of your content is technical. Yeah, I don't know. I think you're being too kind now. I do tend to make a lot of videos where I just sit and talk about. It is technical talk, but it is in the end just my opinion, my experience, and stuff like that. Linux needs to make it easier. One form management and Debian. Yeah, it took professional support. I don't think that will ever get there, Conger. Like, we have had 30 years to fix that problem, and we have not done it yet. I have given up on Linux on the desktop. And every time I hear someone say that this is going to be the year of the Linux desktop, or the Linux desktop is winning and the open source is winning, I'm just going to throw all of these crap here at their face. It's like, show me where you're winning. Show me where you are winning. And then they're like, oh, let's look at Chrome OS and let's take Androids in. They do all of these mental gymnastics to fit their narrative. Oh my god, I'm making it in the world. We're getting a fucking spam bot here. Hide user. One thing that I really hate about YouTube is that it's so easy to moderate and hide a user, because let's say I want to hide Conker's message here or ban him. I can ban him, and right underneath banning him or hiding him is the add to moderator. So if I'm a little bit too fast on my fucking old hands here, I can, instead of hiding him, which basically means ban, I add him as a moderator. I did that one time with a bot because I was doing something over here on my screen, and I just quickly went over because it was highly offensive what they were saying. And I modded them, and then I had to ban them. They need to move that around a little bit, so maybe banning was at the bottom of the list, so it's really hard for you to make them a moderator by mistake. But yeah, it's it can be really, let's go back to this towards it. It can be a really interesting thing. What do we have here? Oh, Art's got an update. Linux from Linux FX, that's a distribution I can rant about. Banning speedrun, but the banning person become a mod. Speedrun failed by 10 frames. Yeah, I've done that a few times, sadly enough. I have sadly enough done that a few times. I learned a really interesting thing about Windows versus Linux that was like, made me think that Windows is probably the most modern and technical advanced system in the world compared to Linux. I figured out I could reset my graphic card driver and my graphics system with a 3 or 4 keyboard button shortcut under Windows. You cannot do that under Linux. You physically need to log out of your system and go into TTY and restart the display driver and manager, or reboot. Under Windows, you click what is the Windows Control, Shift, and B. So that would be 4 buttons. I think that's it. And then your screen flickers and you get a beep, and it has reset your graphic card driver. So if anyone out there, or this graphic card and display driver, so if anyone out there is having problem with, for some reason your graphic card seems to be lagging or bugging, or you get stuttering under Windows or games and stuff like that, try and do that under Windows. And again, I'm talking out of my ass right now. I don't know this, but I think the reason why you could do that under Windows is because it's a hybrid kernel, where Linux is a monolithic kernel. And also Linux... No, Christian, I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. I know you didn't want to play my channel. I'm fucking with you, okay? I'm just poking you a little bit here. I know you didn't mean that. I mean it in that way. I'm just fucking with you. Don't don't take it too seriously. I'm just fucking with you. Yeah, but another thing with the Linux kernel don't have driver crash protection. So if a driver crash in Linux, it will take the whole system down with it. Where under Windows you could have like network card drivers crash, you could have audio driver crash, and they are protected from the operating system. And I think it's because of the design. So that kind of made me a little bit like, I actually fucking love this. Like, I wish Linux had that. Yeah, but yeah, again, it's just a cool thing that I found messing around with Windows. And I need to do more videos about those cool things you can do with Windows, because you can do a lot of cool things with Windows. Windows is best for drivers. I haven't had the need to hunt down a driver. Hey, the same here, man. You're talking about Flatpaks. Drivers on Linux, I take you with me down. With me. Yeah, like... Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of shit going on with Windows that are really fucking crazy and stuff like that on a technical level also. Like, some of it is like, what the fuck are you doing? Like with any operating system, there's no perfect operating system, but I just found that really cool. Like, for some reason, I found that really cool. But here again, I've been using Windows for 30 years or more, and I just learned that, like, I think it was this week. So you learn something new all the time, even though you're using it you're using it. I will love that content. Once I started using PowerToys, PowerShell, and Windows Terminal, I thought, oh my god, this is so amazing. Never going back to Linux, and Windows Substance for Linux, of course. Yeah. I have never really dived into the technical... Well, I kind of have, but I have never really dived into the technical side of Windows the same way I did with Linux. To some extent, because I've always been told that you can't do that. That's what we have Linux for. That's for the tech people, the nerds, and people that want to dive in and geek out. And that's just not the case, man. You can do a lot of great things with Windows. A lot of great things. And you can nerd out a lot with Windows. And been doing that for 20 plus years under Linux, you kind of get a little bit like, yeah, I know about that, I tried that, not that I have know everything about Linux or tried everything about Linux, but you tend to try all of the interesting things first and do it a couple of times over the years, and then you kind of, it's like, it's just the same old. But figuring out all of the neat things you can do with Windows kind of was like, oh, this is like, learning Linux again to some extent. Like this new, there's so much new things to explore. And Windows is not really locked down as much as people say it is. Realizing that is actually a liberating experience. It's like, It makes you want to tinker with Windows just like you want to tinker with Linux. And I like that. I like that I can tinker with my systems. But I bought into the whole fucking Linux community spiel about Windows, you know. You can't do anything with Windows and blah, blah, blah and all that. And I bought into it for fucking almost 20 years. I'm not going to lie. Up till a couple of years ago, I was, Windows, you can't do much with Windows. But the Christian's Discord community opened my eyes to PowerShell, and I started to dig into that. I have a video coming up about it, just looking around with PowerShell, and then I will make a mini-series with PowerShell, me learning it, and the things you can do in there, it's amazing. It's not, to the same great extents as with Linux, but you can do a lot of things with Windows. PowerToys is my have-to software at this point. I need to look into PowerToys for Windows 11, but I haven't really needed it for Windows 11, to be honest. Offer the PC with paid support and a free version of DUIs. Windows doesn't even seem to be that locked down to begin with. No, it's not really, Jan. It's not really. It is more locked down than Linux, of course. What I hate about Windows, there's just too much obscure stuff in the background going on. That's true. The troubleshooting, logging, and documentation is horrible there. Yeah. And I think that's an engineering problem. Engineers are not good at making documentation. Developers and engineers are really bad at making documentation. And companies don't focus on documentation that only engineers and developers are going to look at. They really like to make great documentations for the consumers. And Windows, not Windows, but Windows have really great consumer documentation where Linux don't. Linux is incredible with the traces for debugging and logging. Yeah, what is it? There's this logging tool under Windows that will show you like you can set it up so if what the fuck is it called? Windows. I saw it in a. Give me a second here. No, in Windows, I think it was. Here. So the app he shows in the thumbnail here, this one here, 8 hidden Windows tools you shouldn't ignore. It's an amazing debugging tool and logging tool. It also you can set it up to monitor apps, so if they crash, they make like a break in this graph, and you will see all kind of fucking crazy shit with them. I just can't remember what it's called, but I used it because I had VirtualBox at one point crashing my system every time I booted up a virtual machine. So I used this tool to basically track VirtualBox and see what it was some form of registry entry kind of thing that they got wrong. So it blue screened every time I opened up a virtual machine. And all I had to do was uninstall it and install it again, and it just worked. But that program actually showed me what was going on with the RAM and the CPU and the threads and all of that fucking shit. How much it occurred and when it occurred and stuff. I can't remember what it's called. But it's an amazing tool, man. But yeah, there's so much amazing stuff you can do with Windows. Oh, I know what this is. Yeah, I got this one here, yeah. Nitrux, or what the fuck it's called. Linux Lite, this is SNX's most favorite Linux distribution in the whole wide world. But I also just love Linux that you can do everything with it. And you can make it your own little unique little thing. But at some point, you stop wanting to be a hacker. or you stop wanting to look like a smart person as you see in all of those tech movies and TV series and stuff like that. Because nobody really cares how fancy and dancy your desktop looks like and how much you customize it and how much alien it looks. It may turn some heads, but in the end they don't really care. So I'm like, why are we putting all of this effort into it then? Linux Fedora fanboy. It's never good to be a fanboy. It's not good to be a fanboy. Because being a fanboy kind of blinds you for a lot of things because you are a fanboy. Being a fan is okay, but being a fanboy, like someone that is like die-hard fan of a product or a thing, it seals you for a lot of things that you may not want to listen and hear to. You're not so open for new ideas and criticisms and so on and so on. Because you are a fanboy or fangirl or what you will call it. Like you are like a hardcore fan, and we all are, like I have stuff that I'm a hardcore fan of, and I know I am, and I know it makes no sense that I'm that dedicated to this brand, but it's just been amazing for me my whole life. And when people are criticizing it, I don't really like it, but I also know that I'm a fan of it, like a fanboy of it, and fanboys are funny and they are not funny. It depends on how toxic they are about being a fan, you know. It depends on how far away they are. They want to push it. Like there was someone that told me one time that they would unsubscribe to my channel and wish like the worst thing on me if I started to use Ubuntu as my daily driver. And this came from I think an Arch Linux fanboy. Like that's taking it too much. Just get the job done. Yeah, that's what people care about, that you get the job done. OpenSUSE forever. Woo. I do like OpenSUSE, and it's probably like it would be the one that I would be using on and off forever. Yeah. Heavy customization or not? We're still running the same Linux kernel or not? We're still exactly. Exactly. Oh, OpenSUSE 37 is being delayed. Oh. Well, if it's because to make it better, I love that. Something about security. Yeah, something to do with OpenSSL, apparently. I just speed read it. I didn't really read into it too much. Voyager. It's actually a really, really interesting release, to be honest. Sorian, yeah. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Nothing but a peanut. I was just impressed with how the Fedora has been working. Not that I'm clued into it. I'm keeping an eye on Debian and OpenSUSE too. I do like Fedora. Fedora is like one of my top favorite distributions to run. No doubt about it. If I was more of a mobile person, meaning that I was, going to university or had like a desk job where I needed to have a laptop with me and stuff like that, it would be running Linux. Or my laptop that I have with me, I've always run Linux. And it would probably be either Ubuntu, Fedora, or OpenSUSE, one of those three. But ever since 2000, when I got my first laptop, they have always run Linux. Took them with me at jobs and took me, when I was traveling and stuff like that. And but now we have phones and tablets, laptops is almost non-needed anymore. But yeah, yeah, but like when you see stuff like this here, let's be honest. Let's open the link in a new window here, or tab. Like it looks cool, it looks fancy, and it will draw people into, like, oh, this looks so much more different and fancier than Windows, and yeah, I get it, fancy stuff. Sometimes Debian is the best choice, depends on the purpose. Yeah, like you should, this is what you, again, this is just my opinion, of course, but this is what you should be doing if you really care about your operating system and you want the best. Oh, for fuck's sake, man, why don't they just suck my cock to begin with? The fucking spam bots. If you really are serious about your let's say Linux distribution, if you really are serious about finding the best Linux distribution, you have to fucking test them out for the purpose that you want to do. You can't say that Ubuntu is by default the best or blah blah blah. If you need a X server or you need a Linux distribution for X, Y, and Z workload, you have to test them out, man. Figure out which one is the best. Which one is the most optimized for this specific workload. Or you have to do the optimization yourself. I have a massive problem with this whole thing that people just plainly recommend, not Linux, but recommend Arch for everyone, or Ubuntu for everyone, or Mint for everyone. Especially when we're talking professional work. No, you need to fucking figure out if it actually is the best. For a new to Linux kind of guy or girl, yeah, recommend Mint or Ubuntu, I get that, but when we're talking about, okay, I need an editing station. Well, let's test a lot of fucking distributions to figure out which one is the best. Vanilla OS, anyone tried it? It asks a Discord account for an invite. Ask for a discount. Vanilla OS is, if it's another Linux distribution, I really don't care, and most people will not give a fuck about it. Every new Linux user should go through the distro hopping phase. I don't know if they should. But the thing about distro hopping is this, like, it's like stuff like this here. Oh, it looks fancy, it looks new. It's the grass is greener on the other side, and 9 out of 10 times the grass is not greener. It looks better, it looks cleaner, it looks greener, you know. The neighbor's wife may look hotter, sexier, and better, but then you have to live with her, and she's a fucking nightmare. You know, everyone suffer from that fucking thing, that we always are looking out for the next big, best, better thing. But most of the time, it's not. The amount of people, and this may shock a lot of you guys and girls out there, but the amount of people that have gone to Linux because they want, you know, the grass is greener, and messed around with Linux for years to just end up back at, like I said, Mac OS or Windows. There are probably more people that have done that, probably more than once, that there are actually Linux users. That would not be surprising to me. That there are more people have tried Linux and wanted to stick with Linux because of this, everything is greener on the other side, and went back to Windows than there are actually Linux users. Desktop users, not enterprise users, but desktop users. Because after a while, they figured out that, well, for what they are doing, Windows actually just fit their needs better. And yeah, I desktop hop all the time, and it's because, you know, I want a fresh, you know, I want it to look different. I want to, you know, a new perspective and stuff like that. And then I just go back to KDE in the end anyway. Let's see. Eventually, they should go out of it. A lot of people don't go out of distro hopping, to be honest. And a lot of people make a YouTube career out of distro hopping. I had fun distro hopping and learned some in and outs about Linux, but that you do learn a little bit about, you know, different package managers and stuff like that. Of course you do that, but in the end, it really don't matter. It really don't matter. What you can do under Arch, you can do under Debian. What you can do under Gentoo, you can do under Ubuntu. All a Linux distribution is like, what presets do you like? It's kind of like EQing, you know, your radio or your headphones. It's like you find a distribution with the right EQ for your liking, aka the right presets for your liking. That's all it comes down to. Do I like a distribution that have all the bells and whistles? You go with that one. Do I like a distribution where I choose everything? You go with another one. Or do I want something in the middle? You go with a third one. Or do I want something that's massively different? You go with a fourth one. It's just all about finding the distribution that you like the presets of. Because in the end, you should be able to do the same on any distribution. Like, you should be able to do the same on any distribution. It's just about, okay, I like Pac-Man more than I like apt-get or apt. Or I like Zipper more than I like Emerge and stuff like. Or I like the effort they put into GNOME with Ubuntu versus Fedora. You know, that's what it comes down to: the presets and the focus that the distribution have, and that makes the distribution matter. It's not. I'm not saying that distribution don't matter, because it matters to you what you want out of a distribution. But you should still be able to do everything you want on any Linux distribution. Some makes it a little bit more difficult than others to do what you want. And that's why you may not choose that distribution. But that distribution may do something way easier and more better for something or for other workloads that other people like. So you need to find the distribution that fits with your presets or your IQ, or what you will call it. Or EQ, not IQ, EQ, sorry. EQ, equalizer. So when you found your preset that you like, you should be able to do everything. I love saying this to a lot of the people that are like, oh, I don't like this Linux distribution because it's using old hard software and stuff like that. And me as a pro user and power user and smart Linux user that know everything about Linux, I need to run this distribution because it wants newer software. I'm like, so you don't know how to download a tarball and compile it then? So how good at Linux are you really? You don't know how to be your own package manager then. How good are you at Linux? Like, you should not choose a distribution. Like, yes, of course, if you want the latest and greatest all the time, and that's your preference, of course you go with Arch Linux. But if you only need one program to be the absolute latest and greatest, there are so many ways you can do that under every Linux distribution. There's snap packs, the flat packages, and tarballs, you know, combined from source yourself. And if you only have like one or two programs you really need for work or other preferences to be the latest and greatest. Yeah, take care, Christian. I will be stopping by soon, man. Then you should be able to run any distribution. Because you can get the latest and greatest on any distribution, just about how much work are you willing to put into it. Like, of course, if you want your desktop environment to be the latest and greatest, maybe not one Debian stable then. But if you, let's say you want Chrome or you want the VLC to be the latest and greatest, there are backporting on Debian stable, snap packages, flat packages, app images, and of course the good old tarball. So a lot of the self-proclaimed Linux experts that ditching one distribution for another, it basically just comes down to them not knowing the basics of being an advanced Linux user. And that kind of drives me up the wall. That's another rant I could do for like 10 fucking hours. What the fuck is this music? It sounds like we're in a fucking elevator or something like that. Yeah, this is an interesting distribution. It's a France distribution. Anything from France is fucking bullshit, by the way. Just putting it out there. Is that the Scarlett Johansson? But for real, endless OS seems dope. Yeah. I agree to a point that any distro can be used for any purpose, but source-based distros do require different maintenance. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if you regard yourself as a true Linux aficionado, like you just fucking know Linux, you are a Linux guru, as a lot of people like to think they are. It should not matter what distro you're wanting to do anything you want to do. Other than I prefer this over that, or I prefer this release model over that release model, or I like this community over that community. But you should be able to do any workload you want on any distribution. Some do it more easily for you than others. But you should still be able to do so. And 9 out of 10 times that when people come at me with that and I say to them, well, then you do know you can just do this and this and that. Oh, it's too complicated, and then they make all kind of excuses. I'm like, well, then you're not as smart as you think with Linux, and that's okay. But you're just fooling yourself. So we have Voyager, Ubuntu. Why are there so many releases here? GS, Glorious Eggroll, I think that. So let's see what. Oh my, this is a problem of too many distributions. Okay. Ubuntu GNOME. What happened here? Thanks for whatever happened here for the subscribers. For the subscribe. So we have Ubuntu GNOME XFCE no LTS. Ubuntu GNOME XFCE LTS. Ubuntu XFCE LTS. Ubuntu GNOME LTS, Gaming Ubuntu, XFCE LTS, Ubuntu GNOME, oh my god. Oh, now we are 18. Voyager 11, Bullseye, Debian Bullseye, GNOME. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. This is too... I love a distribution with a focus. This is a perfect example of how not to run a distribution. You cannot be everything. This is like being, I want to be a plumber, I want to be a chef, I want to be an administrator, I want to be a pole dancer, I want to be a Playboy model, I want to be a mechanic, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be homeless, I want to live in a big mansion. Oh my god. It's a long voyage with that man. Yeah, fuck yes, man. Come on. Just pick one or two fucking directions, my friend. This is probably made by like a 12-year-old. It's like Star Trek Voyage. I don't know. I kind of want to make my own OpenSUSE distribution just for fun. I kind of want to go into the distribution making market just for fun. And for the experience and the learning and stuff. I don't think I will ever release the ISO, but I kind of want to, I don't know, get into it a little bit. For sure, of the Linux world. Well, a lot of car manufacturers have all of these fucking crazy different models. But yeah, it's crazy, man. It's a crazy thing, dude. A fun thing. I don't know if it's fun, but something that I have thought about a little bit. And again, this is just crazy thoughts I get sometimes when I'm laying in bed with my penis in my hand. It's like, would my life be so much better without Linux in it? And to some extent, I think yes. Because when I use Linux, I'm frustrated about the community. I'm frustrated about all the distributions. I'm frustrated that Linux is as small as it is. And then I'm not, because it makes Linux unique and we can do all of these things. And then I'm not frustrated about all of the distributions because I didn't want to make my own distribution, because like anyone else, I think I can do it better than anyone else. And it's just like this. There's so many contradictions in Linux that sometimes I think like I would live a happier life if I didn't have this fucking chaos in my life. I think the combination of GNOME, XFCE, and Flat... let me try again. I think the combination of GNOME, Fedora, and Flatpaks being developed by Red Hat makes it a smoother experience. GNOME is not being developed by Red Hat. It has a lot of Red Hat developers working for it, but there's also a lot of, or not working, but contributing. Red Hat also contribute to KDE and XFCE to some extent and other open source projects. So I would not put GNOME in there, but I would say Fedora and Flatpak is probably their biggest efforts, yeah. Not release the ISO. What? You don't want to make your own MPC copies? Yeah, CentOS. It's too close to CentOS. That will never work, man. That will never work. But I kind of want to focus. I kind of want to do it with OpenSUSE because I think OpenSUSE deserve a lot more limelight. And even though I don't like a lot of the developers, well, I have not really spoken to the developers, but some of the developers are a little bit too fucking pig-headed online and stopping and stuff like that. I do feel that OpenSUSE for a lot of people would be a perfect fucking fit for a lot of arts people. Go back to TRT OS. The problem is that there's a massive company called TRT that are doing software-related stuff, I think it is. So it could be mistaken as their OS. That's why I had to change the name. Like there's a if you Google TRT here, TRT International help you and your business. The IT deliver IT solutions and stuff like that. So if I call it Tiger OS, could be a good one, yeah. But if I call it TRG OS, people will just think that it's this fucking massive company's internal OS. Also, it looks like it's from fucking India or Taiwan or something like that. I don't even know where this exists. Where is it from? Contact us. I can get an internship. Oh. Or maybe you can see it in link, not Twitter. Well, maybe sometimes Twitter shows you where it's from. Vietnam. Not Tiger. Trigger OS. I kind of like Tiger OS better. And then the logo could be like a tiger. Or, yeah, a tiger. You know, like a sexy tiger. Like, meow. Like a little kid, like a really, really hot girl in a tiger suit. That could be really funny. That could be the logo. Oh yeah, oh my god. This is the funniest fucking thing ever. I still, to this day, I still get people yelling at me for this video here because I have a girl on the fucking thumbnail. Oh, I clicked on the thumbnail because of the hot girl. I'm like, dude, fuck, man. It's a wallpaper that the FreeBSD community have made. I'm like, if you only click on a video because there's a hot girl, there's a site called Pornhub. Okay? It's free. You can go in there and you can spank the monkey. You don't need to watch YouTube to spank the monkey. Or you go on to Google and you just type in hot girl, non-nude. And you can spank your little fucking monkey to that one. Like, the amount of people that have fucking bitched about this thumbnail is unbelievable. Like, oh, I expected this girl to be in the video. It's a fucking professional model. Don't you know that? Like, come on, man. Oh. Open source a tumbleweed. Yeah, I'm on that right now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, open source is really underrated. Yeah. I'm just like, how the fuck, man? I can't stop making fun of them when they comment on that video. It's so funny. I need, in general, here's the thing. If any of you guys out there and girls want to do YouTube, never fucking interact with the comment section. Like, the comment section on YouTube is a cesspool. There are good people there, but for a lot of instances, it's fucking bullshit you're dealing with. Like, there are people in comment section claiming that they are, you know, having some form of high education, and they barely know how to turn on a fucking computer. And I'm like, are you fucking bullshitting me or something like that? Like, what's going on here? How can I tell you how things work when you apparently have an education way higher than mine? There's something there's something disconnecting here. It's this girl here didn't get so many people clicking on it because there was a girl on it. So apparently redheads, nerdy redhead girls are not in that high demand, but slim, young-looking redheads that show a little bit of Tommy is in high demand. You have to fucking love YouTube, man. Social media in general is fucking amazingly stupid, man. That's a fucking big pizza, man. I need to make a video one day where I take all of the fucking craziest comments. The number of distros should follow the same rule as cowball in music. More cowballs, more distro. Or rule. Yeah, nah. Oh my god, I can't wait for kernel 6.6.6. Oh my god, that's going to be so amazing. I hope the community pick up on that. I hope the community pick up on that when 6.6.6 comes out. I hope it comes out. It would be amazing. The devil's kernel. It could be so fucking amazing, man. Big titty girls in high demand, yeah. Yeah, a kernel version 69 is another one, yeah. A Linux Doom edition, yeah. 69 could be another good one. 6.9. I have a look at like what happens when he reads kernel version 20? Like, I know it's a lot of years in the future, probably like 50 years or something like that. And he will probably also, we all will probably be dead by then. Or maybe not 50 years, but 60. We may be alive. Some of us may be alive. What would he do then? Go to 21? Kernel 21? Or do the whole Linux world just crumble and implode into itself? That's the next big question. What do we do? Like, we have to look out for the future. What do Linus do if he's... I don't think he will be alive because he's like 60 or something now if I'm not mistaken. What would happen in like 60 years or so when he reached... Well, probably more than 60 years because it took... maybe 60 years time, yeah. 60, 70 years time when we reach kernel 20. Or will we just be a kernel 20 dot whatever? No, because... Well, we do have dot numbers here. That's 222... 200. So after the third dot, he will go over 20. So it'll be 20.20 and then just a fucking long number. If Linux is even fucking around back then. Go back to 1.0. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. Reset. Yeah. But I honestly don't think Linux will be around at that time. I think we all will have moved on to some different operating system. Like the whole fucking paradigm of computing will... Like at that time, like in 30, 50, 60 years, it will probably all be fucking quantum computing or something different like that. And they will all be running some form of other operating system we have never heard about. Probably owned by the same companies, but, a totally different fucking operating system. Because the next paradigm shift is going to be ARM processors. Everything is going to be ARM processors in the future. The x86 platform has done. It's on its way out, man. It's not going well for it. They're starting to get massively fucking hot, and we're reaching the limit of what that silicon can do. Linux would be on a chip instead of heads. It is on a chip. Well, it's on a computer. Well, there's also Linux on chips. I think Minix is running on Intel CPUs in the kernel, not kernel, but on the CPU. And I think Linux to some extent also is on AMD. I can't fucking remember it right now. But yeah, the next paradigm shift we are going to have is ARM processors. That's kind of what Apple have shown us. That ARM processors are going to be the next thing inside all our heads. Okay, gotcha. I don't even think that, because I think we will go over to ARM. And then that will run its course. That will reach the limits of its capabilities. And when that happens, quantum computing may be the next step. And that means new operating system paradigms and all of that fucking shit. And I think that will be develop a new operating system for that from all of the big players in the field at that point. But we will probably not be alive. Like, we will probably all be dead at that time. We are talking way, way in the future. Like, at least 100 years or so. Maybe not. Maybe 100 years. And the fun thing about ARM processors is that they are built like a fucking tablet. You know, they're just a tablet with more ports on them. And bigger system on chips. And RAM modules and internal storage. All silicon-based chips are reaching their limits in. Yeah, ARM still have a brighter future because we can still push it a little bit more, efficiency and speed-wise. So we still have a lot of headroom because of the design of them. And they don't have all the legacy code in them and design in them. So they will still carry silicon in the future for a long while, but I've been talking 30 years or 100 years, that probably. With Fedora to release ThinkPad, with Fedora pre-installed, I'm guessing that has the least contributors to show how solid it's been on those things. You have been, Benjamin, you have been able to buy Linux, Fedora, and Ubuntu on laptops ever since fucking 2010-ish. Like, it's not going to... That's a mute statement. They just won the partnership agreement. Fedora. They may have put feelers out to Ubuntu and SUSE and all of that, and then Fedora was the best deal for them. That's probably how it went down. That's how business is being done. Hey, if we promote you, what would you do for us? And the other way around and stuff like that. And the best deal was with Fedora. But again, I think... Actually, if before 2010, you could get computers pre-installed with Linux on it. But it really only took off with laptops in like the 2010s. Hey, Benjamin. Well, we have Benjamin Albright and Benjamin in here. That's cool. That's nothing new. And why do Dell and HP choose the distribution they chose? It's partnership, you know. Who if we work with you and, you know, you have to work with us, how do we get the best deal out of this? I think the IBM heritage is behind the choice of Fedora on the Lenovo. Yeah, they probably have something to do with it also, yeah. To Benjamin, stop the trouble. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. What about VJ Kernel? Yeah, probably. Who knows? Who cares? Who gives a fuck? Like we have had Linux pre-installed on computers. Like, remember the old, like, was it TOS PC? This system here, like, it was 2007, and it was made for a computer, this good OS, and it was sold in Walmart or something like that. On laptops and desktops all the way back in. The dude that made this system, he made the Chinese version of Twitter, and then we had I might as well just full screen it. Then we had like Lindows. That they then changed to Linspire. Was founded in... Oh no, that's not it. Linspire, that's the one I'm looking for. Initial release 2001. They also had hardware agreements with the computer manufacturers, like in the early 2000s, again in Walmart and Sears and stuff like that. But they didn't. They couldn't, keep it around. So we have tried this over and over again for 2 decades now, and it never changed, man. It never changed. It just keeps being the same shit over and over again. Tumbleweed, Papyrus Icon, and Bocce. I like your style, man. I can... Yeah, is it Papyrus? I think it is. I can't remember. GOS was sold in computers in Walmart. Yeah, that's right. That's Walmart. That's it, yeah. Apple M1 and M2 are kinda nice, but I will never buy their closed garden ecosystem. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. And to some extent, you are just in a... if you're running Linux, you're also in a walled garden. We just have a lot of... our walls is not that obvious. And some of the walls are put up there by the community. But there are still things that we got, like if you talk on a community level within Linux, there's things that you are looked down upon for doing with Linux and stuff like that. And you can't do this and that with Linux that you can do with other systems and stuff like that. No matter where you go, you will have walls around the garden. It's just how big is the garden and how high are the walls and how obvious are the walls. Is there someone putting them up, or is there a group of people putting them up, and all of these kind of things going on and on and on and on. I don't think you, like, as an end user. Let's forget about the fucking whole philosophical aspect of it and ethical or whatever you will call it. As an end user that just wants to use your computer, it don't matter where the fuck you are. Like, it don't matter if you're on Windows or Linux or Mac OS or FreeBSD. If you can do what you want to do with your operating system, you will be happy. Or doing it. As an end user. It's just like, I don't like the philosophy of this system over that system. That's why most people have problems with Windows. Oh, I don't like it doing this, telemetry and data collection, but I'm okay with Google taking it or other services, but I don't like Microsoft taking it. And if you put all of those philosophical things aside, it don't fucking matter what OS you're on if you can do the job you need to be done. As an end user. It's only when you try to make it into being more than it is, a tool, that now we are starting to talk about, okay, I like the philosophy of this system over that system. Okay, I'm working a lot with the internals of an operating system, so I prefer this internals over that internal system. Or I'm a coder, I like how easy it is to set up a coding environment under Linux versus Windows, so therefore I prefer Linux. Now we're starting to talk about something else. But if you're just a normal everyday fucking user, it don't really matter. Walled garden or not, or whatever. Hey Marcus, or whatever you will call it. IBM is buying Red Hat. Oh, that's a long time ago, man. They bought it long time ago. Yeah, that was amazingly fucking... They only dislike Apple because of what they did with their line of MacBooks laptop. Is that the butterfly keyboard thingy? Or what happened there? I can't remember. Like, I'm not that versed in the Apple ecosystem and what is going on with it. Hey, Mr. Baba. Oh, the overheating. Okay, gotcha. I think Apple died with Steve Jobs. Well, Apple is doing quite well. Apple is the most successful company in the world, even after Steve Jobs. Like, Apple have more money in cash in their bank than some countries have. Like, in hard cash. Than some countries have in their country. In gold and cash and currency. Did Apple... I don't know if... I do think that Apple have lost something. Like, there was something about Apple when Steve Jobs was there. Like, there was some magical stuff with Apple when Steve Jobs was there. But I think it comes down to it was just because he was the, one of the OGs of this whole computing fucking movement or computing journey that we are on. When we are all like, cray and old, and we look back like 30 years back, 20 years back to all of this, and we look back at Steve Jobs and Steve Ballmer and Bill Gates and stuff like that, we may not regard them as highly as we do today. They gave us a lot of amazing things and a lot of technologies, but they would not be regarded as gods as they are today. They would just be, ahead of their times, paradigm shifters and stuff like that. Debian will not, IBM will not, if IBM also bought Debian, they will own Linux. No, they would not. You cannot own Linux. You cannot own Linux. Linux is the kernel. Linux is the kernel, and you cannot own Linux because it's owned by Linus and the Linux Foundation. You have to buy Linus, basically, to own the kernel. And if that happens, well, it's open source, so you can fork it. Nobody owns Linux. The only one that really owns Linux is Linus Torvalds. He owns Linux. It's his trademark. He owns it. I think it's his trademark, or it's his trademark under the Linux Foundation's umbrella or something to that nature. But he is basically Linux. What features of OpenSUSE did you find that other distributions lack? The YAST control center, the zipper package manager, the testing and quality control going into the packages for a rolling release standpoint, that they actually test their packages. They do a lot of R&D on their systems and software packages and stuff like that. The OpenSUSE software, that's basically just one big software shop for third-party repositories for software that you don't find in your repositories. The OpenQA quality assurance system, the build system in the back end where you can set up and make packages for all kind of distributions, not just for OpenSUSE. The Kiwi system where you can respin any distribution almost on Earth. Do I need to go on? Do I need to go on? But I don't miss them when I'm on other distributions. It just makes OpenSUSE unique compared to those distributions. Debian is a true community distribution, not up for sale, thankfully. Yeah, everything can happen in the future, though. I used to be able to do things on Mac that I don't think I will be able to do nowadays. It get more locked down for my taste. You can't say that until you try. I used Apple in 2004 for a short time. I tried it out there, 4-ish. Then I used it in 2008 for a year or so. I have Mac OS running on a Mac laptop with the Catalina on it. And I can do the same fucking shit as I've been able to do all those years. Now we have Homebrew for fucking Apple. We didn't have that in the past. And what Homebrew gives you is basically access to a shit ton of open source software. Like, it's basically, if it's on Linux, you could probably find it under Homebrew and run it under Mac OS. Like, it's amazing what you can do with Homebrew. We didn't have that in the past. So you can probably do more with Mac OS than you can do in the past. Doesn't Windows own Linux? Yep, I own Linux. How is the gaming? They dropped 32-bit libraries. Does Proton Proton don't work under Mac OS. Mac OS have never been good for gaming. Never. It's nothing new. Actually, if you look on Mac OS today versus 2004 and 8, you can play more games. But you cannot play the same games as you can under Linux and FreeBSD and Windows. You just can't. Mac OS and gaming have never been, a thing. Never. Most people that use Mac OS, they have a console if they're gaming or stuff like that. That's just how it... Like, it has gotten better than in the past, yes. But if you think that, oh my god, I can sit and play the same amount of games on the Windows, and there are probably more natively supported games under Mac OS than Linux. Like, natively supported. But with Proton and Wine and all of that, yeah, you can't compete with Windows and Linux. And I don't think that Wine works that well under Mac OS, to be honest. Can you even run Wine under Mac OS? Well, apparently you can. Oh, it won't work. Yeah, we need 32-bit require. Okay, so Wine don't work anymore. I think you can play Oregon Trail on Mac OS, yeah. I think Mac is perfect for creative. That I will agree with. They do a lot to make creative work a lot more convenient. Well, there you go. It don't support Vulkan. Again, I think you can get it to work though. I've heard someone talk about it though. Yeah, here, Molten Vulkan. There's an implementation for Vulkan under Mac OS. I thought I heard something about that, yeah. But like on from a hardware, well, the M1 and M2 chips are not really game chips, to be honest. Can you game on them? Yeah. But here's the thing. Like, Apple allows you to run a lot of iOS games, though. So, if it's on iOS, you can probably run it under Mac OS. Because they kind of have what Windows is trying to do with Android. They have that for Mac OS. So if you like mobile games and stuff like that, you are fucking set under iOS. Oh, sorry, under Mac OS. Now I really want a Hackintosh. Let's not talk about Hackintosh. I need a Mac Mini in my life. I need a Mac Mini in my life. So I can mess with Mac OS. I have my laptop, but it can't run the current version of Mac OS. So I basically just have Manjaro installed. I haven't opened it for like a month now. I need to reboot and upgrade it. But it's like a 2011 MacBook, so it's really, really old. But yeah, I kind of want to mess around with current Mac OS. I really do. Because I think it could be an interesting... Like, again, I'm thinking content. It could be interesting content to make. And they are trying, I guess, to get games to Mac. Haven't seen... I have seen they want support. Yeah, Resident Evil, that's right. Yeah. Well, look at Mac Mini. Mac Minis are not that expensive. Like, a Mac Mini is not that expensive. Like, a Mac Mini M1 is not that expensive. What about the Apple pimping? No, Hackintosh is not a thing. As soon as they kill off x86 support, and they will do that not that long in the future, like in like 2 or 3 years, x86 is being killed off. Hackintosh is bad. Yeah, M1 kind of killed off Hackintosh. When the new Mac OS don't support Intel hardware anymore, Mac OS or Hackintosh is out of the question. But I kind of want us to move away over to ARM processors, though. We have the x86 is on its last legs, man. And then we can ride the train a little bit on ARM until we need some totally new paradigm for CPUs. And that could probably be quantum computing or whatnot. Let's see if there is any patches. I'm just waiting to see if it actually shows patches here. No, none's found. What about updates? It seems to be the same updates as always. Oh, we have events. It's also just a minor update. It's a point release update. I want a PowerPC Mac Mini to run Morpho. Oh yeah, that could be amazing. I kind of want that also. It's sad Macs are powerhouses. They will make good gaming machines. Yeah, but they would. What we need to, they need to be that games needs to be coded for it. And let's be honest, most games are coded for the x86 processor because it's the most used one out there. I wonder something about Gecko Linux rolling. Do updates happen the same time like Tumble? Yeah. Gecko is they're using Tumbleweed repositories. So yeah, they may have a few of their own repositories, but 99% of the time, on whatever you will call it, it's mostly based on Tumbleweed. They just have, again, it's the presets that's different from Tumbleweed. They put a little bit tender love and care into the ISO before releasing it. And they give you the option of the Kali mouse install to give you a way faster installation process. They do handle BTRFS and Snapper, a little bit different than OpenSUSE. So if you're going to use BTRFS, it's not, apples to apples anymore. But there's only like a really select few things that Gecko do different than normal OpenSUSE. But I just don't see a point to do it. You can set it up to do the exact same thing. They prefer the Pacman repository over the normal repositories. You can just go into YAST and enable software. Oh, that's not software management. That's not the one I want. Software repositories, and add the community repos called Pacman and stuff like that. And then in the software manager, if I want to open it again, by the way, you go into repositories. You go into, where's Pacman, and then you go click up here, switch system packages to this version in this repository. So I need to do that apparently. So this means that it prefer. So when you're doing an update, it will be update from the Pacman repositories before it will look for other repositories. So if there is a Mesa driver update in the normal repository and in the Pacman repository, it will use the one in the Pacman repository. Because Pacman repository, look at it a little bit like the AUR. It tends to have a lot of the things that OpenSUSE normally can't ship. So proprietary bits and bobs and codecs and stuff like that. And it tends to be a little bit more up to date and done by the community and all that fucking jazz-lazzle. So you can do it like this here. I'll just do accept. It's going to update these things. Let's just do that. And then they have a repository for Nvidia drivers and for DVD playback also. As far as I know, they don't install package kits, which all. Yeah, you can. If you don't, here's the thing. If you don't install GNOME software, it don't install package kit. It's the like GNOME software and any, don't install any software manager besides like this tool here. Don't install Discover, GNOME software, and all of those things. Don't install one of those or those software managers. Then you won't get package manager or package kit. Sorry, but yeah, package kit it can have negative influence on the back end of the package manager. It can. I have run package kits and Zipper, well, I have ran, GNOME software with package kit. All you have to do is you have to wait a little bit when you boot up your system. You have to wait for like 2 or 3 minutes for it to do its thing and for Zipper to do its thing in the back end. And when those two have done its thing, you barely notice the conflict. Barely noticing it. It just have to do with this. It's because like package kits is trying to throw in updates, and then Zipper is throwing in updates, and then they're waiting for each other to finish and all that shit. So it just takes a little bit longer to basically do all of the automatically commands in the back end. But you can also go in and then just install GNOME software and disable package kit. I'm new to your channel. I have never seen you using a Windows manager. I don't use Windows managers. I feel that they are really, 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 really overrated. They are really great for coders, and that's it. If you are a coder, or you need to do optimized workflows where speed of your mouse buttons and speed of navigating a UI is of its utmost importance, you should run a Windows manager. If you are just a normal everyday user, Windows managers are only for taking screenshots. That's all they are there for. They make cool screenshots. But Windows managers are built for coders. They are meant for coders. That's what they're there for. And I know people say, oh, my workflow is more optimized under Windows Manager. You may be right, but we may talk 0.01%. You would probably not notice it. If I timed you from when you have used, let's say, a Windows Manager versus a desktop environment, and you got familiar with the desktop environment, you set it up as you needed it to be, and you got your workflow dialed in on a desktop environment, it will almost be identical with how fast you are. I think a lot of the time Windows Manager is just because people love to take cool screenshots. Like again, it's like, oh, it's cool. It makes me look like I'm a hacker and stuff like that. I don't get the hype. Yeah, nervous giggling in tiling Windows, man. Yeah, it's for people that want to go to Unix porn and show off to their friends how cool their desktop look, and it makes them feel like they are this like special hacker fucking thing in Meduski. Like, there are tiling in Bocce. It's limited tiling, but there's tiling. If you go into KDE, there's even more tiling capabilities in KDE. And with extensions, you can get all the tiling capabilities you want under GNOME. And like KDE can function as a tiling Windows manager. It's built into KDE. You just have to set it up. Yeah, the tiling in KDE is amazing. And again, with a few extensions under GNOME, you get the same experience. So if you really want to go tiling crazy, you don't really need to run i3 or any of those. You just run GNOME or KDE and then, set up the tiling Windows greatness within those systems. Well, my second screen on my Windows machine is tiling right now. That's my whole streaming interface. I have it set up in tiles. I have one that goes like this. And then I have... let's see if I can reproduce this. Oh. Then I have one window up here. Open up. It's so fucking slow. And then I have a window down here. Tiled, of course. So this here is the chat and the preview. It's the YouTube Studio dashboard here. Here I have my task manager where I can look out for my network and stuff like that to see if it's fucking up. Because I have a somewhat unreliable network here. We have some problems. Down here I have Streamlabs desktop. That's how my second monitor on my host machine looks like, my Windows 11 machine. So I do utilize tiling features. I just don't want a tiling Windows manager Because when I'm editing and doing other stuff, I kind of like that you have floating windows. It just makes it way more easy and convenient. Because on my second monitor, I do tie the most used directories I use. But then if there is like a folder I rarely use where I have like, a screenshots or some information on, then I use it like, I just use them as floating windows. And if you have to drag and drop files between windows, into a coding, or not into a coding, but into our editing software and stuff like that, it's way easier that instead it opens as a tiling window on a second monitor, and then you have to go all the way over there and all the way back. It just opens in front. Let's say this is the editing software. When it opens here, and then I just have to do this. I don't have to drag it so much to get in there. So there's a lot of advantages with floating Windows managers that you don't get with tiling Windows managers, and of course the other way around. I like having 3 different research apps open at the same time. So yeah, I could see it from, like, if you want to read documentation and work with word processing and documentation, I can see tiling Windows managers being great there also. Let's wait for Cosmic. Something inside me is telling me that Cosmic is going to be amazingly bad. Yeah, I have no idea what you're saying there. I have a feeling it's going to flop, and I love Pop! OS and System 76. Like, I think Pop! OS and System 76 is probably the best bet that we have right now at getting Linux somewhat mainstream. At least in the scientific community. He's saying to the effect, my god, let it happen. So it's basically religious talk. We don't like that in here, so let's remove that. There you go. It's probably also a bot. If they get rid of the need for extension nonsense, it would be a step forward. Yeah, true. But yeah, there's advantages and disadvantages to everything in life. It's it's how it is. But now I'm looking at this GOS here. It's funny to think about that a lot of the things that the Linux community is talking about now, that Linux needs to do to become popular, and we need to focus on this and that, has been tried over and over and over and over and over again. They just have not seen Linux from that long ago. A lot of people have barely 5 years experience with Linux, sorry. So they don't know that a lot of the things that they are telling us to do, we have tried and done over and over and over and over again to no effect. So again, if it didn't work then, why should it work now? We have tried to have Linux pre-installed. We have sold Linux computers in stores and stuff like that. We have for over a decade had Linux laptops with pre-installed Linux and so on and so on. It's all been done before, and it's still being done today, and nothing is happening. I find it really funny. When I mean funny, I mean it sarcastically funny. Have you seen Ultramarine Linux? Their flagship is with the desktop. No idea. Or Ultramarine. Ultramarine? I don't fucking know what that name is. Come on, people. Let's just fucking name things that are easily pronounceable. That's another pet peeve I have with the Linux community. They love making these elaborate, integrated fucking naming schemes that... Oh my god, another fucking suck my cock bot. Go away. Yeah, it just fucking name it something convenient, you know. No, it's not because I'm Danish. There's so many fucking crazy naming schemes for software, and it's not just Linux distributions. It's also software in general under Linux. It has all of these fucking crazy naming schemes that is so fucking like mate or mate. Sorry, like who in their fucking mind would call a desktop environment mate when they know that mate is one of the most used word in the fucking English language? Like, it's just like welcoming fucking confusion. I don't get it. Apparently, Linux users and Linux developers are smart people. And then they do stuff like that. It's just like, just name it something that everyone internationally can say. And that fucking makes sense. Let's not try to be, you know, clever with our wordings and stuff like that. It's... Oh my god. Dell has selling Linux laptops about 20 years ago. That, oh yeah, well, is the lead dev of Ultimate Linux name about to go to? I have no fucking idea. Well, it's basically Fedora under the hood. Oh, is it the glorious egg roll kind of thing? I had my mom buy one. Oh, the Linux PC. Yeah, lib advita, rob his name. Exactly. Exactly. Advata, sorry. Advata. No, that's the Boa. Okay, no Boa. Yeah, again, why not call it something? I'm going to say something that probably a lot of people don't believe in, but a lot of success for a product and a piece of software comes also from the name. Like, if the name is too obscure or too fucking crazy or it sounds a little bit like a bad name or a negative name, it can hinder the process of the product or the whatever the fuck you will call it massively. Massively. If the product has to be amazingly great. Like, massively fucking great. Like, a lot of companies, when they make a product, they spend a lot of money to find the right name. Because it matters. It fucking matters. That's because Linux is not good for most people. Nope. I thought she should like it because I did. Yeah, that's the mentality of Linux users right there. I like it, therefore everyone else should like it. That's sadly not how it is. Honestly, that logo is also a bit lackluster. Solus had a nice logo. Yeah, they did. I do like the Solus logo. Yeah. When you make your own version of Yast in your personal made distro, I submit the name Supreme Commander Controller. Dash. I'm not going to do anything with Yast. Yast is amazing and perfect as it is. Most people I know don't even know what Linux is. They assume Linux is an OS. More people than you think know about Linux. Linux has become kind of mainstream in the knowledge of it. Not in the use, but people know about it. You know, they kind of... KAOS is also... that's already exists. It's actually a great distribution. Or Chaos or whatever. Again, a really fucking crazy name. But Linux is in the minds of amazingly amount of people right now. And to some extent, Android and other non-Linux but Linux-based operating systems or systems have helped Linux become known. And as I said before, there are probably more Linux that have tried Linux and ran away from Linux than that are using Linux right now. Like, massively amount more people. And yeah, I used OS2 for 6 years and I loved OS2. And I'm not like most computer users. You're not like most fucking humans. And it took me years to like Linux enough to stop dual booting back in 2005. Hey, my fish tank. Yeah, well, you are a unicorn, Esnik. We all know that you love that good old unicorn Ponani. Or unicorn pussy. But yeah, we had so many fucking great operating systems in the 90s, man. We really did. We need a Twilight BSD. Uniporn. Yeah, Uniporn. I think what we need. This is what we need. It's a slang term for cat. Yeah, you will learn a lot of fucking words in here. What we need. Honestly, what we need. We need to take Linux, put it in a box, and throw it in the fucking dumpster and just walk away. And then leave all of the crazy people in the world, the antisocial people, all of the people that have nothing else to do than fucking bitch and moan about Linux, deal with it. Because those are the people that are going to end up with Linux. Or people that are working with it on a server and professional level, of course, for coding development stage and stuff like that. But I honestly think that Linux on the desktop needs to just fucking die. It will make a lot of people more happy that they don't have that option for Linux on the desktop. Because we want so much. Just look at English Bob, for fuck's sake. We want it to happen so fucking much that we get disappointed year after year after year. Let's just take it out in the back and just kick it in the head, man. It's not going to happen. It will never happen. Linux as a development station, research station. Amazing. Amazeballs. I used OS 2 years, then the company changed to Microsoft to Windows 5. Yeah, OS 2 had a lot of potential, man. It did. But this is the year of the Linux desktop. Every year is the year of the Linux desktop. Every fucking year, man. All the Linux server, all the Linux gaming desktop, all the Linux... they always find a reason to call it that. And it's a fool's hope. This is Linux users. It's the same... It's like a guy sitting on an attic in a fucking dirty ass apartment with a beer in his hand and still waiting for the girlfriend that left him at high school to come back to him. That's Linux users. They are sitting there and waiting for something to happen that will never happen. And they are not doing anything to make it happen. Or at least they're doing a piss poor job at it. That's Linux on the desktop. That's Linux users promoting and talking about the Linux desktop. It's the guy and girl that was like the prom queen and king and the quarterback and cheerleader fucking, in high school, still talking about it 50 years later. And trying to relive the glory days. And they were not really that great as they think they was. I think we just need to fucking accept that this is as good as it gets, man. This is as good as it gets. Not going to become better. Oh yeah, Amiga OS was for, or Workbench as it was called, was amazing, yeah. We need to push for a year of the trackball. Oh, I love the trackballs. Linux is like a FM car at the back of the quit unreliable prototype. Yeah. Oh my god, they're really getting crafty today. Like, they are really getting crafty with their bots, man. And YouTube said like a couple of months ago they're going to do something about all the bots on their site. Of course they are. Of course they are. Well, at least it gives me fucking interaction on my video. I'm here to represent the pragmatic fanatical Linux or represent the pragmatical, non-fanatical Linux user. I just put Ubuntu on the old laptop and it works and I like it. Yeah, like Linux is great for a lot of things and it can be great as a desktop if you have limited use cases for it, like you're just doing limited things with it. But for most people, like the majority of people, just fucking stick with Windows or Mac OS. And leave Linux for the, you know, the industry, the corporate world. You know? It is a simple idea of people wanting Linux to become mainstream on the desktop as it is. It won't happen anytime soon. But I'm okay with that. I use it. Again, yeah, that I use it daily. I run fucking 5 or 6 distributions daily just to mess around with Linux. But that's Linux for me. Like I said, when I started doing this channel here, like a year into it, like 2 years or 3 years ago, how long it's been, I realized something I didn't know for like almost 20 years, and that is that for me, Linux is a toy. When I use Linux, I do it to mess around, poke around, learn stuff, explore stuff, code, be better at coding and scripting and stuff like that. And when I'm done with playing or messing and poking around, I go back to Windows and game and edit videos and watch Netflix. Can I do that under Linux? Yeah. But do you really want to do those things on a system that you poke around and mess around with all the time? Probably not. So for I say this sometimes to piss off Linux users because it's fun to do. It's like Linux is for fun, Windows is for serious work. And that don't mean that you can't do that on the Linux, of course. Like, if you're running a Linux server, that's fucking serious work, you know. But if you're a desktop or a general purpose operating system user, as I'm starting to call it, Linux is just not that great for it, man. But it's fun to try and make it into do that. It's fun to, learn bash scripting and coding and make programs in Linux that do all kind of fucking crazy shit. And, it's your own little playground of fucking, clay, and you can model these things and you can explore with these things. And if things goes tits up, fuck it. Boot up another VM, It's not that big of a problem. Let's reinstall the VM. We have Windows running in the background that's just fucking working. So if the VM goes tits up, or you can also have Linux in the backend if you want to. It don't have to be Windows. Yeah, it's yeah, I had to experience that after 2 decades using it. It was like the thing I care about with Linux is all of the cool shit I can do with it. But there's also so many things I can't do that I really want to do, but I can't do on the Windows and Mac OS. So why the fuck do I try to force the research or operating system, or the play operating system, or the teaching operating system into be something that for me it cannot be? It can for you, but for me it cannot be. Why am I trying to force myself to compromise so I can say, oh, I run Linux? Who the fuck cares if I run Linux? Like, if I'm jamming my fucking small penis into the vagina of a girl and I'm like, yeah, baby, do you like me? I run Linux. And she would be slapping me in the face and lose her fucking vagina bone and run away. And I would be laying there with a bone over Gentoo and have to deal with it myself. That's how it is. Nobody gives a fuck what you're running. Most other nerds don't give a fuck about what operating system you're running. They just say, oh, cool, tell me more, or, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I recently switched to Manjaro after running Windows for pretty much my entire life. Not because I'm afraid of telemetry or anything like that, but simply because I want to try something new. Yeah, that's, again, cool. Like, yeah, you are going to try something new, and it's amazing, and it's fun. But I would not say surely, but I do suspect that in a year, 2 years, 3 years, you will probably either dual booting or finding yourself back on Windows again. You had your fill with trying something new. It's like I talked about before. It's this, like, at some point we get boring with the things we already have, and then, oh, the grass must be green on the other side. That's also why a lot of people distro hop and DE hop or VM hop and stuff like that. Normies only care about iOS and Android. No, they don't. They don't even care about iOS or Android. They don't. Normies, as a lot of you guys like to call it, you are fucking normie. A normie is just someone that's not interested in what you like. That's all they are. I kind of hate the word norms. Yeah, take care, Esnik, and get some food in you. I kind of despise the word normie to some extent. Because if I took, I don't know if you work out, but if I took you back to the gym, you would be a normie. If I took you out to mend a car, you would be a normie. iMessages is a big thing. No, they don't know that they are using iMessages. They just know that they are using a messaging app. That's all they know. They are texting. iMessages is not a big thing for them, but texting is. They like that they can text and MMS and Kik and Snapchat and all that fucking shit. They don't really know why they like it. Hey, Blackworm. Yeah, green versus blue bubbles. That's a status thing. That has nothing to do with the technology. That's a status thing. It's a peacocking thing. If you don't know what peacocking is, go research it. Hey, I dual boot here. Yeah, I used to dual boot. Now I'm just running it in virtual machines. For me, Windows is boring, and Linux runs all my games, so I rarely dual boot. Yeah, again, if it works, but like I said, most people that try Linux, they either end up dual booting or they come back to Windows or Mac OS. I can't speak now. Dyslexia kicking in. I went a few years and I used Linux for a few years only, but only because I had a shit laptop that couldn't play games on. As soon as I upgraded the hardware, I dual booted again. Hey, can I chat? How's it's going great, Blackworm. Windows video and sound. Oh yeah. Video and sound on the Windows is so much better. Games I play don't run on the Linux. So I have some games that run amazing on the Linux, and I have some games I play that run shit on the Linux. And that was my problem when we're talking gaming, not to talk about editing software and music software that I also use that just plain old don't work on the fucking Linux. But just from a gaming aspect, it was like, okay, I can play these games that I love, but I can't play the other games that I love. And I'm like, okay, I'm okay with only playing these games. But then after like 6 months or a year, I'm like, but I really miss the other games. And it's like, okay, do they run? Yeah, kinda. But I know that if I just dual boot or reboot, I can have a way better experience. And it's like, it's like this sitting here and doing, things like, yeah, this is great, this is amazing, but I know it's better on the Windows. It's that, that back in your head that, yeah, I can run this fucking game or do these fucking things, but it just runs better on the Windows. And I have Windows. I could understand if I didn't have Windows, but I have Windows. So I have the option. It's like you can fuck the hot cheerleader or the ugly cheerleader. You have the choice, but you fuck the ugly one anyway. While you're still thinking about the hot one. That's kind of running Linux in a lot of instances for a lot of people. They wish that they could do, fuck the hot one, or they wish that the ugly one was the hot one, but they're fucking the ugly one because she may be into anal sex and the hot one is not, or something like that. You get what I'm trying to say here to not get myself kicked off YouTube. The narrative ones are okay, but fucking about with wine, etc. is too. Yeah, that's another thing. And I see a lot of people doing that. Oh, I can get this to work on the Linux and it's so amazing, runs just as good and stuff like that. But if there's an update, I have to spend 10-15 minutes fixing it, or every once in a while I have to mend it and do a lot of intricate things with it to get it to work. And like, most people don't want to do that. They just want to plug and play. Download, install, run. I'm the same way when it comes to streaming service. Most of them do not work on Linux. I have never tried streaming services under Linux other than Netflix. But I'm sure you're right. There's probably a lot of DRM with streaming services. It's amazing that a game can run on Linux at all. You might be able to get close to 100% on Linux, but 99% of the games are made for Windows. Yeah. And again, I can understand that if you don't have the options for... Like, let's say, for some fucking reason, you bought a computer, you never got a Linux... a Windows install ISO, or a Windows USB, or DVD, or anything like that. Like, the only thing you got was Linux pre-installed. Like, you for some reason, you don't have the options to run Windows, or you don't know how to install Windows. Yeah, I can see that you can be like, yeah, this is not as good, but it's good enough. But if you have the option, and it's easily available for you, it's hard to not go with the best tool for the job. Why punish yourself more than that's necessary? Like here's the thing. Look at it in another way. Like the Vetris and Vector and Blackworm and Dismog and the Benjamins of the world, and everyone in here, we are all living complicated lives. We all have fucking shit to deal with on a daily basis. Anything from fucking socialization or relationship problems. Don't have to be romantic relationship problems, but just, human interaction problems in general. Some people we like, we don't like. Some colleagues at work we like more than others, normal fucking human stuff. We all are living complicated lives, Bills have to be paid, work has to be done. The wife is screaming for not taking out the garbage, or the husband is screaming for not giving him sex enough and blowjobs enough and all that fucking shit. The kids are fucking angry and being a nuisance, and we can't get the vacation, or the vacation we want, it was not available, or I have to work extra hours to get the vacation. There's so many fucking things we deal with on a daily basis. Why the fuck do you want to complicate your operating system life? For no fucking reason whatsoever. Why put the extra complication on top of your normal life? That's also how I look at it. Like, I can live less complicated under Windows for a lot of things that I do. Why would I not do that then? Like, why would I overcomplicate my life just so I can say that I'm overcomplicating my life? Especially if you have a lot of other things going on. If you're 18 years old, living in your mom's basement, and DistroTube just fed you the latest fucking fanboyism news, yeah, it's probably not that big of a deal for you. But when you get older, you get relationships, kids, family, you start to prioritize life in another way. This here, it starts to mean less and less and less. FOSS, licenses, almost meaningless. Yeah, most of them have very strict DRMs. Yeah, I bet they have, man. I bet they have. I can definitely see that going on. I think the biggest the biggest slap in the face I ever got, or realization I got that was the biggest slap in my face, was realizing that... Let's see if I can... let's do... Is that how you spell it? Oh. Oh, I can't fucking spell here. Yeah, there you go. When I realized nobody gave a flying fuck about this. When nobody gave a fucking... Like, when the majority of people I meet on the street and I talk to on a daily basis, even IT professionals, don't give a fuck about me running this. When I realized that, I just felt that 20 years of my life was wasted. Or maybe I was probably like 5-6 years ago. But when I realized that nobody gave a fuck about this other than me and a select few people. Like, if I walk outside right now, and even if I walk down to the fucking IT department of a company, 99% of those people there would not give a fuck about what distribution I'm running, what operating system I'm running. I was like, well, that's the world we live in. They don't give a fuck. People don't give a fuck. This will not get you fucking laid. And when that kind of clicked in my head that I can sit here and I can be proud of running Linux and did it like when nobody else ran Linux as the main desktop. I did it in the 90s and early 2000s, and nobody gives a fuck. Like when I'm laying on my deathbed and I'm looking at the hot nurse that are giving me a sponge bath, and I'm like, hey baby. I run arts, by the way. Simply, what the fuck are you talking about, you perv, man, and run away? You know, nobody gives a fuck. We do because it's our interest, but outside this little circle, nobody gives a fuck. And honestly, even between Linux users, in reality, they don't really give a fuck about what you're running. They just like to do it because it's like they want to be part of the group. I only came to Linux about a year ago because PC can't upgrade to Windows 11, so I figured I would be able to get a few more years out of my hardware. I have a sneaky suspicion that Microsoft will relax a little bit on the hardware requirements of Windows 11 when Windows 10 gets the end of life. They probably would allow more users to run Windows 11 and just call it unsupported hardware. So they will take the TPM requirement off and stuff like that. I have a suspicion that's going to happen, because or else they will lose a shit ton of users. Or they will extend the end of life of Windows 10. This is exactly why the Linux community is 98% are outsiders. Normal people ain't into this shit. Yeah. Microsoft really kicked the bucket with Windows 11. They only support newer CPU. No, they didn't. Here's the thing, and this is what pisses me off the most. Everyone bitched and moaned about Windows being less secure and how unsecure Windows is and blah blah blah. Microsoft said, that's fine. We only want you to run Windows 11 on really secure hardware because a lot of the security issues is hardware bound. So from a security aspect, Windows 11 is a fucking good move, but that also means a lot of old hardware is not supported. So the thing that they bitch the community, or at least the Linux community bitch and moaned about Linux for, they actually did a lot. Like right now, you can actually run the core system of Windows in a virtualized environment in RAM that basically cocoon it away from hackers and stuff like that. You know, you can what the fuck are they calling it? They're calling it I can't remember it. I got a pop-up that you can enable it. It's something to like shell the core system or something like that. Basically, like you isolate the core, like the kernel and stuff like that, away from the rest of the system in RAM. That makes it amazingly hard for people to get into it. Linux don't even fucking do that. Like Windows are doing a lot of things to make it more secure, but let's just hate on Windows because TPM Pro. I get it, TPM is a fucking... I don't like it. It should be on Pro versions only. I get it. But let's be honest here. We have bits and moan about the security aspect of Windows for a long time. And from a security aspect, TPM is a fucking great thing. And this whole isolations of the core system is an amazing great thing. It will be hassle for older hardware. It will be a little bit hassle when you upgrade and stuff like that. But the more secure you become, the more hassles you are going to get. That's how it is. We can't have our cake and eat it too. I think with Linux, people get emotionally invested in it. They put terms in a box that makes it difficult on them. Look how English boss react after his Ubuntu went. Yeah, and And the problem with English Bob, is that he's like most of us that have been using Linux for fucking over a decade. We have been told and promised Linux on the desktop so many fucking times over the years by so many quote-unquote experts and what have you not, and it's never happened. We have all been told this thing here is going to be amazing. Now things are going to pick up for Linux. And because we love the way Linux works, the way Linux functions, the whole idea about the control and openness about Linux, we really want that to happen. So when Linux bite us in the ass and kick us in the balls and twist our nipples, we get fucking frustrated. Because year after year after year, we have been promised this, we have been told that, we have been, just hang out a year more. Just give it a little bit more time. We are almost there. Come on, people. We need you. Come on, man. Come on, please. Just hang in there. Don't be a fucking quitter and a loser. When you've been told that for fucking 10, 15, 20 years, and nothing has changed, you get frustrated and you get emotional because you are invested. You want this experience to be, a thing. Because Linux would benefit, like, not Linux as an operating system, but the open source and the way that Linux work as a core system. You mean like, you can say it's desktop environments and all of that freedom that you have within the Linux boundaries or the Linux ecosystem, what you will call it, would be amazing and benefit a lot of people. Like, they will love it that they can do all of these fucking crazy things here. Like, they will love it. They will fucking love it. And we all know that Linux could be a really, really great contender to the desktop market. So therefore we sit here and be like, please, please, something happen that makes it amazing on the desktop. And we are being told by, again, the gurus, the experts, the developers of Linux that next year or soon, and hang in there and stuff like that. It's like someone kicking you in the balls and be like, I'm going to not kick you that hard next time. And then they're kicking you even harder. Taking you out for dinner, putting some ice on your balls, maybe cuddling you a little bit, and then you get a kick like 6 months later in the balls. And then you get fucking tired because you've been not brainwashed, but you've been told all of these fucking amazing things, and you've been... It's a little bit like dangling a carrot in front of you and they're just taking it away all the time. Once in a while you get to take a bite of it, but then they're moving it even further away. Or throwing it out. I understand 1000% why he got so fucking fed up with it. And people like English Bob, I hope English Bob will be back on Linux in 6 months or 2 or 3 months. Or 2 or 3 weeks. Because he's still been indoctrinated into this thinking and philosophy by the Linux community. People like English Bob and me to some extent, we need to realize that this is as good as it gets. This is Linux. This is Linux. And as much as we want it to be better than it is, it will never fucking happen. This is it. Is it good enough for a lot of people? Yes. Is it good enough for me and you? Yeah, I could happily live on fucking Linux. But I will always sit, like I said, I will always have this in the back end. Oh, I can't do this. I know Windows do this better. So why should I? Why should I choose the lesser thing when I have access to a better thing? Why should I eat a second-grade meal when I have access to a first-grade meal? And here's the thing. A lot of people will not get this until you have used Linux for at least 5 to 10 years. At least. Like, that's a minimum. Because in the beginning, you are hyped. There's so much new things going on. You are still in the honeymoon phases and all that fucking shit. And there's so much going on from a learning perspective or exploring perspective that you kinda are a little bit isolated for this. But when you have used Linux for 10 years, like really used Linux for 10 years or more, all of those, explore phases and honeymoon phases, and I'm not saying 10 years is like a must, it's like on average, Some realize this faster, some later. But between 5 to 10 years, I've noticed with Linux users, they start to realize this, and then they get fucking jaded. They end up like English Bob, and to some extent me also, where all of these things, all the promising things that we've been told, and we have told other people, that's probably the most fucking thing. Like, English Bob made a lot of videos about praising Ubuntu. You know, like, he made a lot of videos telling how great it is, and now he's kind of made a fool out of himself. Because he has to go back to Windows. That's a little bit of pride goes into it also. You know, your pride is hurt. You're told these people and those people how great Linux is, and then stuff like this happen. We wake up to reality. We're like, fuck, it's not that great. So not only are we being fed the copium, we're also giving the copium, you know? And if you've done that for fucking 10 years, 20 years, 5 years, you get a little bit fucking invested in it. It's like living with a spouse for like 5-10 years. And you're seen past, you know, the small little quirks here and there. But at some point, enough is enough, man. One more thing, if Nvidia drivers and Windows have problem, Nvidia are going to release a fix immediately. On Plasma, there's a bug for 7 years on Nvidia, and 7 years they have not bothered fixing it. That is not Nvidia's fault. Let me rephrase that. It's not 100% Nvidia's fault. There are many things. What has the open source and the Linux and the Plasma community done to fix it? Have they actually fixed it and sent the code to Nvidia? Have they been in talk with Nvidia developers about fixing it? Or have Linux done more to get a bigger user base on the Linux so Nvidia will take them seriously? It's a little bit like a third-grade quarterback telling the training staff to give them a chance. If you only give me a match, I will show you how great I am. But every training and every time they talk to them, they just show them the opposite. Because when proprietary companies talk to open source people, you get a lot of fucking crazy shit going on. A lot of crazy shit. Oh, you have to do it our way or else we don't want to work with you. Oh, you have to open source everything or else we don't want to work with you. That's not open enough. We want stuff to happen with Linux, but we are putting roadblocks after roadblocks in front of us every fucking time. We are not in a position to demand shit. So stop demanding shit. That's probably also one of my biggest gripe with Linux. There's a lot of them. It's like we are acting like we are like Windows. Like we have 90% of the fucking computer market. When we have 2 or 3, depending on who you ask. We cannot go up to Nvidia and say, fix this bug, but fix it the way we want it to be fixed. Do it in the way we want it. You know what they will do? They will give us the fucking middle finger and run away. Because there's no real money to be made in it. There's no real need for it to be made. You get what I'm saying here? We are like the stubborn child that wants everything but don't want to do anything for it. Windows 10 is good until 2025 and still works great. Oh, well, that's... it's only 3 years, but yeah, that's still some time. Man, try to download Debian ISO and Edge can't scan it for viruses and it cancelled my downloads. Yeah, I had that problem under Chrome also, but you can allow it to download anyway, by the way. A perfect doc. You can still allow it to be downloaded. I mean, you can hack Windows 11 to work on older. Yeah, you can. But you said, here's the thing. When you hack stuff and do stuff like that, you're setting yourself up to have problems in the long run. You may not run it, you know, you're fiddling around with core components that are built to make sure that Windows runs right. And it can potentially end up fucking you in the back end. This is like my experience with Windows. When I talk to Windows users that have the most problems with Windows are people that are using all of these anti-privacy scripts or anti-telemetry scripts and data collection scripts and messing around with all kind of fucking crazy shit that they should not be messing with. Those are the people that have the most problems with Windows. If you just leave it as it is, don't fuck with it, you will have a great old experience. I mean, it's the bigotry of low expectation. We are very good at over-promising and under-deliver. Yeah, and that's why we should undersell. I mean that Nvidia doesn't bother because Linux user space is irrelevant. They kinda is. And here's the thing, not only are we irrelevant to Nvidia, we're also giving them shit for wanting to work with us. You get what I'm saying here? So when they are reaching out for us, we are bitching and moaning at them. Linux is a great server OS, Windows is a great server OS. Like, I run a NAS server that runs FreeBSD. It's the most stable shit. I run OpenSUSE, Debian stable, Ubuntu LTS server, all kind of fucking Linux distributions. This FreeBSD based NAS system I have here has ran for like 2.5 years, something like that, and it just fucking runs. Like, it's the most amazing it's FreeNAS that I'm using. It's the most amazing system I've ever used as a file server. By far. But it's also only doing one thing. We have to remember this. It's doing one thing. It's a Samba server. That's all it is. I don't want virtual machines on it. I don't do any of that fucking homelet shit. It's just doing one thing. If I start to do like Proxmox and you know, when virtual machines off it and all that fucking shit, yeah, I would probably, or Proxmox don't work on the FreeBSD, but you could do the same kind of things on the FreeNAS. Yeah, I would probably have problems with it. But if you set up an operating system to only do one or two things on the software side, it can be massively stable because you're optimizing the operating system and the software to only do these few select things. I have like a massive debate in my comment section with someone that, no. A server do so many more things because we're utilizing the hardware 24/7. Yeah, your hardware, not software. Just because your hardware runs at 90% all the time don't mean that the software is doing, you know, like, look, what are your computer doing right now? You are watching my stream, you're playing a game, messing around with stuff on your machine and all that fucking shit. You're probably doing 10, 15 things that you know of with your system, plus all the backend stuff going on. Where typically a server is like a file server. It's a virtual machine server. It's a account management server. It's only having one task, like one physical server. So it's really easy to make a server OS stable. Because you don't have the same multiple requirements as you do on a desktop. Nvidia open source some of the... Nvidia open source their enterprise level driver part. Their enterprise level driver part. So for touring cards and so on that are meant for the corporate world, sitting in rendering farms and so on, that's open sourced and meant to be production ready. That alone should tell you what Nvidia mean and what they want out of their open source. They have said that the GTX line series is stuff that will probably come in the future. When they say that, I'm like, this is how I interpret it. When we get our sweet ass to do it, when we have time to do it, when we have downtime, it's not important. On Windows, you have much better support from the manufacturer drivers. That's what. Yeah, that's true. In your opinion, which is better for content creation, Windows or Linux? Windows by far. You have way more professional and better made tools on Windows for anything content creation. Anything from video editing to, photo editing. I don't have any photo editing software. Like, it's more optimized, not only in the workflow aspect, but you get a lot of more programs that are speaking to each other in the back end in content creation under Windows. Plus, the software is optimized to run faster and better and more stable under Windows for content creation. I can edit videos under KDN Live, but it crashes more than my current editing software. I can use my current editing software under Linux, but I have to use specific versions, and not specific versions, specific drivers. If I'm having an AMD card, it won't really work that well. And the rendering times seems to be faster under Windows. Linux is not great for content creation. Heck, macOS is probably the best content creation software out there, period. Like, if you're doing a lot of photo editing and video editing, like, get an M1 chip or M2 chip and it will smoke anything you have away, man. Like, if you're really serious about content creation, you should have at least a Windows system or a Mac system. That said, you can do content creation under Linux, but then again, it's like, am I willing to compromise with unstable software or losing some features or losing some programs that is just not supported under Linux or the software that Linux run? Am I okay with having subpar performances in some aspects and stuff like that? Let's see here. I'm thinking of buying a NAS for storing my movies and TV shows. Yeah, go for it. Or if you have an old computer, I always have a backup computer in case my current one breaks down. So I always use that as a file server sitting in the back end. I try not to oversell Linux. If your focus is in gaming, stay on Windows. But Linux is getting there. No, it's not even getting there. Linux is not even getting close to touch Windows as a gaming platform. Not even close. Like, not even close. If you look at how many games that runs better under Windows with less hassle and so on, it's mind-boggling, dwarfing that in comparison to Linux. If all you do is instant email like that, I get millions of distros that will work. Yeah, but here's the thing. This is also what you have to think about when you look at it like that. Okay, I'm only doing web surfing. Windows is amazing for web surfing. Web surfing. Why should I tell someone that already are using Windows to stop using Windows for Linux for doing a thing that they are massively happy with Windows? You should not. It's like another way of looking at it. It's like me going up to you right now. Let's say you have a house and a family and kids, and I'm like, you have to move to this city. Why? The house is a little bit different, but it's amazing. You may have a little bit longer to the kids' school, but then the bakery is a little bit better. Yeah, but I'm happy where I live. Yeah, but you should move in the other house. It's a little bit better, or it's the same. It's just in another neighborhood. Okay, what's better than that neighborhood? Not really anything. It's the exact same benefits. It's the same kind of people. You probably don't notice that you're living there. Why the fuck should I move then? You know? Like, why should you move? A lot of people that... this is, again, a misconception with the Linux people is that, oh, you can do this under Linux. Yeah, you can, but why should you move if you're happy where you are? Like, I could understand if they were going to buy a new computer, for example. And you could be like, oh, I could build you one and install Linux on it that can do exactly the same thing as your old computer because you need a new computer. It's just running Linux. Now we are talking. Now you could try and play with the idea of changing. Final Cut Pro shits all over everything else. DaVinci Resolve is actually really, really good. We could advertise Linux, advertise things, pick any distro and put it next to Windows and then compare the update process. Yeah, it sucks on the Windows. It fucking sucks. But it's not enough to get people to move from Windows. What are they losing? Most of their favorite programs. What are they losing? Like Blackworm is saying, oh, I can't watch these streaming services on the Linux. What are they losing? Some of the games don't work or work that well. They are losing more by moving to Linux than they are gaining. That's another problem. Yeah. It's fine, man. It's fine. Another problem with gaming on Linux is Xbox Game. Oh yeah. I have Xbox Game Pass and I fucking love it, dude. I love it. I love it so fucking much. I just use a Pi 4 as a file server. Yeah, I get that. There are ways to get Linux out there. We need Linux on box machines sitting on... We have had that, Benjamin. We had that for 15 years. What you're talking about right now happened in 2004, 5, and 6. It also happened somewhere in the 2010s. You know what happened? People that bought those machines returned them, and they couldn't sell them. This has happened so many times before. This is not a new idea. This is not a new idea. You have been able to buy Linux on laptops and computers online for over a decade. The only people that are buying them are people that need them for work. Well, not the only one. 98% or something like that. 9 out of 10 people, another way of putting it, that are buying them are people that need them for work or in a professional setting. You are not doing something like, oh my god, big brain, let's sell them in Walmart and Best Buy. I just showed you fucking an hour ago or 30 minutes ago. Like, here, this happened in 2003 and 4. Windows, even earlier than that, was in stores, and people that bought them got fed up with it. I'm doing great, Dale. I hope you're doing well also. This is not a new fucking idea, man. Linux has been accessible multiple times during the last 20 years on store shelves. And you know what it did for Linux? Shit all. Nothing. Nothing. And you say, oh, well, Linux have advanced. Yeah, Windows and macOS have also advanced. It's not a selling point to say, oh, Linux is better at doing things nowadays. Well, Windows 10 years ago sucked more than Windows does today. It did less things than Windows did today. Heck, Windows 10 years ago were fucking less optimized for a lot of fucking systems than Linux was. Like 15 years ago and 10 years ago, Linux was killing Windows in a lot of fucking speed and stability aspects. Not today. Not today. It's like in some workloads, Windows is fucking killing Linux in speed. Like, again, this is what I talked about before. A lot of people that only have used Linux in a short period of time, they tend to forget because they don't do their fucking research. They think that all of this is new thinking. We have tried this so many fucking times. It has never worked. Why should it work today? Look at it like this. When Linux advanced 10%, Windows and macOS advances 50% or 30%. We have always been behind. There's a lot of reasons for that. Some of it is Windows being dickheads, or not Windows, but Apple and Microsoft being dickheads towards us. Of course, that has also something to do with it. But the fact of the reality is that this is like... What if you sold fucking Linux in computer stores and everyone, or not everyone, but a lot of people, they want Photoshop? Oh, we have GIMP, it's not Photoshop. GIMP and Photoshop is massively different. Oh, we have Krita, it's still not the same because it's, for the first of all, it's really sluggish compared to Photoshop. And a lot of the formats that you worked with the last fucking 10 years don't work on the Krita or Photoshop. And you can't do the same fucking things. You don't have the same third-party support for add-ons and plugins, and that's just Photoshop. That's just Photoshop. What about video editing? What about gaming? There's a lot of fucking add-ons for games that people like to use if they're computer gamers that don't work under Linux. Even the fucking Proton version of Linux that don't work under. Like, running Linux is a compromise. You, in general, will be losing more than you're gaining by running Linux. But if the things that you gain by running Linux means more to you than the things that you are losing, that will be good for you. That's amazing for you. And for the longest time, that was the case for me. From 1999 to 2008, when I got my iMac, that was the case for me with Linux. I was happy enough, or the things I gained with Linux was more important than the things I lost by not running Windows. Then I got my iMac just to test macOS out more seriously, and I got heavily back into gaming. Well, I had to dual boot. We didn't have Proton back then. And even with Proton, there's a lot of things you lose by running Proton. There's a lot of amazing games you can't play. You are saying the exact same things I said for 10 years in the 90s up to the late 2000s, and people have been saying the last 30 years it never will happen. It never have happened. Also, a lot of people use Virtual Studio IDE, which is only for Mac and Windows. Well, you do have Studio Code. Windows update still sucks major balls. Yeah, it does. Like, Windows updates are the worst in the fucking life, man. Linux is Windows and Mac's beta version. What? Linux is Windows and Mac's beta version. Everything we do right, Microsoft and Apple implement and improve. That's not the case. Again, using Linux for 24 years, plus years, there's a lot of things I've seen KDE and GNOME and Linux copy from Windows. And I've seen a lot of things that Mac OS and Windows have copied from Linux. Everyone fucking steal or copy from each other. It's just like it is. It's what like this here. This is a copy idea from Windows. Modified idea from Windows. Like, this is bullshit. I'm sorry, but that's massively bullshit. And yes, when they do steal from Windows, or sorry, Linux, or take from Linux, they make it 100,000, 300 times better. I would agree with that. Would be interesting to see if Windows outcompete Linux on Steam Deck. I think they do. I think they will. Because I've heard a good deal of people that have installed Windows because they were tired of SteamOS. Linux isn't ready on the desktop in 2022. Linux will never be ready for the desktop. Here's the thing. Think about it this way. Take care, Benjamin. Look at it this way. Linux has not done anything different the last, let's just say, 20 years to make Linux on the desktop happen. Why would it work the next 20 or 30 years if we don't do anything massively different? What was the quote that Einstein said? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. If we really want Linux on the desktop, I think there's only a few ways that can happen. And that is, to some extent, shit on the GPL. I think the GPL is holding open source back massively. Because it's kind of like our way or the highway. We are limiting our capabilities to work together with people we don't deem worthy. So they are saying, well, you have all these requirements and we are getting nothing out of it. Fuck you. I'm not saying it's the alpha omega fucking problem, but it's one of them. And we need to be better at marketing. We need to not oversell Linux and overhype Linux, and we generally need to be better at marketing. There's a lot of... I should make a video about how to make... some ideas on how to make Linux more accessible and better, but... we need a bigger user base. That's what it comes down to. You know, if we want to be taken seriously, we need a bigger user base. We need to be able to make companies billions of dollars like they do under Windows and Mac. Easily. I've seen forum posts where people are asking developers, why are you not transcoding or making this software available under Linux? It would be amazing. And here's what they say a lot of times, is that, well, we can't justify the price tag it will cost to make it work under Linux, not to talk about the extra training we have to put into our support staff and the extra people we have to hire to support Linux. Do you expect Windows users to pay for that? Do you expect Windows users to pay for Linux support? Because that's what it comes down to. The companies that are doing those things to Linux, it's Windows users paying for that fucking shit. And a lot of companies can't fucking justify that. Every second update could break the VA API, hardware acceleration on browsers. Even when it works, it sucks. Yeah, browser acceleration sucks fucking. And like I said, hardware, not hardware, but driver crash protection has been in Windows for over a decade. Linux don't have it yet. There are a lot of things that Windows have that Linux don't have yet. That's a big reason why I switched back to Windows and gaming, of course. I tried Pop! OS for a month. Any game worked better on it than Windows, but I felt I had nothing to really do on Linux and just got back. So you were one of the lucky ones that had the games. Mac OS use Kate's HTML or KHTML. I don't know what you mean by that, Andreas. It just got boring for me, and my capture card didn't work either. Oh, that's a big fucking negative there. I try to game under Linux like once a year or something like that. And for the games that I play, there are still massive amount of problems going on. But there are people out there that play games that all of them work as good or sometimes even better under Linux. And for if you're a gamer and that's the case for you, that your select games that you play is working better or as good under Linux, amazing for you. But for the most people, that's sadly not what it is. I mean, I love Linux, but my rose-colored classes are long gone. Yeah, mine also, man. I lost them 12 years ago. Maybe more. I love a Steam Deck. In my opinion, Steam OS is way better than on the device. I have not messed around with Steam OS. I don't see a need to it. But I would love a fucking Steam Deck also, just to, for content creation, to mess around with and have some fun with. I don't game. When I game in front of my computer, or if I have a console, I game in front of the console. I don't like to sit, at the, in a car and game, or at the bus and game, or when I'm out walking, I don't want to, sit and game. Or when I'm at the gym, I don't want to game, or, you get what I'm saying here. Like, something that pisses me off is, like, I was working out, and the guy next to me, between sets, was playing a fucking Facebook game. He was clicking some form, so it was some farming game. And I was just like, dude, you're here to fucking work out. Why the fuck are you sitting here, clicking fucking, vegetables on your fucking screen, man? Maybe I'm just getting old, I don't know. Oh, you have a Steam Deck. I read that wrong, GB Knight, sorry. I love Linux, but it's not perfect at all in terms of capabilities with many different programs. And not just because they are alternative, it's not enough to justify using them. Yeah, I get you. A lot of people think that I hate Linux. I don't. I love Linux. But I'm, like Lovetto said about English Pop going off on Linux, I've been at that point for 5 or 6 years, maybe 10 years. I've been waiting for Linux to take off for so fucking many years, like probably 10, 15 years, that now I'm like, you know what? Look at it like this. It's like the girl saying, oh, I will go out on a date with you next week. At some point, man, you just get fucking fed up with it. But you still deep down inside want to go on that date. That's my relationship with Linux. I deep down inside, I love Linux so much, I wish it was bigger than Windows. I want it to be bigger than Windows. But then the other side of me, the more logical side of me, is like, well, it's not in the cards as it is right now. And the past behavior dictates it will never happen. So I'm in this internal conflict with what I want and wish versus what the reality is. So sometimes I get fucking animated and frustrated and to some extent a little bit angry over that this is not going to happen, because I love Linux more than Windows, to be honest. It's not my favorite operating system, but I love it more than Windows. But Windows is just a better fucking OS for people, for general computing. And I hate to say it. I fucking hate to say it. I really do. Like, it's like saying the best meal is like the worst meal you ever had, but it's the best meal if you look at nutrition and all that fucking shit. You should be eating it all the time. Yeah, and again, most of you guys and girls will not understand it until you ran Linux for a long time. And I know I sound like a fucking old guy trying to tell the newcomers about how life is and all of that fucking shit. But in this case, it's fucking true, man. All of this, you will get to some... I'm not saying you will end up hating Linux or not using Linux full time and stuff like that. But at some point, you will realize all of these fucking things that I'm talking about right now. Some people take it a little bit harder than others. And some people stick, like I said, I stick with Linux for over 24 years. I'll be running Linux till I die, okay? I will have Linux running somewhere on some system till I die. I'm never going to not run Linux. It's just in how capacity am I doing it. That will maybe be more or less. Linux will always be in my heart. It will always be run in some fucking hardware that I have. Forever. Linux got me into OS. No, not Linux, that was actually Workbench for Amiga. But Linux was like the thing that allowed me to explore so much about an operating system and taught me so much about operating systems. So I will never fucking leave Linux. Even if I'm the last person on earth to run, an obscure old version of Linux, I will still be doing it. But I'm also a pragmatic and I'm also a realistic person. And those two sides of me is sometimes battling each other. And when I make content like this and when I'm talking to people, I purposely want to make the realistic side of me take over because I don't want people to get into Linux and get a bad experience. I'd rather have them think, okay, Linux may not be ready now and wait a year and they get a better experience. Because they stick around. Gaming on Linux has been great for me. That's amazing ambience. Linux for me is a Tinker OS. Yeah, the same here. Back OS, Tinker OS. Yeah, that's what it is for me also now. If Linux couldn't win against Vista, it will never win. Yeah, I can see that. Actually, I think under Windows Vista was actually the high point of Linux. Like, we never had so many desktop users under Linux as we did back then. I know I'm in the minority. Oh, why the fuck did an incorrect password? Fuck you. I need to take this away, by the way. But I don't game or rely on MS Office and Photoshop, and Linux have been perfectly capable for my daily driver OS for over 18 years. Yeah. And it could for a lot of people, but then again, I'm asking the same question I said before, why should you change? Like, if you're perfectly happy under Windows, why should you change? I tend to like old and single-player games, so Linux works great for me. I have seen some old games not working under Linux. I have also seen a lot of games old games not working under Windows, by the way. It's not like... I'm not shitting on Linux to then praise Windows. Like, here's the thing. Every OS sucks. I actually made a video about that, I think. Yeah, I think I did. Or at least I should upload it, because I have definitely recorded it. But yeah, every OS sucks. There's no fucking great operating system out there. It's all about what operating system is closest to your personal preference. Hey, Low Spec, how are you, man? I tend to... Oh, I just read that. Fuck me. I agree with you, Ken. Linux is a very nice operating system, so therefore there is very big things and very big software that not on or not get available with the OS itself because it's not support. Yeah, it all comes down to user base. If you want shiny things for Linux, we need more users. It's just how the fuck do we get them? And the things we're doing or have done up till now has not worked. And trust me, we have done a lot of fucking things. The more you use an OS, the more bullshit you realize it has using it and willing to compromise. Yeah. Another thing, I will say this, but there's Holy OS, Temple OS, yeah, he was a fucking brilliant guy, though. Like, he was really sick, and he needed help, but he was a fucking brilliant guy. Like, the things he did, like, he was a fucking brilliant guy. Sick, but brilliant. He has some fucking problems, but he was a brilliant fucking guy. Yeah, but I will say this, and I know I have a reputation of shitting on the Linux community, but again, I've been in the Windows community for over 30 years, and Linux close to 25, if not more. And I keep saying this, but it's true. If I go into a Windows hardcore fucking server or a Mac hardcore server, maybe not so much a Mac, but at least a Windows hardcore server, or when I talk to hardcore Windows users, I can talk open source software, I can talk Linux, I can talk Mac OS. They may have a little bit of an opinion on it, but they don't disregard me, they don't yell at me, they don't look down on me, they don't really judge me. If I talk Mac and closed source and Windows in a Linux environment, I might as well go into the church and say, "Hail Satan, suck my cocks." Go up to the priest and take his fucking cloth off and fucking stab him in the ass with a fucking, I don't know, a candle or something like that. Like, I might as well be doing that. That's not fucking great. I know there's a lot of great people in the Linux community. I know a lot of great people in the Linux community. But most, or not most, but a lot of people are not that fucking great in the Linux community. And that's what we are known for. We are not known for being the, you know, the nice people. We are known for being, you know, these fucking cult-like, elitist, neckbeard, never-washing, antisocial motherfuckers. That's not a good picture to have. Like that's not a good stereotype to have within the Linux community, even though there's a lot of amazing and wonderful people in here. If that's the stereotype that we have, that means that it's like a vast amount of people are like that. That's another problem in of itself. Another really, really good example. We all know that gamers can be toxic as fuck. I had this channel for 3 months or 6 months, and I banned twice as many people as I did under my gaming channel that at that time was 7 years old. Like, let that sink in a little bit. Let that sink in a little bit. As toxic as the gaming community is renowned to be, with a channel that had 10 times the subscriber count and viewer count at the time, I only banned 1%. Or so, what is, I can't fucking think now. I banned almost 3 times less the people that I did under a Linux channel that was 6 months old and had, well, 100%, or well, I had like 100 subscribers, and my other channel had like a little over 1,000. So yeah, you see, like with a channel with 100 subscribers, I banned 3 times or 5 times more people in 6 months than I did on a 7-year-old channel with almost 1,500 subscribers and at least 20 times the fucking views daily. Like, if that's not a really scary statistic to think about, I honestly, I don't know how I can empathize this problem better than that. And it is a problem. Again, I know that another thing I tend to say is that Linux is like, the Linux community is like an oasis of great people in a field of fucking weed. You know, bad fucking weed that you know, poison ivies and shit like that. You have to cut down all the fucking bullshit to find that amazing great oasis in there. But when you get in there, it's amazing. The people is amazing. It's beautiful. It's sunny all the time. All the girls want you, and if you're into guys, all the guys want you. It's an amazing place to be. But you have to cut down all the fucking poison ivies and thorn fucking bushes and all that fucking shit to get in there. And it takes a lot of fucking time. And it's a lot of fucking hassle. And they will sting you, they will bite you, there will be snakes in the grass. And it's a fucking mess. But when you get in there, it's amazing. Nobody wants to fucking deal with that shit. Even as great as that fucking oasis in there is. But that's a whole nother side of Linux. Hey, my beard is only halfway down my neck. Well, I've been told I have a massive neck beard. I don't know what the fuck, like, what the fuck is even regarded as a neck beard nowadays? Oh well. Yeah. 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 But then again, everyone would be having a neckbeard if they grow it out a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, I never really bought into this whole neckbeard fucking thing. It's well, I think what they mean with it is that you are ungroomed, like you don't take care of your appearance. That's kind of like like they call it a neckbeard because it's like one of the symptoms of you not showering or grooming yourself and taking care of your appearance and yourself. I think that's why they are using the neckbeard. It's a little bit more unoffensive than saying that you're a slob. You know, like you don't care about your appearance, you don't take care of yourself. You're basically like a slob that never really fucking, wash and stuff like that. So neckbeard sound a little bit more kind. I think lack of software will always be the biggest issue. Not really. Because if Photoshop came to Linux tomorrow, it will get more users to Linux, but not to the same extent, because then we still have all of the rest of the bullshit within Linux. It's an accumulation of a lot of small things. A lot of small things. And I don't think there will be this cataclysmic thing that will happen that will then magically boost Linux into popularity. Not the Steam Deck. We have had so many fucking gaming consoles over the years and devices using Linux where people said, this is going to boost Linux. Valve is probably one of the biggest one, but even back in the 90s and early 2000s, like Google utilized Linux. Heck, Microsoft had Linux in the R&D department in the early 2000s that then ended up being Azure. Linux has been around in a lot of fucking big corporations for decades on decades, and in a lot of consumer electronics for decades and decades. You probably run Linux without knowing it for fucking decades. But here we are. Here we are sitting at 8 o'clock at night talking about Linux. Drinking some coffee or tea or iced tea or sodas and reminiscing, debating, thinking about what could we do, what couldn't we do. And again, like I said before, this talk is not new. Back in 1999, it was lack of software. In 2005, it was lack of software or smaller user base or not being pre-installed. And all of the things we're talking about right now has been talked about to death for over 20 years. Coffee! I love coffee. I like me a good coffee. Red Hat was on the shelf at Walmart in the early... Hey, in Denmark, you could buy DVDs in computer magazines with Linux on it in the 90s. Okay? Was it the O'Reilly or what the fuck it was called? Sold Linux tutorial books with Red Hat Linux on it in stores, in bookstores. Like, it's not... Again, for a lot of people that are new to Linux, they don't know this, and I get it. I fucking get it, people. I do get it, but if you're being told over and over again, oh, we just need it to be pre-installed, or this and that, I'm like, dude, we've tried this for 20 years, okay? Like, something drastically has to fucking happen. The CD comes for free in computer magazine. Yeah, you could get some of them for free, and you could, but there was this fucking, I can't remember if it was O'Reilly or what the fuck it was called, but they had like this paperback book with Red Hat, and it was like installation guide to Red Hat, and you got like a Red Hat version of it, and you bought, that was my first ever Linux. I got it from a friend that bought that Linux thing in Meduski. He saw it in a shop, and then he tried it out, and he was like, "Hey, this may interest you." And then I tried it out, and first time I installed Red Hat Linux, I didn't really use it. I just installed it, and then I installed OS 2 and Windows and all that fucking shit again. And then I tried it again, and then I installed, on and off in the 90s, and like, in 2001 that I really got really into Linux, even though I ran it on as my main system. I dual booted back then with. At one time, this is how many operating systems I dual booted. Okay, BOS, Windows. I actually had 2 versions of Windows at that time. So BOS, Windows, I can't remember what it was. Probably Windows 98 and Windows 2000, and OS2 and Linux. Like 5 operating systems I had on my system at one time. Other times I would be having like 1 or 2 different Linux distributions on the same fucking computer, plus Windows and BOS. For years, I bought Linux magazine with CDs and DVDs. Books was including distro. Box sets of Red Hat and SUSE were sold in bookstores. Yeah, like Linux has been sold on shelf for fucking decades, man. Hey, I can agree with you. Most people, myself included, just want to run their programs with very little interest in the OS or tinkering with it. Yeah, and I'm one of the few people that like to tinker with my operating system. And there are a lot of people in the Linux community, that's why they like Linux. But we are not the masses. We are the few. We are the few crazy nutcases out there, you know, like we are the odd ones. We are the one, you know, that rather sit and fiddle with an operating system than going to the movies or going on a hot date or going to a family gathering and getting amazing barbecue and stuff like that. You know, we are not the norm, but we kind of think we are or wish we are. And a lot of the problems within Linux is that we think that everyone else think like us, but they don't. We are the ones that are not thinking like everyone else. And we kind of need to realize that. Yeah, Mandrake was amazing, man. Good old Mandrake Linux. Like, Mandrake and SUSE Linux is probably my all-time favorite old Linux distributions. I fucking loved Mandrake. And I love that you got the whole repository on DVDs and CDs. Linux may work with a lot of my Steam games, but that's not the case for everyone. True. Now, my main goal is to actually learn Linux without the BS Linux community nonsense. That would be really hard. Because one thing that is universal within Linux is that the BS Linux, the bullshit of the Linux community is infected and have infected everything that has to do with Linux. And most of that is the FOSS people. Or the Free Software Foundation people. Those are the ones you have to look out for. Because they are looking at Linux and software development and stuff like that as a religion. Like, they think for some fucking reason that running an operating system is going to change society. Like, how fucking delusional are you going to be that if you think a developing method and a operating system is going to change the political landscape of the world? Like, I want a hit of that fucking crack pipe. I'm just give me a fucking hit of that crack pipe right now. Because it must be some fucking good stuff that you're putting in that shit. Customizing the desktop was never my thing. I didn't really do it, like, for years, actually. I just ran with the pre-installed shit. That was kinda it. Most of the issue I've had with Linux are the small things. File management, mountable permissions, things that makes me go... I didn't need to do that. Yeah, and for a lot of people, that's enough, man. That's enough. The FOSS people in the Free Software Foundation are elitist and clearly politically biased. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Man, I just like using and tinkering with my computer. For fuck's sake, I don't care. Oh my god, that's not the norm. Yeah. Again, it all comes down to Richard Stallman. It really does. I hate to hate on that guy, but it really does. As brilliant as he is, like, he's a smart guy, he's not good at being a fucking human. He should be locked down in a basement somewhere and just fiddle around with code. Just leave him in the basement and fiddle around with code. Don't let any other humans come near him. And then have, like, some handlers, you know, a few select people that interact with him. He would be amazing at that. He should not be running around and spewing his fucking... Like, the fucking dude went around with fucking tinfoil around his fucking name tag at a convention because the fucking government could track him via the name tag on his fucking, badge on his convention. Like, he's one fucking step away from being a flat earther. like one fucking hit to the head from being a flat earther. Like, some of the fucking shit... Like, I watched an interview with him. It's out there. I can't remember what it's called. Where he was talking about some points about free and open source software and stuff like that in the Free Software Foundation. And the interviewer asked him a question. Like, you say this, but don't that go a little bit against this? Or what about people that think like that or say that that's not the case? He got so angry at him that he was like, please let me speak. How dare you contradict the things that I'm saying right now? If you keep contradicting what I'm saying, I'm going to leave right now. This interview is over. If you're saying something that goes against what I'm saying, I'm leaving this conversation right now. How the fuck can you look up to a guy like that? Like, how the fuck can you look up to that? Oh, you're seeing that interview? Yeah, when I saw that, I was fucking like... That dude should never fucking open his mouth at all. Like, he's a really bad fucking example of the penal code of fucking free and open source software. Oh, we are not mad. We are just talking about Richard Stallman. But the Earth is flat, which I'll show you. Spread world map on kitchen floor. I think you need to drink some more wine. Yeah, that goof. Blasphemy. Saint Ignis shall strike you down. Oh yeah, he's fucking... Yeah. I think Estig is somewhat a fucking Richard Stallman fan. But we won't hold that over him. There's a 6 with planes for the win. Yeah. That dude is fucking... There could be fucking made documentaries about how crazy that dude is. And also how brilliant he actually is in a lot of instances. But for the most part, crazy. One of his main reasons for hating Linux and the open source movement is because it took eyes away from the Free Software Foundation and their political movement. It's software, it's not a political movement. Get over your fucking self, man. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Oh, that's some fucking titties on that girl. That's what the fuck is her name? I can't remember her name. She used to be in a lot of fucking movies. And he said a bunch of bullshit about Ubuntu using non-free software. And I'm over here like, so we as the Linux community want Nvidia to work on the Linux, but also don't. Yeah, exactly. Stallman is the sexiest man alive. Hey, if that floats your boat, and you want his non-washed fucking penis into your asshole or in your mouth, you just go nuts, my friend. You fucking take that fucking cock as hard as you can. I would probably get fucking community strike right now. Like, you just fucking ride that fucking train all the way to fucking Pleasure Town, man. You don't stop until white stuff comes out of your ears and mouth and fucking nose. You just go for it. Go for it, man. Come on, Marcus, you have it. Come on. And please make an OnlyFans. Make an OnlyFans. So you can make that fucking dollar bills, y'all. And get rich on fucking riding Richard Stallman. He probably have not had sex in fucking decades, so yeah. He probably would enjoy any attention down there whatsoever. I loved Linux back then. It was so fun. Not that much politics going on. Is MMX still is it MMX or XMM? I can't fucking speak. Is XMMS still around? I need to figure that out. XMMS. I don't know why that's so fucking hard. No. What was it called? XMMS? Can't fucking remember it right now. You are Richard Stallman. What is her name? I used to watch a shit ton of movies with her in it. Like, I used to have the massive fucking boner. Yeah, it's this software here, like, it is XMMS. Why is it not in the repos anymore? I used to love this Winamp clone. Maybe Audacity or Odyssey or what the fuck it's called. It's like Linux screenshot from 1998. Oh, Alicia Oskowitz, I think is the name. But look at those fucking titties, man. Titties. Titties. I love looking at screenshot of old Linux. I don't know why. I find that really. Yeah. It's long dead, but sometimes old software is still being kept around in the repos. It's only if it's open source to their people they want the software, and that's very caring. Oh yeah, Linux users is massively caring. Tits OS, yeah. Show me them titties. Show me them titties. I want to bury my ass in titties. X11 amp was also a thing. Titties. And then if you can get some twins with good titties, that was fucking amazing, man. Like the nerd boner or the boner would be like the teenage boner would be Funback OS. Yeah, fuck yeah. Let's throw that fucking fun shit around there, baby. Oh, the good old GNOME. I love the old, like, GNOME 1 and 2, man. And, yeah, not 3. 1 and 2 was fucking amazing. Just look at this fucking shit here, man. This kind of makes me want to main Linux again. And say, fuck Windows. I may do, like... I'm not opposed to the idea of just fucking Windows. I really am not. And it may happen at some point. I'm definitely not saying never. But as it is right now, it's not in the cards. Like, if I stop being as much into gaming and stuff like that, I may fuck Windows. If that happens, I don't know if it will happen. That's another thing. I think the Hooters chain restaurants want Boobs OS on their cash register. Yeah, probably. And you need to slam your fucking titties into the cash register to open it. I want to look at BOS now. Let me have my nerd boner, okay? Let me have my nerd boner. Like... Oh... Then we can look at Haiku a little bit after this and see what they are up to nowadays. Oh, I used to run BOS Max for a little while. Oh, this system has so massively promises, man. Fucking hell, man. This was like the pinnacle of operating systems in the 90s, man. Fuck Windows, fuck Linux. Like... When this operating system was around, Linux was like... Compared to BOS, Linux was like a fucking mouth-drooling idiot sitting in the corner playing with his own feces. Like, I'm not even joking here. It was that like... It took almost 10 years for Windows and Linux to kinda catch up with BOS. That's how fucking advanced this shit was. Ooh, more titties. Oh, the B-box. Like, my biggest dream... Oh, yeah, I install Haiku like a couple of times a year to see what they are up to and what they're doing. Like, if I had a lot of fucking money and I had like $1 billion that I could just throw away, My plan would be like taking Haiku and just sponsor the living shit out of it, buying development houses to work on Haiku OS. And it needs to upgrade the fucking UI because Haiku looks like fucking way too outdated, if you ask me. But I want to make Haiku into what BOS could have been. Like, I wish Haiku was Linux. Haiku is probably my favorite operating system alive. Because it's basically BOS. Like, I would be putting so much money into that fucking project, man. It would be... And here's one of the reasons. It's focused on the desktop. It's not trying to be a server. It's not trying to be all of this and that. It's a desktop operating system. It's streamlined. It has a lot of protocols that are standardized and stuff like that. Oh my god. Look at this fucking shit. Oh man, I wish I was a teenager again. Icarus. Oh! I thought they were like kind of dead. That's the one that are trying to mimic Amiga OS, right? Like, it was so fucking amazing for web development. Like, you had one monitor that was like, you know, monochrome, and then you had another monitor that was a different resolution and different bit depth and stuff like that. Amiga OS replacement. Yeah, gotcha. And then you just dragged, you know, the picture around those different monitors, and it was fucking amazing, man. Like, remember, this was competing with Windows 98, Windows ME, Windows 95, Windows 2000, GNOME 1, I think it was competing with, KDE 1 or 2 it was competing with. Like, this here looked like it was like 10 or 15 years ahead of its, like, design-wise and look-wise. It looked like it was like 10, 15 years ahead of anyone else. Not only to speak about that, the capabilities of the operating system was 10 years ahead of anyone else. Like, it had like proper multi-threading and multitasking and all of that fucking shit 5-6 years before any other operating system really got it. Oh, well, not any, but any popular operating system got it. Even Linux, man. Linux had something they called emulated multi-threading or multitasking, if I remember correctly. Where BOS had true multitasking and multi-threading. And while it was running, you could turn on and off the fucking CPUs on BOS. They have a demo showing that out on YouTube. If you want to see me fanboy, give me a fucking BOS. Like, talk about BOS and I will fanboy all day, man. I will be like the fucking happiest kid on earth, man, talking about BOS forever and ever and ever. This is one of the operating systems that a lot of people today, if they could experience this when it was actively being developed, they would be like bitching about Linux forever, man. Because it did all of the things that Linux want to do. BOS had the capability to run different monitor resolution, color depth on virtual machine. Each virtual machine is still not properly implemented in Linux today. Yeah, look there, people. Look. Do I need to say more? A system from fucking 1995, 6, 7 is Linux, and probably not even fucking Windows to this day have caught up with it. Haiku can do that, by the way, also. And that's amazing for fucking, you know, graphic designers and stuff like that. I stream on a Wednesday. Yeah, I need to kill some time because I have some packages I need to pick up tomorrow. And I need to get a new controller and some new coffee, and I can't fucking wait to get it. So instead of me sitting here and being an impatient little child, I might as well just talk to you guys. I hate it whenever CCT using qualifiers, cause I'm just over here like, how about you do a Linux from scratch or actually make your own operating system from source, and then come back at me like, there's a lot of fundamental things going on with that guy that I got a kick in the butt and kind of came to the conclusion that I need to come to, and I already have come to in the back of my head. I'm not going to do any reaction videos with Chris Titus Tech, DistroTube, or eBoss Sense or anything like that, because they wind me up to no fucking end. They really wind me up. They really wind me up, man. Jade away. I couldn't agree more. I thought it was a new video, so I didn't click on. Oh, yeah, good idea to make a live stream today for me. Yeah, I'm just bored. The appointment I have tomorrow got postponed. I should have been to the gym today, but I picked up some new earbuds, so I rather did that instead. I may go to the gym tomorrow, but I need to go to the gym Friday. I need to get more serious with my working out. I do it like once the last couple of months I've done it like once a week or something like that. I need to get fucking more into it. At least Chris Titus takes out of his Linux honeymoon phase. No, he's not. No. He's still in his fucking honeymoon phase. He just don't know it yet. Like, he's been using Linux for like 3 or 4 years. Like, that dude is still in his honeymoon phase. Trust me, he still is. He just think he's not. Like, I played Doom 3, I think it was, on BOS, or was it Doom 2? It was one of the Doom games. One of the 3D accelerated Doom games. I got to work under Linux and BOS, and it was a fucking hassle. But I was like, this is fucking the most amazing thing ever. And I knew I could just install Windows and it was just install and run. But just the sheer amount of work it took to get it to work was almost worth it. Just to boot it up, see it running, and then don't stop it. CTT is a YouTube whore. Nothing he says means anything. Yeah, he's all about the views and the money, sadly enough. Or at least that's what I think. I don't know the guy. What distro do you prefer the most these days? Right now, at this moment, it's probably OpenSUSE and Kubuntu. The latest version of Kubuntu and OpenSUSE is the one that I lately have been using the most. And mostly OpenSUSE, but I tend to switch between those two. So Kubuntu for if you want a little bit more of the stable, less hassle thing, and OpenSUSE if you want, like an arts experience, but a stable arts experience. Oh, this is a DeviantArt concept. Yeah, I do like the switch to Linux guy somewhat. I've also talked to him a little bit and reacted. Whatever happened to BOS, so a lot happened. They changed direction too much. They didn't. They put all their eggs into one basket that didn't pan out. They got a little bit of. They were held a little bit back by Microsoft. They actually got into a lawsuit with Microsoft that hold them back. A lot of management problems, management decision problems, a lot of factors. It was just a perfect storm of bad things happening for the company. And them not really knowing what they want, to be honest. They try to do like a computer hub station, that you had on your desk that you could activate the internet on. Think of it like an iPad that you basically had on your desk that you then could go onto the internet with and get recipes and stuff like that. But back then, you had it was a big box that you had to have on your kitchen table or stuff like that. And the internet back then was really unreliable and crappy and stuff like that. They were like way ahead of their times in every aspect that they did. Had they done that today with today's technology or 10 years ago with 10 years technology, they would have fucking taken over the world, man. Been on us like a year, kind of want something a tiny bit more stable. Like, if you want arts, or like arts and the way it functions and stuff like that, and you want more stability and more streamlining and more quality gone into the product, Tumbleweed is definitely it's like, I put it like this, Tumbleweed is a mix between Arch Linux and Ubuntu. You have a lot of conveniences and stuff like that, but you also have the rolling nature. You have a lot of the latest and greatest. You need to be somewhat on point with what's going on and stuff like that. So Tumbleweed is definitely, you know, a fix for that, for those kind of people. And that's kind of where I am. I'm like, I will probably be running if you put a gun to my head, I would probably be running Tumbleweed if I had to choose one distribution. I may change my mind in a year or a month, but right now, or the last year, that's kind of been my go-to. Yeah, it's a shame that it happens to end the way it did with BOS. And a lot of people like to blame Microsoft for the lawsuit, but it's also like, yes, Microsoft did a really bad thing for BOS back then, enabling them not to be pre-installed onto the systems that they want. But you also have to put a little bit of responsibility back on the you know, the company. You know, not put all your eggs in one basket. And again, it was a big risk. It may pan out, and had it pan out, it would have saved the fucking company. Not to talk about before Mac OS or Apple bought Steve Jobs back with Next OS or next step. They were thinking about buying BOS. BOS could have been the new Apple operating system, but the BOS was made by old Apple engineer. He wanted too much money out of it. That was all it came down to. He wanted too much money. And if they went with Next Step or Next Computers, they also got Steve Jobs. So BOS could have been the new Apple, but without Steve Jobs, there may not have been an Apple to, you know, run BOS. Apple may have gone under. I'm one of the people that think that Steve Jobs single-handedly saved Apple from going under. And that would probably not have happened if they went with BOS. There could have been a future or a scenario where they bought BOS and also bought Steve Jobs back. But I think Steve Jobs wanted to come back, but he also wanted Apple to buy his company. You know, a little bit of pride thing going into it. I think it has something a little bit to do with that. He wanted to come back, they wanted him, and he was like, well, you have to buy my company then. It's a little bit of a fuck you to Apple that basically fired him. That he got so important that they actually have to buy him out. I think that has something to do with it. John Lewis can see the CEO of BOS would have ruined Apple. So here's the thing: he would not, as far as I understand it, he would not have been coming back to Apple. The way I understood it is that Apple would be buying BOS, and if he came back to Apple, he would be working on BOS. He would not become CEO or something like that. The way I understood it, and I read about it, was that they would buy BOS. And the talent that went with BOS to work on BOS for Apple, he would not have been, you know, the CEO and stuff like that. That's how I understood it back then. Hey Arnis, how are you, man? You'll give it a try. That's awesome. The place I am a great guest at the place I am a gate guard at use open source. Oh, are you a European guy or a American guy, Fish Tank? I'm more of a Debian stable plus backport guy. Yeah, I like that. I kind of want to try and install Debian testing and then main it on my virtual machine. So do everything I do for my videos on Debian stable for like a month to see how I like it. So if I go to do coding videos or, you know, stuff like that, do that under Debian stable to see how I would like running Debian stable. I honestly, I think I would like it a lot. And of course, we have like flat packages and snap packages that gives you a lot of newer version of mostly used software nowadays. Yeah, Esling, I don't think that was meant for him to come back as a CEO. I think he was just, like, because before that he was a technical advisor or something like that under Apple, and I think that that was he was also like the chief of the France division of Apple, if I'm not remembering incorrectly here. And I think the deal was that they would buy the company and the talent within the company to basically make BOS into Mac OS, you know. That should, like, he would probably have been the department head of the operating system department or something like that. Installing OpenSUSE at this very moment, yeah, I actually think about reinstalling OpenSUSE again with either GNOME or KDE as the desktop. Look at this sexy motherfucker beast from the 90s. Ooh, beautiful. Isn't it beautiful? Look at this fucking girl. We see some more titties. The sink. Oh, I think this is like is this like a porn site or something like that in the back end? Yeah, but this is how we like in the 90s. Remember this, kids? Remember this? There was no fucking high def porn back then. Like, at least not in video format. It was like stuff like this that you got your fucking wank bang over. And if you downloaded a high-res picture, it took for fucking ever to download it. And sometimes the download fucked up and you got like a bar over her titties or pussy. Before Jobs returned to Apple operating system development was a mess. With Pink and Tailgate and other expensive features. Yeah. Yeah, 80s ASCII, yeah. ASCII art. Yeah, it was almost that bad, man. It was almost that fucking bad, man. This is Haiku. I should make another video about Haiku OS. Let's see what the development status is. Haiku OS. They just updated Python in, if I'm not mistaken. Beta 3. Haven't they had that out for like over a year now? How can I see the release? Yeah, Beta 3 is like really old. Yeah, release 1 Beta 3. When was this? Do we have a date? Where's the date? Where's the date? Where's the date? Why is there no date? Yeah, I think it's a couple of years old now or something like that. Oh, yeah. The nightly builds are the one. If you want to see what's going on with it, you need to go into the nightly builds. Where the fuck did I see that? Nightly images here. This is where you're going to go nuts. And this is the one that I normally would be installing, the nightly builds. Just to see what the latest and greatest are up to. You know what? I'm going to download Tumbleweed. And let's reinstall it. And I will be doing the network image. There you go. So bear with me for a second here. Shut down. Shut down. The 90s internet was scary. You were trying to get some normal porn and even some music albums. Some people will snog. Yes, cheese. Yeah, and you get all kind of fucking crazy shit going on there also, man. Storage. And sometimes you would be waiting for fucking ever to get like a really, really great picture you thought was a great picture. Then it would be like a picture of a really fucking old man naked, or, you know, someone fucking a donkey, or, you know, it was like totally different than what you expected. It was just like, fucking hell, I'm fucking, my eyes are burned forever now. Let's see, where's the one that we need to find? There it is. There you go. We're not going to boot from hardware. We're going into the installation. Done and done. So if there's anything you guys and girls want to see on doing the open source installation, let me know. And if you already know there's something you want to look at, it's actually pre-inventedly upset now because there's a little bit delay. So I may not catch it if it's happening right away. So if there's anything you need to see more detail that you already know that you've been wondering about with the installer, then type it down already. And then remind me later on when we get to it. I used OS2 to download all my porn back in the 90s and never had to worry about viruses. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. I just did it like this. I downloaded a lot of, not porn pictures, but sexy pictures at school in recess. Put it onto a floppy disk and then took it with me home. So if there was a fucking viruses in those pictures, let the school deal with them. And then I would be jerking off to Janeway and 7 of 9 and, you know. With normal hours, the Tom installs itself in 10 minutes all through the net install. I always had the net install being a little bit faster than the other one. Because they are compressing it so much on the DVD that the uncompressing takes a shit ton of time. Also, it depends on what you actually are installing, how big the core system is that you're installing. Yeah, I downloaded a lot of fucking girls onto floppy disks back in the day, man. Like, I spent my every recess, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. It was like us kids on the fucking classroom computers and just filling those fucking floppy disks up with pictures of hot girls, man. Like, we would be spending all the time we could on it. That was our fucking pastime at school. It was all about them fucking floppy disks, man. So we need to change into the Danish. Go away, you stupid little fly. And we sometimes you also had schoolwork you had to take with you home. So there was the random notepad file and text file on the activate online repositories. Yep. And we just keep those. We don't need anyone else. We can later on enable third-party repos if we want to. DT have been using Linux for almost 2 decades. No, he has not. DistroTube has been using Linux for 10 years, I would say. 10-ish years. How come he act as if he's always in the honeymoon phase? So, DistroTube is what you call an extremist. That's not what Chris Titus' take is. DistroTube needs something in his life to believe in. He needs something to fight for, and Linux has to. He has chosen Linux. He would probably have been an extremist vegan or carnivore or you know, he needs something. He needs something that he can fight for. He needs something that will make him part of a select group of people that's not the, you know, the rest or not the majority, and then feel superior about it. It would not be uncommon for him to be picked up by an extremist group of people. He has a lot of the traits that they look for to recruit. I think that DT has started on, I think it was 2011, yeah. DT has some big guns in his house. Yeah, but does he know how to use them? Here's the thing, you can have the best fucking biggest guns in your house, but if you don't know how to use them, it means nothing. I don't know if DT had that much experience on Linux. I thought it was maybe 5 years as best in. He act like a moron. Yeah, they are dropping Leap. I think we will get 1 or 2 releases of Leap, and then it will be the adoptable Linux platform or something like that. Basically, micro OS. It will become micro OS. Oh, we have more of the fucking 69 Omegas here. I do like the emotes. I do like the kissing emotes, the heart emotes. Me like it long time. Do like that shit. So what are we going for here? Traditional server, generic desktop. I normally go with generic desktop because it gives me a bare bones system. It gives me a graphical user interface based system with ICE VM. Generic desktop, yeah, so I like that a lot with ICE VM, and then I install another desktop on top of it. But if you want to go the arts way, you can just go server and then use the install target as a graphical environment. But I would go generic because I like having ICE VM as a backup if things go tits up with my day-to-day operating system. I still have ICE VM I can go in and fiddle around with, and it takes like 40 megabytes or something like that. So here I always I don't like to using PTIFS at all at home. It's meant for servers. It's not meant to be a desktop file system. So I go with ext4. And I normally go down here to expert, click on this little thing here, and then I start with current proposal. And you see it here, so I click on it gives me basically SDA, this is the boot partition, it's not user, and then we have a EFI system, and then we basically have the main system here. So I just go down here and edit that one, I say ext4, and I want it to format, I want it to be this mount point, I click next, and we have a 2 GB swap partition, let's just keep that one, and I accept that. That's all I do. That's how I set up my partition. You could be like Esnik that love to have a separate home partition because he's just weird like that and he like Uniporn. But I would just keep it like this for a VM situation. That's not like my main production environment or my main machine is just for a VM, and I have no problem doing it like this. So just click next. I like the way SUSE hand full disk encryption. It's easy to set up. Yeah, it's really, really easy to set up. So now it's synchronizing with the good old servers. And let's see if it fucking craps its pants right now, because sometimes it does it and it seems like it's doing it right now. Sometimes the servers get a little bit overloaded, and or if they're doing a massive upgrade in the back end, upgrading a lot of packages, then the package file gets out of sync and it can fuck up the network install and you have to start all over again. Oh, it seems to be working. So, I want to be in Denmark, and I want to be here in Denmark. And we click next. Want to set up a username, amazingly secure password, and use password for system administration. Yes, auto login. Yeah, let's just keep that one. Skip user creation. You can also import data for previous installation. But this will be okay for me for now. Click next, and yes, it's a bad password. I know this. This here is where the magic happening. Here you can customize the system as much as if you were installing Arch the Arch way. And I will go down these things one by one. All-in-one root partition is fine for VM. Separate home is only a choice on dedicated hardware installs. I don't even do it on dedicated hardware installs, isn't it? I've not had a separate home partition in over a decade. If I did it on physical hardware. If I needed to change Linux distribution and I needed my home partition to be preserved, I just backed it up to a USB stick or a separate hard drive and then, transfer it over. It's not that big of a deal. So here at bootloader or booting, we can go in here and click booting, and we can go in here and we can change the bootloader. Crop2 for EFI. Let's try and use this one if you want to. Or yeah, let's try and use this one. Enable secure boot as startup. Let's not do that. Enable the NVRAM entry. Protective master boot recovery flag. Kernel parameters. Go in here. If you don't want mitigation, you can turn that off. console theme, you can change that fucking shit. Bootloader option, here again you can probe it as your hard content. Unsupported combination of... Oh, it's because we have to set it up for UEFI. I have to change that. Let's go in here and say crop 2 then. We can change the parameters here. As you can say, write generic boot code to MBR. We're going to say okay here. And here, write boot code. So this is where it's going to be written to. And here, write it into master boot recorder. Don't write it. Do not write it into booster mode. Write. So I think if we do this here, we can enable UEFI. Software. This is like the bee's knees of OpenSUSE. The installer. So here we can click on patterns or meta packages and stuff like that. What I like to do is click this little detail button down here. Now you have access to every fucking thing in the repo. Now you can take away stuff you don't need. You can add stuff you want, just like on the arts. The only difference is you're doing this in a graphical environment. So you can enable anything. You can right now, this is where you set up your final install. What do you want it to be when it's installed? So in here, I could probably go with I could actually choose a desktop environment. I haven't run XFCE in over a year, to be honest. But I could also go with the Plasma desktop. So you have to be careful of these patterns here. I don't like using patterns for desktop environments because it's kind of like a meta package, and it takes everything down in the kitchen sink. So if I'm going to install KDE, I'm going to install it without the pattern prefix in front of it. So under it will be like, where is it? It will be called pattern here. Patterns KDE Plasma. If I click this one, it will take everything in the kitchen sink. I think you can enable the later down the line. I think you can enable it. You can also, I think you can go up here and do allow vendor chains, extras. I think you should be able to do so, yes, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But I will probably be doing... I don't know. Oh, GNOME. So we have GNOME on Xorg, we have GNOME on Wayland, and then we just have the basic GNOME. We also have XFCE. We also have the Cinnamon desktop. I do like me some Cinnamon desktop. Like, it's probably my favorite GTK-based desktop at the moment, Cinnamon. I think we are going to do with Cinnamon. So instead of using patterns for Cinnamon, so there'll probably be a pattern. Cinnamon. I always just choose them manually. So I'll be doing this one here. I will be doing file roller, GNOME calculator, calendar, disk util, font viewer, system monitor. Oh, what is this one here? Light DEM, Slick Reader. Let's do it the branding one here. Nemo extensions preview. So why am I not using these patterns here? So let's say, yeah, desktop always ext4. Yeah, so let's say I take a pattern here, and I say, okay, I don't need file roller, for example, or hex chat. I don't need hex chat, so I uninstall hex chat. Well, next time you do an upgrade, the software is like, oh, you enable this pattern called Cinnamon, and in this pattern or meta packages, hex chat is included, so we are going to reinstall it. So they are really great if you just want to, you know, click and forget, and you don't mind getting all of the kitchen sink and all of the extra stuff that comes with it. But if you want to keep it streamlined and you choose the adventure, so to speak, don't use patterns, don't use meta packages, because you may uninstall a piece of software that's included in that meta package, and next time you do an upgrade, it will just automatically download it. And you're like, I just uninstalled it. And I see a lot of OpenSUSE people being like, but I uninstalled this program. And I'm like, yeah, did you use patterns? And then they're like, oh yeah, enable this pattern. Yeah, unable this pattern, and then it will not be reinstalled again. We can also go in here and we can like search. So I like VLC, so I can go in here and do search VLC. And we have all the VLC goodness in here, and it's, you know, like I said, you can take stuff away you don't need, you can add stuff in you like. Right now, we're doing the same thing you would be doing on the OS Linux in a TTY terminal after a post install. You know, you're customizing your system right now. All of this, what I'm doing right now, has not been written to disk yet, so I can do all of this fucking shit and get a massive amount of spam bot that wants to spam me in my face with fucking hot fucking things. Anyway, I can do all of this here right now, and I could be like, nope, nope. I changed my mind, I want Wayland GNOME. I can either reboot the install, or I can untick a lot of shit and enable a lot of other shit. So, in my opinion, you actually have a lot of things going on for you. What else do I need? I think that's it. I think... What is this here? Applications to use to allow... this application allows you to configure Qt5 settings, font themes, and says, I may want that. The Seahorse, no simple scan, no. XCD, text editor, document viewer, simple graphic viewer. Let's use that one. Yelp viewer. I need gedit. I like gedit. So I'll go in here with gedit. I like some extra bookmarks or extensions, so it could be color scheme is a good one to have. If you're doing a lot of things with Git, you can enable Git plugin for gedit. The terminals is a good one to have. Word completion is a good one to have. And I think that's it. I think we are done. So I just click accept down here, mob. And this is all of the extra thing that is going to get in, and I will just say continue because I like that. And again, like I said, in here you can customize the living shit out of fucking your OpenSUSE install. Right here, this is where you choose your adventure. Default system D-target. So if you set this to a non-graphical mode, so if you install it in a server, traditional server mode, this would be set to a text-based mode. So that means that even if you install XFCE or any other desktop, you can't boot into it. You need to change it to graphical mode. System and hardware settings. We can go in here and we can go nuts with sound cards and graphic cards and capture cards and penis cards and vagina cards. You go nuts in here. It's like PPP over Ethernet, and it's detecting hardware right now. And here the CPU, you can go in here and you can, you know, it's telling you what you have and what you don't have. You can change kernel settings. You can go in here and change kernel settings. Like, how easy can you do that on the arts? Let's just say, oh, fucking hell, man. Come on, dude. Like, how? Oh my god, is it getting that late? Network configuration. Here, DNS server routing, network manager. Always use network manager. Wicked is their kind of own thing. I think it's deprecated. I don't think they actually develop it anymore. I think it's just in maintenance mode. Or you can actually disable fucking network altogether. Oh, no problem, Fish Tank. But yeah, like I said, you can customize your system as much or probably even more in here than you do with us in a nice graphical environment. You know, you can read a little bit about it, get some information. You know, it's not that scary, and we have not written anything to disk yet. I can still pull the plug on this. Download from remote repositories. The whole install size is 3.6 gigabyte. Now we just click install. And again, this is a German distribution, and Germans are really fucking... They have a neck for detail. So they are like, are you really, really, really sure you want to do this? Because you're about to erase your fucking hard drive. We're like, yep. And now you go grab your wife, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your sex robot, and you have a really good time. Because this is going to take a long time. So go grab a coffee or something like that. And we should be having a fully installed Cinnamon desktop installed. And I always do it like this, because if I under the install use like, you had the option for traditional server, the generic desktop, and KDE and XFCE and stuff like that. If you click there, it will be using the patterns that I talked about before. I would not use patterns beside for the core X11 system and the core operating system and YAST. Anything else, I would not be using patterns. Patterns are great if you don't understand or know that much about Linux, because it gives you everything in the kitchen sink. So you're not going to be without something. And then it's like, oh my god, I need an image viewer. Which one should I choose, and what are the options and all of that shit. It will make sure that you can do everything you want with the patterns. You are not being left out with anything. So from a new user standpoint or not unexperienced user standpoint, patterns is amazing. For you amazing smart people in here that have a massive fucking penis and vagina and big titties, that basically me saying that you're intelligent people, you can go in and do what I just did, pick and choose, maybe, enable EFI, UEFI, enable secure boot, mess around with the network settings if you want that, if you're having your own DNS server or stuff like that. And like I said, now we are just sitting here and waiting for it to download, and this typically takes me around 20 minutes to do so. Hey, Doctor, how are you, man? Welcome in. Let's see if we are faster at installing this than English Bob is. But here's the thing with OpenSUSE, their installer. This is meant for the enterprise. So they do a lot of stuff in the back end to make sure that when it's installing, it's validating, and shit don't break on you. Will it happen? Everything can happen. But on that subject, we are still in a GUI interface, so we can still go down here to help and read a little bit about that in here. We can probably also search about something in here. We can go in here to the release note and have a little bit of read about this here. What is OpenSUSE Tumbleweed, the installation, unified extendable firmware interface, UEFI, GPT, and MS-DOS partitioning. You can go general. There's a lot, you can sit here and read a lot of fucking stuff in here if you want to. Which is amazing, and close that one down. So it's not like us, where you are locked down and can't do anything other than funneling your own fucking testicles and waiting for it to install. I'm good. I thought I'll come in and lurk around as I've never been on your live stream. Oh, you missed out a lot of fucking... We've been alive for almost 5 hours now. Or not alive. Live for almost 5 hours now. And there's been a lot of ranting and yelling and screaming and angry fucking faces. I've been a little bit animated. But yeah. It's basically just us goofing. So my live stream, this is how I look at it. We are just a group of people sitting at the bar, having a beer, talking about whatever the fuck we want to talk about. A lot of times we don't even talk about Linux in here. It can be anything from gaming to fucking psychology to your favorite porn star to what beer you like to what car you like to how great Windows is, how bad Windows is, Haiku, BOS, you name it. This is my player. Like I said, this is us going to the bar and have the pub and have a beer. I don't like this to be anything other than that. So I don't monetize it. If people want to donate, they're of course free to do so. But this is not for me to make money or push a content quote or anything like that. This is us just having fun or, well, getting angry at each other or something like, it's just people gathering together and just talking about whatever, man. OpenSUSE has the most advanced GUI installer out there. Yeah, but they have been working on it for over 2 decades, GP. Like, let's be honest here, this is nothing new. It's like over 2 decades old, man. So, yeah, there's been a lot of stuff going into this. If I'm not mistaken, this is still coded in Ruby. It's one of the few programs that are still Ruby-based under Linux that are still actively being developed to some extent. That's a little bit, that's a little bit crazy to think about. And a lot of people have been asking them to port it over to Python or something like that, but it's a massive task. And here's the fun thing for you guys and girls. All of this here can be done in a non-curse environment under the command line. If you don't have a graphic card to display this, we can do all of this in a non-curse environment in a terminal. The almost exact same way. I almost feel like having a random English Bob style on my Windows 11 Fallout keep crashing. I have a lot of people having problems with Fallout, and it's more or less a Fallout problem and not a Windows problem. The Fallout games in general just fucking bad, man. They really, like, especially if you go in and mess with mods. I had Fallout really being bad on me with mods and stuff like that. Yeah. We Germans ask 100 times if you are really sure. Yeah, it's a German philosophy. It's the Germans, man. You really want worst with that fucking dinner? Yeah. Are you sure? Yeah. Or beer? Yeah, beer. Give me beer. You fucking German. I keep getting fucking I keep getting ads on YouTube about visiting Germany, a place to explore, go to the mountains, take pictures, our culture, our history. Just like, no. I don't want to go to Germany. They're fucking old crazy people. Hey, CJ, how are you, man? I hope you're doing good. We are already faster than English Bob. I don't know why English Bob took that long to install and download. Was he only using one core? I think he was only using one core. I daren't drink at the most as I'm trying my best to lose weight, but I'm a fizzy water instead. Yeah, so I should have been to the gym today. I pushed it to tomorrow, but I may push it to Friday. I need to get more into my health also. I did have some scones today. That's actually the only thing I had to eat today. 3 scones and 5 or 6 fucking biscuits and 1 apple. So, yeah, and then I started to live stream 5 fucking hours ago. I think my longest live stream was like 11 hours or something like that. Yeah, 11 hours, I think, yeah. So I missed the stream, was later, bang, I'm just fine. Oh, yeah, no worries, man. It is a weekday. What is the best Danish beer? That depends. It's like, what is your favorite distribution? Like, it's hard to explain. It depends on, like, do you want a beer to get drunk on, or do you want a beer to enjoy? It's a little bit like asking a wine snob, what is the best wine? You know, depends. Like, it depends. Like most things in life, it depends. I'm a sober Glasgow Scotsman. A Scotsman without a whiskey or a beer is a little bit of a oxymoron or contradiction there, for sure. It's like here, we're almost like 50% into. I don't know why English Bob's install took that long. And I have a suspicion it was because he was not using the online repositories. And it has to decompress a lot of fucking things in the back end. And he may only have assigned 1 core to do so. That's a lot of fucking working and uncompressing and stuff like that for 1 core. He needs to give it more resources, that old man. I do like me some Scottish beer, though. Or Scottish whiskey, though. I do like me some whiskey. Esnik in here is also a really good whiskey guy. So, Doctor, you and Esnik could go nuts about your whiskeys and what have you not. He used to rip off crafting beer tech, or what the fuck is called, and talk and drink whiskey every time he did a video. But then one time he got so drunk he was running around naked and swinging his dick all over the fucking webcam. And he had to stop that because YouTube was yelling at him. So now he's only drinking vodka while he's inserting a butt plug in his videos. So we have to live with that, apparently. And he has his clothes on. So, ladies, I'm sorry, but yeah. I want a good beer to enjoy personally. I never had a beer in my limited experience of visiting. I never had a bad beer in my limited experience of visiting Germany. True. There are bad German, like Warsteiner is a really bad fucking German beer. There's a lot of bad German beers, to be honest. There's also a lot of bad Danish beers. Like the discount beers that you buy in the supermarket that all the fucking drunks are buying. You know, the really cheap ones, they taste like fucking dishwash water. That did not happen. It happened. It happened. You just can't remember it. You were too drunk to remember it. I like some port wine and a beer to enjoy. Nothing too strong. Yeah. No Swedish beer. I will not. No. I'm not that fussed on Swedish beer. But then again, if you really want good beer, you have to go Belgium. Like Belgium's beer is like some of the best beer in the world from Belgium. You have to go Belgium. You have to go Belgium. But let's be honest, a lot of fucking Swedish people come to Denmark to drink anyway, so they must not like their own shit. I don't know. Yeah, Belgian beer is fucking amazing, yeah, if you get the real Belgian beer. I used to know a guy, or a couple of guys that had a bar here in the town. I used to live like 5 minutes away from it. And sometimes when they had beer about to expire or was like over the last sales date, it was still good, you know. You could still drink it. I would go, like, if I was like after work, I would be sitting and talk to them and they were like, oh, we have all of these beer. What do you want to pay? So sometimes I get like a beer for like 60% off and stuff like that. We were like sitting there and then haggling over the price just for fun. Like I got a massive discount on those beers. So I would be coming home with a bag full of fucking Belgian beer, you know, like 1 liters, half liters, you know, Belgian beer that was like 7% proof and up, you know. One of them were like 12-15% and shit like that. And then we would call a mate over and be like, hey, I got a bag of beer, man. Oh, really? Well, I don't have anything to do. Well, you have now. You have to drink a fucking beer with me. And then, you know, we would be drinking all this fucking Belgian beer and just having a great old time and then go to town and look at some titties and some butts and go home and sleep it off. You guys have the famous butter cookies. Yep. Because of me, of course. Yeah. There's a lot of good German beer, but there's also a lot of bad beer. Like the Warstein is probably the worst of the worst, man. Arbo from Sweden, it was fairly okay. Also, I used to drink Pepper Spella or something like that. Yeah, I have never had any of those. Honestly, I haven't had a lot of Swedish beer, to be honest. It's not something that we import much here in Denmark. If we, like, either it's Danish beers, German beer, American beer, or Austrian and Belgian beer. That's kind of what we have here in Denmark. I'm sure you can buy it on some fucking fancy shop somewhere, but if you go into the supermarket, that's kind of where they are from. Australian beer, you know, Foster and stuff like that, you can get that also. We do have our fair share of Australia. And of course, English beer from the UK and Scotland and stuff like that. I had a guy who was getting booze from Poland. Yeah, Poland has some amazing beer. I used to work with a couple of Polish guys, and they had some beer they gave me from Poland. It was fucking amazing, man. That was fucking great. I gave them some of the Danish shit, and they gave me some of the Polish shit, and the Polish shit beer was better than the Danish shit beer. Like, it was just like way better than the Danish shit beer. I've only been to Kernel and Otterhof in Salzburg. I was drinking from East Poland to Uniman. I can't pronounce that. And I kinda gave P and a hotel for a night. And drank from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. Oh my god. And loved the beer and said I hope you didn't have to drive the day after, man. You would be fucking doing an illegal act there. Beer is holy here in Germany. Yeah, it is, yeah. Which is century old. Our beer is sought after by the whole world. Yeah, German beer is regarded as some of the best. But, again, Belgium and Austrian beer is more sought after than German beer. Like, if you ask, like, a beer aficionado if they want a German beer in general, or a general Belgian or Austrian beer, they more than likely will go for the Belgian and Austrian beer. But Germans are proud of their beer. Like, they have a fucking festival called Beer Fest. Like, come on. They are proud beer drinkers. But they don't drink as much beer and or consume it to the same extent as the Scandinavian people does. They just romanticize it way more than we do. Yeah, the microbreweries in the States, I could see being great. But yeah, the generic like Budweiser and shit like that, yeah, that's not that good. Russian root beer float, I never had that. Oh yeah, the pound was worth something, yeah. I found that in Poland, it was still cheaper to get decent whiskey than at home, yeah. Yeah, this whole leaving the EU and shit like that is not working out that well for you guys over there. Not working out that well over there. Sadly enough. Because the idea behind it was kind of okay, or a good idea. Well, not a good idea, but it was a good debate. I just think that you guys got played as fools, basically. You didn't get the right information, and now you're paying the price. Wait, am I still... Oh, I'm still opening up the installer. What the fuck is wrong with me here? Give me a second here. Reset the machine. Yeah, I need to boot from hard drive. We never voted for it. Oh, fuck yeah, well. Here you have it, peeps. Good old cinnamon. This didn't take that long to install. What the fuck was wrong with English Bob? Come on, dude. Let's see if there's any updates just to... There should not be anyone because I did live upgrades. No. Or live network install. In my country, you can find booze at any hour, but in Sweden, most of the people were buying a lot of it on Friday from System Bolag. Yeah, Bolag. Yeah. The first time I saw that, I didn't understand what all the fuss. The thing is, you couldn't get any more hardcore drinks after Friday. It's like you go to like a government-owned liquor store to get fucking booze. It's like, it's fucking mental. Like, it's really crazy. It's a really crazy system. Like, massively crazy system. I don't know why they haven't got away with that yet. It's so fucking archaic, man. What kind of themes do we have installed here by default? Let's do that one there. And do mint, dark, aqua, teal, maybe? Yeah, let's do that one. Look at this shit. Yeah. You need to go to a... You need to go to a government-sponsored liquor store. And there's a massive amount of tax on it. Because they kind of think that if you can control the booze, the people will not go that crazy. Yeah. So they go to Denmark where they can get it for cheaper and get fucking shit-faced, and then we have to follow them on to the ferry back home, and then they fuck Sweden up. Yeah, welcome to the craziness. Welcome to the craziness. Change desktop background, and we have no fucking wallpapers. Let's install a shit ton of wallpapers. Where do we have Yast? We have Yast right there. I do like me some good Cinnamon is fucking a great system. This here looks a little bit shitty. Let's look at see if we can enable the community repos. It sometimes is bugged out for some fucking weird reason. I click next. There you go. Oh no, it's still here. So we want this one, and this one. This one. Trust. And trust. Now we have basically enabled the AUR for like the community repo to open the SUSE. So let's just do wallpaper and let's just install everything. Breeze 5, what we don't want that. Bocce wallpaper app, they don't want that. Debian wallpapers, community, elementary OS wallpapers. What else do we have here? Textile, we don't want. Variety, we don't want. Wallpapers, OpenSUSE Extra. I have no idea how many of these are actually going to put into the right folders. I like Linux Mint Cinnamon. I always found it reliable and it looks nice as well. Yeah, and you kind of get the same here with good old OpenSUSE. So we're just installing 120 megabytes of pure fucking amazing wallpaper greatness. Am I remembering incorrectly or heard incorrectly, but Cinnamon is not going to support Wayland, right? Or have I heard wrong? Like, have I heard like massively wrong? So we have Leap 15 wallpapers here. Kind of nice. Little birdie. What is the OpenSUSE one? We only have one here. So we only actually really got one fucking wallpaper. We need to go into other locations, compute skier, and we probably need to go into USR. Local maybe. No. Share, there you go. And backgrounds. Sunset by the pier. Let's open that one. Okay, so this is the elementary OS one. Where is the other one? So that's share. Backgrounds. Then there's one called wallpapers. That's probably where the other ones are. There you go. Yeah, there's some tumbleweed ones down here. Default. We have Debian. Let's try that one. Well, there's some beautiful ones here. Let's just go with the elementary ones, and we can go into settings. I want to have a slideshow. 15 minutes is okay. Place in random order. Cool. There you go, buddy. Is there a custom installer like this for Ubuntu? Nope. Nope. This is OpenSUSE. Like, you won't see this installer anywhere else than OpenSUSE. Personally, I always really liked the Mint Y icon theme. Honestly, never understood why it got... Oh, God, yeah, that's why it got a lot of hate. Yeah, that's why. I like it. I like it. It's not my favorite, but I definitely like it. Let's go into panel settings here. And let's make it... I always have it around 30. 30 would be okay. I think this should be it. Applets. What kind of applets do we have here? There's one to make it transparent that I always use. Where is it? Spacer, user applet. Oh, here. No, download. There you go. That's the one I'm looking for. Oh. Did you spend some time in Void Linux? No, I haven't looked at Void Linux at all. I may need this weather application. I want. What else do I want? Right, nah. Network, nah. Bulgarian radio and TV streams. Why not? Why the fuck not? Time shift spy. Turn off monitor. Shut down menu. I used to use that a lot. The Nvidia Prime GPU driver display. Fiat and cryptocurrency quote rates. Okay. WireGuard. Tight network indicator. Okay. To do. There's a lot of new applications I haven't seen it before. Mint unsplash background. I have no idea what the fuck that is. Background role. CPU temp. There's a lot more than I'm normally seeing in here. The real Express VPN. Google Drive. That's interesting. I kind of want to see what this Google Drive is all about. Here it is. Resolution switch. There's a lot of applets in here. Oh. Boing. I don't use VPNs. I only use VPNs if I'm going to watch American Netflix. And I haven't had a need for doing that in forever. Where is the trans or the panel? Why can't I make it transparent? Have I totally forgot about how to do that? Damn, man, you guys are fucking at it today. Let's add that one. Let's add that one. Panel launcher. Recent documents. Scale. Separator. Trash. I used to have that up there. Windows list. Oh, well, fuck that. Have they built that into the... Nope. Center zone, right zone. There used to be an add-on that you install. Oh, god damn it, you're back again, my friend. Yeah, they can block anything from being remotely controversial, but they can't fucking keep up with the spam bots. Dude, I couldn't fucking agree more with you. Oh, it actually found my fucking town. So, Linux don't take telemetry, it don't take user data, but yet it found my town. I wonder. But we need to change it to centigrades and stop and not using Fahrenheit. Update interval 15 minutes. Yep, location. Found that. Presentation. Show the weather condition. Clouds. Okay, that's not the one I want. Show the forecast. Yeah. Display 24-hour format. Show sunrise and sunset. How do I change the how do I change it to fucking human? Oh, here it goes. Wind speed units. We want kilometers per hour. Distance. We want metrics. Show both temperature and units at the same. We want centigrades. There you go. Oh, this could be nice for you guys at the stream. Show temperature Russian style. What the fuck is this? Oh, okay, gotcha. If you want to be confused, come to UK. We use mixture of imperial and yeah. I got that. This is actually a really fucking nice. I'm actually like I fucking love this app. It's probably one of the best weather apps I've used in fucking ages. Wow. Like, it's way better than even the one on Windows. I personally use Celsius, but I do distance and wind speed in miles. I have no idea. Oh, antivirus is still a thing. Yeah, antivirus is still a thing. I live in London for 3 years. I know what you're saying. Yeah. So what is this fucking thing up here? Oh, they actually have a fucking... Wow. This is one of the things I always hated about Linux, that they didn't have a good Google Drive implementation, but at least they have on the Cinnamon. This has to be somewhat new. So this is basically just going to make it work the same as under Windows then, where you sync a folder to your Google Drive. I fucking love this. It's open source or Tumbleweed. It's open source or Tumbleweed. I'm a fucking happy kid. I'm impressed with the Cinnamon. Why buy pestos and faucet drinks and liters, but milk and beers and pints? Yeah. Is this like a mega pint of wine you just had, Mr. Depp? I need a t-shirt where it says mega pint and then it's like a Linux distro or mega distro or something like that. I need to do something with mega pint. With Linux and open source. We probably are going to have a shit ton of upgrades because I enabled the Pac-Man. Oh no! But we need to install. Don't need this one anymore. We need to install the Ubuntu fonts. Ubuntu fonts. Accept. Finished. Oh, we need to change this here also. It's ugly as balls. Terminal settings. You don't want Firefox up there. Oh, I need to change that in the settings, man. Internet, Firefox. Remove from favorites. There you go. We need to go to settings. Font selection. Default fonts. Ubuntu regular, where are you? There you are. Select. Document fonts, we just use Ubuntu regular again. Boink. Boink. We need monospace font, Windows title, Ubuntu. Do we want bold, medium, bold? Let's do medium. Select. And monospace, I think Ubuntu also have a really good yeah, mono must be this one here. Oh crap, no, that's definitely not the one. What is the one that I knew? I can't fucking nope. Nope. It should be mono, right? Huh. Was it just because... no, it's still fucking up. Bassett or Linux when it just work. It's because it looks too much like Windows. It looks too much like Windows. That's why they fucking bash it. Oh, that's the... Oh, text is right here. Fuck me. Oh, that's the cursor. The great thing about Cinnamon is that you can modify the workflow into whatever you like. That's true. That's ugly as balls. Source. Oh, Ubuntu Mono. There it is. Now it's working. Huh. Yeah, desktop fonts, no sense display regular. We just want Ubuntu. Ubuntu regular, I think. What is your opinion on Master Boot Recorder and GPT? And if so, which one do you use when installing? I just let the distribution choose. I think it's just MBR, to be honest. I don't fuss that much. I let it just do whatever it wants. Yeah, the Ubuntu fonts really make a desktop and anything else looks really, really nice and crisp. I normally just go with whatever the distribution want me to go with. I need to change this. So it needs to be... Let's do 35. Yeah, that's definitely the wrong one. I always mix those two up. Let's do 28. And let's go up to 110 here. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Yeah, but so here's how I set stuff up. Let's go into paint. Let's paint the taint. Yeah. Go to English. So just to really simplify it. When I dual booted, I had one hard drive, I had another hard drive, and this one here would be having Linux on it, and this one here would be having Windows on it. And I would be installing the Windows bootloader on this one, and the Linux bootloader on... Oh, you can't see that, so let's make that green maybe. Yeah, and the Linux bootloader on this one here. And then I use the BIOS... If this is the BIOS, I use the BIOS to basically choose which one. So on my system, I press F8 or whatever fucking you need to press to get the boot option menu up on your system. I just pressed that when I was booting up, and then I just booted into whatever operating system I want. So if you do that, you don't have to deal with all of this fucking dual booting hassle with the bootloaders and stuff like that. So you basically have, like, this was basically one self-contained hard drive within the system with its own bootloader and bootloader set up, and this was another one. So you didn't have like co-op handling both Windows and Linux, and you didn't have Windows handling both Windows and Linux. Windows handled Windows and Linux handled Linux. That's how I always been doing it. Way less problems that way. So on this machine here, I just press F. I think it's F8. I haven't done this in over a year, but I would normally just be booting and pressing F8, and then basically just choosing the hard drive. Yeah, dual boot. I always been also back in, like, I stopped dual booting like in 2005 or something like that. And again, I just went into the BIOS, and then just before then you couldn't just press a button to select the hard drive. I would normally just go into the BIOS and select it there and reboot again. It was just way less hassle doing it that way. Because then the Linux bootloader didn't mess with the Windows system, and the Windows bootloader didn't mess with the Linux system. Just so you could upgrade as much as you want under Linux and Windows, and no problem whatsoever. Yes, it is a little bit hassle that you need to press a button or boot into the BIOS and change the bootloader order and then boot out again. It is a little bit more hassle, but you are also ending up with more problems. I really don't like Firefox. Let's see if I can remember how to install. Is it Google Chrome? Oh, that's not the right one. It's needed a space. There you go. Is it stable then? Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm so fucking stupid. I need to download the RPM file. Like, I forgot it's not in the Pacman repository. I actually have to download it. Man. This is how fucking intelligent I am. I need it for RPM SUSE, accept install. There you go, it's now downloaded. Get away with this fucking bullshit for browser. Go into download, let's open it with Yast, and Let's see if it actually wants to do this. Yeah, Ruby. Yay for Ruby. Here, just ignore this one. It's because it can't validate the key. But when you do the next zipper dub, it will import the right key and validate it. So I will show you guys what to do after this here. This is installed. This is finished. I don't want that up here again. Unpin. If you go into internet, we now have Google Chrome up there. And let's just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because we are so fucking secure. Because we're running Windows or Linux, sorry. Click OK. Bob's your uncle. Get started. Next. Let's do this one here. No thanks. And there you go. Yeah. The best browser on the fucking world. Or in the world. Let's do this one. So. What you can do is you can do this. I just think I spelled it wrong. There you go. Refresh. Now it's asking you to import the GPP key. Is that the right word? GPP? GPG. There you go. So you can do these options here. What do you want? Reject the key or trust it always? So R is rejecting. That's the normal one. We want to trust it always. We'll put in a good old A for anus. Now we don't get the problems with the GPP, and every time you update when needed, it will automatically take down the GPP key and all of that shit. You don't have to deal with GPP keys as much as you do on the Arch Linux. It will automatically do that for you in the backend. One of the other reasons why I fucking love OpenSUSE. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like sometimes when I click the button, it don't register it in the fucking VM. Like I have to sometimes click twice. It could just be me. Do I even have a fucking sound card installed? I must have, apparently. I am running VirtualBox 7.0, so there's some things that are not totally. And use Anus OS. Yeah. Here it is again. Oh, girls 18 online only. Well, get in my bed then. Get your tight ass into my bed then, if you are that fucking hooked on getting something. I like this. Oh, we need to customize, configure this one here. Use custom labels, we don't want that. Open when menu, so we don't want that. Force the pencil visible, so we don't want that. Use menu animations. Show category icon. So that's the ones out here, right? Yeah. Do I want that? I don't need that. Application icons. Show favorite buttons. Favorite button size. We can get that down to 22 also, I think. Yeah, there you go. Now it's a little bit more streamlined. Show bookmarks and places. I don't like that. I don't think so. Nope. Show recents. No need to do that. Oh, look at how slimmer we are getting it. I dig Cinnamon. Like I said, it's probably one of my favorite GTK environments. So if we do sudo zipper list updates, will it give me upgrades from no? What about patches? So... Oh my god, we're having a party here. If we go in here to software management, we want to view patents, we want to view repositories, the Pacman repository, switch to system. There you go, now we should have upgrades. So what if I do... Oh, it's locked by another system. No patches. No upgrades. Did it forget it now? Because I didn't save it. This is actually the mint theme. Yeah, this is the mint theme. I'm actually using the mint theme, yeah. You're right, it is a mint theme. Pacman repository, switch to system. Accept. Continue. And we need to set the priority of the Pacman repo down to 90. I forgot about that. Yeah, but this is like the mint themes that I'm using. SUSE install the mint themes by default, so you can choose between the mint themes if you want so too. There you go, buddy. Finito, Finensi repositories. So right now, Pacman is at priority 99. The lower the priority, you know, the better, it basically means the lower the number, it means that it would prioritize these packages before anyone else that's higher than this number. So let's say you want Google Chrome to have a priority of 90 or 85 and Pacman is 90 and they both have Google Chrome in them. It will be installing Google Chrome versions from Google Chrome over the version in the Pacman repository. Technically speaking, roughly speaking, I think the version numbers have to be the same for that to happen also. Could be mistaken here, but that's kind of the idea of it. That the lower the number, it prioritizes the software packages in said repo. I forgot how snappy Cinnamon can be. What is like the... I totally forgot to see what we actually have installed here. Didn't we install like a system monitor? There you go. 1.4 gigabytes. Well, that's typically after we have opened some things and fiddle some testicles and what have you not. And go in here and we can customize to some extent, the living shit out of it. Yeah, see you later, Arnie. I will go soon also. It's getting almost 10 o'clock here. And I've been streaming for almost 6 hours now, so that's a long one for me today. And I need to get some food in my belly. I'm getting massively hungry. It runs quite snappy. It is snappy, even in a virtual machine. Hey, Bob, how are you, man? Oh, we just fiddling around with OpenSUSE. It took me like almost no time to install OpenSUSE, man. Like almost no time. So I don't know what when... I think it's because you used the offline installer. It tends to take longer than the online installer. You never tried... You should definitely try it. But do it in a virtual machine and go for Tumbleweed. Definitely go for Tumbleweed. I totally forgot to see... well, it is set up like Linux Mint. Let's see what other icons set, because I kind of want another icon set here. What do we have? Yeah, we need to download some... Let's see what icons there is in the repository. Yeah, he don't know what the fuck he's talking about when it comes to Linux. Do you have any interesting icons here? We have Priest, Debian icon theme. That could be a great one to trigger a lot of people. Because if you don't like it, and if it fucks up, and all of these kind of things, you know, you don't have the hassle of having to reinstall your previous operating system if you don't have a spare laptop and stuff like that. If you have a spare laptop that you really don't use and it's just like a testing machine, of course install it on bare metal, but yeah, don't commit until you try it in a VM first. I always say that to people when they are trying new distributions. Try it in a VM first. If they can, of course. Python! Oh, I need to install the PIP package manager for Python. Watch desktop view. We really don't have any icons in here. Holy shit. That's a lot of upgrades, man. I nearly did a... Oh, that's the Fallout thing. I think Cinnamon would have been better if it had snappiness as... I kind of think it has. But again, am I not mistaken in saying that they will stick with Xorg over Wayland? That the Cinnamon will not be ported to Wayland? Or am I just remembering massively wrong? GNOME core, a complete multicolored suite of icons for Linux. Let's use that one. Let's do this one also. Let's accept. What are you going to download here? Wait, what? Wait. No. You're going to download GNOME session. No. What the fuck? Oh, extension. That's why. Fuck me. This is what stupid gets you. There you go. Who's going goodbye? Oh, yeah, GP Knight. Take care. Finito. And let's go into this one here. The themes. The icon. Oh, Plume. We got the good old GNOME Dust, GNOME Brave. Ooh, that's actually really ugly. Fucking ugly like shit. Let's do Plume Dark. Let's go with the Deepen. The Deepen. No, I don't like that one. Plume Classic Dark. Why is that looking a lot like Nvidia? I don't like that. What about Plume? Nothing is really changing here, to be honest. What is the file manager saying? Yeah, this looks way too fucking Fisher Prices. We don't want that. GNOME Brave. This is a little bit better, but I kind of like these icon themes here, but this up here looks like shite. Yeah, we have to go to GNOME looks to find a good icon set, apparently. Let's do all of this. Let's minimize that and go on to GNOME look. Yep. And full icon theme. Infinity. Yeah. Is this like the latest and greatest, or downloaded the Java updates on an hour ago? Nothing broke yet. Oh well, that's always a thing. Bonnie? Or Booney? Oh. Big Sur, Desert Dark, Vortex, I think. No, that's the crazy, ugly one. Windows 11. This one here I actually used for a little while. Acid. Sure, why not? Relax. Relax Dark. Am I going to fall asleep watching that? Fancy Shadow. Something with M is the one that I'm really digging right now. I can't remember. Night Fox Uniform. Yeah, Mega. This one here is great. Nordsee. Oh, this one here is also great. This is also one I like really right now. Sostos. Yeah, I know there's a cinnamon looks. Yeah, I know. I just use GNOME looks because they have more of the things that I want. Let's see. Mega Dark. I really dig this one here at some point. Like, but for all the kids nowadays, this is actually really great. What is this one here all about? Nazi. Oh, yeah, that's probably not going to work well with... Yeah. You know what? I'm going to go on to GitHub and see how... And they actually have an install script, so I don't have to do all my Midnight Commander magic. I'm definitely going to download that one. Maybe I should do Manjaro, same as you, and compare our experience. That could be an awesome one. Facebook and Google are real RAM pigs. Yep. They are. Most of the time, things don't really break under Manjaro. Like, most of the time. They also have our install script. So we have download 2 icon themes that have install scripts. Everything should be handy dandy. If you go into download and... Yeah. Let's try with the Nordsee and extract it here. There you go. Go in here and we want to use this install script. So we'll just open in terminal. There you go. And do the /. Oh shit, we need to do it as sudo. / install and put in our massive secure password. Nordsee. And it's doing all of the things. Oh, screw it. I'm gonna come join you and do Manjaro. Do it. Don't do it. Do OpenSUSE. Trader. And let's go in here. And where do we have Nordsee? Here. Nordsee Dark. Ooh, this is actually pretty. Yeah, I'd take that back. I kinda like it and I kinda don't like it. Like these like square with semi-rounded corners. It's yeah. Let's try this one here. Nordsee. I have a lot of terminals open here apparently. Wait. I don't want to go into Nordsee. I want to go into Maya. Been on it for 2 years now. Oh, so you mean Manjaro? I'm doing it to wind up English Bob. So when his breaks... So English Bob is now done with Windows. That was not long that he was staying in there. Like I say, he changed distribution and OS faster than other people change fucking pants and underwear. No, you're still in Windows. Okay, gotcha. There is definitely some form of lag with the mouse click input on this version of VirtualBox. Yeah, this one here is amazeballs. I like this one. This one here, man. This is like the bee's knees. Look at this fucking shit. Like, look at it. Wait. Do I need to set that for all fucking folder now? No. There you go. This just fit like a light icon set, like a popping icon set, fits really well with a dark theme because it makes it pop out. MVP of cleaning his OS, like his underwear. No, his underwear he just throw out, and you know, he don't throw out his operating systems. Add remove. Oh yeah, we can also go in here and install a shit ton of themes and what have you not. Hey, we have a party in here now, man. Now I need some fucking beer and whiskey and vodka, and if Esnik is in here, he will probably throw down some fucking speed and LSD, and we're going nuts. Hashtag don't recommend uses of drugs, and you should not take drugs or alcohol if you're under the age of 18. Thank you, YouTube. I think according to your fucking rules, I did the right thing. Yeah, he really does. Yeah, beers. We need some good beers, man. Oh my god, this is making my head fucking go nuts. Why can't I, oh my god, I forgot about how to, customize, default zoom level. Yeah, we need that to be 66. 66, not 69. I want 69. Behavior. I have just read what you wrote. Just have one question. How can I receive my pot of gold? Well, you can stick your head into the ground and fart up in the air and hope it falls down and hit you in your ass. When did this song? I have no idea. It's like Streamlabs or not Streamlabs. It's Stream Beats by Harris Heller. It's like copyrighted music you can play on live streams and videos. Just Google Stream Beats or Steam Beats. Stream Beats. I can't fucking remember it. Let's look at it here. I think it's Stream Beats. Yeah. And it's on iTunes, all of that fucking Spotify and what have you not. And he has different playlists. I just basically took everything from his Spotify and put it into one playlist. Yeah. Go take care, English Bob. Have an amazing night and sleep well. And don't get your dick in a vice and don't spill coffee all over your computer. And I just lost connection. No, I got connection up and going. Yeah, take care, man. Okay, yeah, CJ, go take care. Do what you need. I need to go in. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I need to go soon also. I just got a little bit into customizing OpenSUSE here. But I do like this Maya or theme of what it's called. Like it's really pretty. From Yazangvan. 258. But yeah, this is like this is neat. Haven't been updated in a long time though. Let's see what else he's doing here. Reversal. He's doing a lot of themes. Or icons themes and themes. Yeah, icon themes. This is like 8-bit fucking heaven. Afterglow. Arca Raw. He just, why is it saying there was no commit in like 3 months then? Or did I read it wrong? Yeah, this is like a icon and theme guard. Sonic, oh yeah, you're right, a Sonic Adventure theme, yeah. Or, yeah, theme song, yeah. Oh my god, it's been over a decade since I played Sonic. Oh my god. I feel old like fuck right now. Sunset Cursor, that's that sounds like interesting stuff. STDM Dark. Ooh. Do we have a ooh. Making KDE look more pretty than Windows 11. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, this... I love green, but this looks... I don't know. Honestly, I don't really know, because, like... It's interesting. It's like... It's almost as so ugly that it's good. If that makes sense. But yeah. Oh, this is the one we just looked at. Oh, it says here 3 days ago. I'm fucking stupid. Maya KDE. So is this the theme? Yeah, this is the theme. Look at how pretty this is. Look at how pretty this is. Like, this is why I come to Linux. To craze at the wonders of the beauty. And then I get frustrated over all the things that don't work and go back to Windows. Linux Lite 6 starts great. The default GNOME browser blocks ads like Brave for 1 month. Oh, yeah. Ad blocking. Like, here's the thing with ad blocking. It's on its way out. They are doing so many things to make sure that ad blocks don't work nowadays. That I think I read somewhere that in like maybe next year, early next year, ad blockers are going to be 90% inefficient. Because Google and stuff, sites like that have found ways to basically circumvent them. And then it's basically a cat and mouse game at that point. And I get why people use ad blocks for certain sites. Because they are fucking irritating and plastered all over the place. But hey, people have to make money, I guess. Or else they can't provide us with, you know, with the things that they give us. So there's 2 forks of this Somerset. Who's forking it? Bangle 9. Andrew PA. Game of Life. That's also a fork. He hasn't really done anything this year. Andrew Palmer. You actually have a Twitter account. That's an online to-do manager. VM fork. Focus on existing. Oh, NeoVim. Wait, what? Ultra flexible Vulkan graphic. Who is this dude here, man? Bicycle, a dynamic type language. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Who are you? Okay, his website is fucked. He's doing some 3D animation. But I mean, instead of blocking the ads, you could just hide the ads class ID, use temper monkeys. Yeah, they are doing a lot of clever things in the back ends to make sure that all of that fucking shit is not going to work anymore. Don't ask me how, why, or when. I just read about it and heard about it, been talked about that in the near future, ad blocks are basically going to... they're basically going to serve ads in a totally different way than they're doing right now. So they need to redo the whole ad blocking thing. And again, I understand it, and then I also don't really agree with it because, you know, people need to be paid for their work, and people don't like donating, so they have to make money somehow. But on the other side, there's all this, like, if they're overdoing it and making it a bad, you know, viewing experience on their website, it makes sense to plot the ads, you know. And it's this, like, fine line between, you know, some websites do it great, some websites just fucking plaster ads all over the place. And the websites that do that, I totally understand why you will ad block those. But it's also typically like massively big corporations that do a lot of ads, you know, like massive big companies and corporations. But anyway, I need to go. I'm getting massively hungry right now. I need to get some food in my tummy. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Been a 6-hour plus stream. That's fucking amazing. So see you all later. Take care. Do a lot of great things and go have fun with Windows, Linux, Mac OS, FreeBSD, Haiku, whatever the fuck floats your boat. And let's rage about Linux and crazy Linux people another time. See you all later. Bye bye.